Chapter 1668. This was the second time Long Chen had entered this sinister city. As he passed through the skull-like city gates, he could see the city shrouded in black fog below. This was the place where Long Chen had obtained many treasures. The ghosts were still imprisoned in every room in the city, banging on the doors. In the center of the city of the wronged, there was still the Black Castle, which was where the city lord of the wronged stayed. Now that all the restrictions in the city of the wronged had been removed, Long Chen and the others could walk freely in the city. Of course, even if there were restrictions, they could not restrict Long Chen at the moment. The demonic Dragon Palace Lord said nothing and led the way. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang followed. This time, they quickly arrived outside the Black Castle. The city lord of the wronged stood on the rooftop where he had once given the god-slaying sword to Long Chen. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived directly. In front of them stood a peerless beauty who was not wearing a single piece of clothing. She looked exactly the same as the blue-haired woman in the crystal coffin. Her figure was hot, and from behind, her round buttocks, slender waist, and slender thighs were full of temptation. Unfortunately, this was the skin of the city lord of the wronged, so it was as disgusting as it could be. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived, the blue-haired city lord of the wronged slowly turned his head. Other than the eyes that had been pierced by Long Chen and were now empty, the other parts of his body were perfect. Especially the beautiful waves on his chest. It was like a masterpiece of God. But in Long Chen's heart, he could not wait to kill this demon immediately. The lord of the wronged city was a man. From his movements, one could tell that he did not have the gentleness and charm of a woman. He swaggered around and looked at Long Chen with an aggressive gaze. He smiled coldly and said, "A year ago when you stood here, you were just a useless weakling. But today, you have become an all-powerful figure. Perhaps I should regret not killing you back then?" For the time being, Long Chen didn't know what this fellow was trying to do. He could only be careful and deal with it calmly. Since he had already dared to enter his god kingdom, and the other party's heart was right in front of him, yet the other party didn't immediately go crazy. This meant that Long Chen still had some value in his eyes. Long Chen pondered for a while and said, "Let's get straight to the point. How's Kitten?" This was what Long Chen was most concerned about. "Is that strange boy that important to you?" The city lord of the wronged laughed sinisterly. Long Chen didn't answer. There was no need to answer this question. If he wasn't important, he wouldn't have come here in the first place. Actually, we can talk about a few other things. For example, are you interested in going to the Eternal God realm with me? Both of you have heaven-defying talent. You shouldn't stay in a small place like the 3 realms and 9 realms. Once I convert all the living beings in the 3 realms and 9 realms into my own power, I will be able to regain my position as the overlord of the Eternal God realm. When that happens, your futures will be limitless. In fact, Long Chen, I can even forgive you for destroying my eye. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived, the city lord of the wronged's plans had changed slightly. The two of them were simply too talented. He couldn't help but want to groom them into his loyal subordinates. When he returned to the Eternal God domain in the future, he would be able to dig out all of their potential. When that time came, how terrifying would that be? Long Chen didn't listen to the city lord of the wronged's words. What made him almost lose control of himself was the city lord of the wronged's cold-bloodedness and cruelty. No wonder he kept moving against the 3 realms and 9 realms. He wanted to absorb the power of the living beings in the 3 realms and 9 realms, so that he could recover to his peak and become the overlord of the Eternal God realm. Just how many living beings were there in the 3 realms and 9 realms? Too many to count. If all of them were destroyed, it would be the equivalent of a world-ending disaster. In the eyes of the city lord of the wronged, were living beings that worthless? From what he said, it was as if he was talking about animals such as cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks. The living beings of the sacrificial dragon continent are the living beings at the very bottom. Their strength is too small, so it's possible to make up for it with numbers. The rules of the heavenly Tao are as such. The weak should be eliminated. This world has no lack of living beings. They are the food of the strong. Your stage is too low, which is why you treat my actions as an evil act. When you guys truly become stronger, you will feel that this is a very normal thing. The city lord of the wronged's beautiful body swayed around them, trying to persuade Long Chen. Little did he know that the more he spoke, the stronger the hatred and killing intent in Long Chen's heart became. Of course, since you don't agree now, I can give you some time to consider. But there is a very important matter that needs to be resolved. Long Chen really couldn't understand this guy's thinking. He remembered that in the Eastern Royal region, he had threatened Long Chen and made Long Chen fear him. But after coming here, he tried to rope him in, and even ignored the hatred of his eye being destroyed. In the face of the other's verbal attack, Long Chen could only calm down. In that case, let's make a deal. Before you decide whether or not to rely on me, I will try not to be rough with you. The terms of the deal are as follows. You return my heart to me, and I will return your little brother to you. How about it? Long Chen tossed aside the matter of seeking refuge. This was simply impossible for him. He pondered for a moment and said, "That's not right. Your heart is very important to you. It's not that simple. You have to undo my sister's petrification curse before I can give it to you." The matter of Kitten and the petrification curse had to be solved together. The city lord of the wronged sneered for a while and said, "You have already entered the eternal hell, so don't think about leaving. Fine, even if you solve your sister's petrification curse, so what? But we also have to discuss the order. I will first return your little brother to you, and you will give me your heart. Then I will solve the petrification curse. This is very sincere, right? This is my bottom line. Don't talk about conditions with me. This is your territory. I can't trust you. Get out." Long Chen agreed to his deal. The city lord of the wronged looked at him and then laughed again. "Good, very good. But don't forget, the entire eternal hell is my territory." After the discussion, the three left the city of the wronged and came to the Avicii Hell, which was also the place where Long Chen walked out of the Yellow Springs Road. This way, he had a little chance of escaping. Unless he had no other choice, Long Chen would not give his heart to the city lord, even if it was not complete. This time, his first goal in coming to the city of the wronged was still Kitten. As for the matter of Yang Ling Qing, if he could delay it for half a year, Long Chen estimated that he would have more confidence in dealing with the city lord of the wronged. Standing on the vast black mountains, Long Chen stretched out his hand and said, "You can return Kitten to us now." The city lord of the wronged was very straightforward. With a wave of his hand, the unconscious Kitten flew out of his inner world towards Long Chen. Long Chen hugged him tightly, feeling the warmth of his body and the still beating heart. Only then did he relax a little. Let's examine him properly. After a while, they discovered that there was nothing wrong with Kitten. It was just that his primordial spirit was a mess, which was why he had fainted. After resting for a while, he should be fine. At this moment, the city lord of the wronged looked at them with great interest and asked, "Where is my heart?" The critical moment had arrived. Wait a moment. Long Chen opened the God Kingdom and sent Kitten inside. The moment the God Kingdom opened, the city lord of the wronged became restless, and his face became ruddy. His aggressive eyes stared at Long Chen's God Kingdom. "Give it to me." The city lord of the wronged laughed. Give it to him? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were ready. In the moment that Kitten was safe, Mo Xiaolang instantly spewed out a large amount of 9 Serenity's demon ancestral fire. The terrible black flame spread out, blocking the city lord of the wronged's path and completely surrounding Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. In this short moment, the two exerted their greatest speed and rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. As long as they rushed out of this long Yellow Springs Road, they would be able to get out. This time's mission could be said to have been perfectly completed. If the city lord of the wronged had tried to snatch the heart from the start, perhaps they would not have succeeded. The 9 Serenity's demon ancestral fire was indeed terrifying. Ordinary people did not dare to rush in. Otherwise, they would be frozen at best, or turned into ice sculptures at worst. But just as they were running for their lives, the city lord of the wronged did not pursue them. He spread his arms wide and sneered. "Two kids who don't know the difference between life and death. Didn't I tell you that once you enter the eternal hell, don't even think about leaving? This eternal hell, no matter where you go, it's all my territory." As he opened his arms, under his control, the entire eternal hell changed. The scenery changed, the space changed, the smell changed. I forgot to tell you that this eternal hell used to be my God Kingdom. This is the world that I control. These two sentences completely ruined Long Chen's plan. Who would have thought that this eternal hell used to be his God Kingdom? So when Long Chen rushed into the Yellow Springs Road, the Yellow Springs Road in front of him actually broke apart. The entire world was undergoing earth-shattering changes, and the rumbling sound was endless. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang felt as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, or as if they had risen into an endless void. When all the shaking disappeared, they found themselves in another place. This was a world of death. Chapter 1669. Rebirth Thunder Prison. According to the information of the 12 Supreme Alliances, among the 18 levels of hell, the Rebirth Thunder Prison was the most dangerous hell. It wasn't just because of the danger of the lightning and ghosts. What made people afraid was that those who entered the Rebirth Thunder Prison rarely came back. That was because there was only an exit, but no exit. The place that was most likely to be the exit of the entire Rebirth Thunder Prison was the most important place in the entire Rebirth Thunder Prison. It was a huge pit that was bottomless and filled with all sorts of lightning. However, there was no end to it. The name of this bottomless pit was the Path of Rebirth. When Long Chen first came to the Eternal Hell, he had learned a little about the Eternal Hell. He had read the introduction of the Path of Rebirth. At this moment, they were trapped in a world of lightning. It was a world of darkness in front of them. Black clouds and mist were everywhere. Black lightning swam across the vast land. The entire Rebirth Thunder Hell was a gathering of all the dark attribute lightning in the world. They transformed into giant beasts that rampaged wildly in the Rebirth Thunder Hell. Anyone who was touched by them would be torn apart. The entire world was in a constant state of chaos. When Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang arrived here, they knew that this battle was unavoidable. In this world of black lightning, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang leaned against each other. Since they were already here, Long Chen was ready for battle. This battle would probably be the most difficult battle of them all. Thunder roared, and the entire world of lightning seemed to tremble violently. From time to time, lightning would pierce through, tearing the space in front of Long Chen. Boom! With an explosion, a bolt of black lightning exploded in front of Long Chen. The Lord of the Wrong's naked body appeared in front of Long Chen, surrounded by black clouds and mist. The black clouds were like snakes, coiling around his body. It was extremely strange. Her aqua-blue long hair spread out. Her holy appearance and her dark personality seemed out of place. Perhaps I should have known that you weren't interested in my hegemony and the glorious future I was about to bestow upon you? Do you want to die in front of me like those lowly creatures? Or is it because of that ridiculous pity and racial hatred? The city lord of the Wrong's charming face let out a wild laugh. At least, Xiaolang had been saved. Although his plan to escape had failed, at least he didn't have as much leverage on the other party. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Since he had chosen this path, and since he had come to the Eternal Hell, he would fight to the death. The 10 great ghost kings were almost finished. If they could kill the city lord of the Wronged in this Eternal Hell, then the world would truly be at peace. The 2 hot-blooded youths stared at the old freak from the Eternal Life God domain with bloodshot eyes. So-called feelings, whether it's family, love, or friendship, are they really that important in your eyes? The city lord of the Wronged laughed in disdain. You're worse than a beast. How would you understand emotions? Long Chen sneered. Between heaven and earth, a series of thunderbolts swept across the sky and earth, producing a deafening roar that completely drowned out Long Chen's words. Looks like you 2 extraordinarily talented fellows want to test my abilities, right? I'll give you a pleasant surprise. The city lord of the Wrong's voice gradually turned cold. He was only 1 step away from his final rebirth, and that was to fuse with the heart. If he succeeded, then not only would he be able to dominate the 3 regions and 9 realms, but he would also be able to dominate the Eternal Life God domain. The city lord of the Wrong spread his arms, and 2 poisonous snakes formed from mist coiled around his arms. A deathly energy was pouring out of his body, locking down the entire Rebirth Thunder Penitentiary. It was obvious that he hadn't truly been reborn, so he couldn't completely control the Eternal Hell. Otherwise, it would have been much easier for him to deal with Long Chen and the City Lord of the Wronged. I am the master of the City of the Wronged, the master of the 18 paths of hell. Even if you were 100 times stronger, you wouldn't be a match for me. Give me back my heart. As the City Lord of the Wronged's voice rang out, the black heart in the crystal ice coffin in Long Chen's holy kingdom trembled violently, as though it was about to burst open the crystal ice coffin. Long Chen had used the power of the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns to completely suppress the crystal ice coffin, and at the same time, he couldn't use the golden demon imprisonment columns anymore. Xiaolang! Boom! The 2 of them, who had originally been together, split up and attacked the City Lord of the Wronged from both sides. The God-slaying sword and the Lingxi sword appeared in Long Chen's left and right hands respectively. He was already very proficient in the art of dual swords, and now that he used it, the god-slaying sword was activated. This was the sure kill move of the massacring sword technique, and it instantly stabbed towards the city lord of the wronged. This is a sword move that I used to be familiar with. The city lord of the wronged chuckled and flicked his finger. He used his finger as a sword and stabbed out. It was also the god-slaying sword, but it was much more powerful than Long Chen's. Dang! With a sharp sound, Long Chen's god-slaying sword was directly knocked away by the other party. The other party had a power that could wear away Long Chen's power in an instant, and it even almost hurt Long Chen. The art of dual swords was used at the same time. Among them, the Lingxi sword was also using the god-slaying art. When the sword stabbed out, the 80 million lives in the supreme Shadow Devil world, the 5 million lives in the Eastern Royal region, the pained expression of the demonic Dragon Palace Master, and the helplessness and struggle of Long Xing all appeared in Long Chen's mind. The power of hatred was injected into the Lingxi sword, and the flames of anger exploded. I want you dead! The Lingxi sword stabbed out, and it was already at the city lord of the wrong's exquisite brow. Is that so? A cold laugh rang in Long Chen's ear. The city lord of the wrong's speed was terrifying. He stretched out a finger, and just as the Lingxi sword was about to stab him, he caught the Lingxi sword. A strange sword. Let me study it. The city lord of the wronged chuckled. In your dreams. Long Chen spun the sword with all his might, and the Lingxi sword flew out of the other party's hand. At this moment, Mo Xiaolong's 10,000 flames burning god mystique had already descended. Tens of thousands of flames gathered together, and with a punch, the shocking power formed a colorful giant fire wolf that instantly rushed in front of the city lord of the wronged. The anger in Mo Xiaolong's heart was no less than Long Chen's. This was almost the first time they had joined forces against such a powerful opponent that surpassed their perception. Your talent is really not bad. The city lord of the wronged was still smiling casually. Show me your strongest form. Let me see if you have the qualifications to be my subordinates. As the city lord of the wronged spoke, he casually spun his body. Suddenly, a vast power shook out, sending Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang flying away. With a body of the same level, I will play with you too. As he said this, the city lord of the wrong's body began to expand. From a slender body that was less than 2 meters tall, it grew terrifyingly long in the swirling clouds. In a short moment, a giant over 1,000 meters tall appeared in front of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. This was an enlarged version of the city lord of the wronged. It retained its original size, but with a wave of its hand or foot, it could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. What made one even more speechless was that she was still completely naked. Her delicate skin had expanded to such an enormous size, but it was still incomparably smooth and beautiful. But to them, this only served to show how terrifying this fellow was. In human form, they were no match for her. At this time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang could only transform into their true forms. The 10,000-meter-long dragon shuttled through the clouds of lightning. In the distance, a black wolf demon that was already thousands of meters long was bathed in black flames. It howled as it charged at the 1,000-meter giant. A slight movement from them could cause the entire Rebirth Thunder Prison to tremble. Especially the 10,000-meter-long dragon, which coiled in the sky. A casual movement of its huge body could cause the sky to tremble and release lightning. The two giant beasts glared at each other. Surrounded by lightning, they let out deafening roars and charged at the 1,000-meter giant at the same time. The dragon swung its tail, and space cracked. The wolf demon's claws were filled with black flames. As it swept forth, the wildest of beasts was unleashed. Under its claws, mountain after mountain was reduced to rubble. Rumble! At almost the same time, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, whose hearts were already filled with hatred and rage, rushed to the giant's side. The dragon's tail and wolf's fangs attacked fiercely at the same time. Just a wild beast. The city lord of the wronged's laughter shook the heavens and the earth. His arms moved quickly as two huge discs appeared in his hands. Blood pool hell. In an instant, the huge discs in his hands that were at least several hundred meters in diameter each evolved into a bloody world. The entire world was filled with blood. These two huge vortex worlds stirred the winds and clouds as they blocked the path of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The mighty power of the dragon's tail penetrated into the blood pool hell. The tremendous force caused the blood pool hell to explode, but what shocked Long Chen was that the blood pool hell lingered like a ghost. If it weren't for Long Chen dodging in time, the blood pool hell would have latched onto him. Mo Xiaolang opened his mouth and spat out the 9 Serenities demon ancestral fire that instantly covered the blood pond hell. However, he was also forced to retreat because the blood pond hell that had turned into an ice sculpture was smashing towards him. What two interesting little fellows. It's fun to fight with you. I hope you can last a little longer. The city lord of the Wrong's 1,000-meter body was more soulful than Long Chen's. He shot up into the sky, his hands moving, and a giant black vortex thousands of meters in diameter appeared in front of him. This vortex smashed towards Long Chen. Avicii Hell. The moment the Avicii Hell left his palms, it transformed into a great world that was filled with destructive explosive power. It descended in an instant. Number 1 on the hit list again. I, the Great Dragons, am still the best. Every Tuesday I complete a great counterattack. Chapter 1670. The Hell of Avicii was thousands of meters long and wide. When it exploded, the scene could only be described as horrifying. The explosive power contained in the Hell of Avicii was enough to kill anyone in the 3 realms and 9 realms, let alone Long Chen. A shattered world rushed towards Long Chen. At this critical moment, Long Chen's mystical dragon body moved backward, activating the Cosmic Void Dragon Connate Taoism technique. The deluge of illusions hit the Hell of Avicii in an instant. This was the power of time disorder. Although Long Chen had only just started using it, its power was considerable. The time decomposition technique could break all things. Even the Hell of Avicii of the City Lord of the Wronged could be smashed to pieces by him, and then the tremendous power would reverse. The shattered world became even more shattered, and the deluge of time rushed towards the 1,000-meter-tall giant. What kind of strange heavenly Tao is this? This was the first time the City Lord of the Wronged had seen it with his own eyes, and he was even more shocked. However, he quietly hid the shock in his heart and looked at Long Chen with a disdainful smile. If this level of attack is all there is to it, then you'd better obediently return my things to me. That disdainful tone caused Long Chen's pride to suffer a setback. He poured out the power of time with all his might, not uttering a word. His blood-red eyes stared at the City Lord of the Wronged, and his heavy breathing caused the entire world to tremble because of this mystical dragon. Netherworld Hell. Frost Hell. Dual Hells, converge. At this moment, the City Lord of the Wronged chuckled without any pressure. In his pure white hands, a gloomy hell and an icy hell appeared. Both were thousands of meters in diameter, and under his control, the two hells began to fuse horrifically, turning into a shattered world that trembled in the air. The suffocating power shook the hearts of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They were deeply aware of how powerful this fellow was. If I don't beat you two into submission, you won't listen to me, right? I wasn't so polite to that purple-blood demonic dragon. Back then, I directly skinned him and made him my subordinate. Haha. As the City Lord of the Wronged cackled, the Netherworld Hell and the Frozen Ice Hell fused together to form a double hell attack that completely destroyed the Bubble of Dreams. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave exploded, sending Long Chen flying hundreds of miles away. The terrifying strength nearly blew apart all the dragon scales on his body. And you, Demon Wolf! After repelling Long Chen, the giant spun around furiously. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang was covered in black flames as he sprinted over. Throwing his head back, he spat out a black lotus that shot out at the giant. This lotus was formed by the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flames. The moment it appeared, the temperature of the entire rebirth thunder hell dropped by quite a bit. Avicii Hell. The Netherworld. Fuse. In the face of this terrifying flame, the City Lord of the Wronged didn't panic at all. With a wave of his hand, the double hell attack brought the same fate to Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen. The two brothers had just reunited when the City Lord of the Wronged's gaze gradually turned cold. It seems that it's impossible for you to obediently hand over the item. I will do it myself. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang called out nervously. We will do everything we can to fight to the death. It's not like there's no chance, Long Chen said through gritted teeth. He felt that the City Lord of the Wronged indeed didn't have the power to completely crush him. However, if the City Lord of the Wronged obtained the Black Heart, the result would definitely be different. Fight. They had come for their brothers, and they had no regrets. This battle was for themselves, for all living beings in the world, and for all living beings in the 3 regions and 9 realms. If they won, it would be an incomparable merit. However, if they lost, then there would be nothing left. Both of their bodies were boiling with hot blood. This battle concerned their dignity, their glory, and too much. It was the most important turning point in the lives of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. They could only win. They could not afford to lose. That hot blood was burning them. The faintly discernible battle song echoed in their ears. At this time, all considerations had to give way to the will to fight. The rise and fall of the world was everyone's responsibility. As the strong, they had the responsibility to protect all living beings. At this moment, the dragon in the clouds and the wolf demon on the land once again ignited all their strength to attack. The Lingxi sword followed Long Chen's body and appeared at his tail. This was a sword that even the city lord of the wronged feared. We must kill him. Each of his claws manifested a bloody world of death. This was the murderous roar of the primordial blood spiritual dragon. Mo Xiaolang used the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame to the extreme. The double attack was relentlessly aimed at the city lord of the wronged. The horror and vastness of this battle had almost destroyed the entire Rebirth Thunder Prison. The dragon and wolf seemed to have gone mad, their eyes bloodshot as they fought with all their might. For their own survival and for others. When the mission on his shoulders was released, Long Chen felt endless power. Roar! A bestial roar reverberated throughout the Rebirth Thunder Prison. Rumble! The earth cracked. The terrifying lightning in the sky was scattered by the impact. Mo Xiaolang's 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame had already occupied half the sky. The black wolf demon shuttled through the flames, its movements unpredictable, and its attacks ruthless. As for the primordial blood spiritual dragon, it fought desperately against the city lord of the wronged. With pure physical strength and a fearless will to fight, the city lord of the wronged was forced to retreat again and again. At that moment, under Mo Xiaolang's cover, the whistling Lingxi sword, carried by the dragon's tail, pierced through the city lord of the wronged's lower abdomen. The city lord of the wronged let out an earth-shattering scream. His entire face was twitching, and his smug expression instantly became incomparably cruel. Long Chen's expression was cold. He pulled out the Lingxi sword, and the huge dragon's teeth bit into the city lord of the wronged's shoulder, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. At that moment, Mo Xiaolang also enveloped the city lord of the wronged with the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame. Rumble! The layer of skin that the city lord of the wronged was covered by the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame and exploded. His face became incomparably miserable. You're courting death. I only wanted to give you one last chance. But I didn't ask you to test my patience. Since you really want to die without hesitation, then I will fulfill your wishes. The single aqua blue eye had now completely turned black. After the outermost layer of skin was burned clean by the 9 underworld's demonic ancestral flame, the second layer of skin that appeared could only be described as incomparably ugly. It was covered in dense bloodstains, and a large amount of black air currents were like poisonous snakes that slithered over her body. Even her charming face was dry and cracked. My appearance! The city lord of the wronged was even more enraged. The entire Rebirth Thunder Prison began to tremble uneasily. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang continued to attack relentlessly. Avicii Hell, Nether Hell, Bloodpool Hell, Frost Hell. 4 hells into one. The power of the 2 hells combined had already surpassed that of Long Chen's massacre dragon seal. The city lord of the wronged gathered the power of the 4 hells together. 4 small worlds fused together, gathering the most terrifying power. Then there was a terrible explosion next to the city lord of the wronged. This explosion caused the space within 1/10 of the Rebirth Thunder Prison to be completely shattered. The entire land turned into powder and disappeared from the world, revealing the endless void. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were the first to bear the brunt of the explosion caused by the city lord of the wronged. It wasn't that they didn't want to hide, but that they couldn't. Even the Desolation Emperor could bring such a disaster to Long Chen, let alone the city lord of the wronged. Swept up by the explosion, Long Chen's dragon scales exploded and blood flowed out. His body was already in a very weak state, but the stabbing pain all over his body forced him to stay awake. In his blurred vision, he saw the city lord of the wronged heading towards the sun-devouring demonic wolf that had fallen to the ground. He wanted to get rid of Mo Xiaolang first. At that moment, it was like a bomb had exploded in Long Chen's mind. He would rather the city lord of the wronged attack him first. But in reality, in the eyes of the city lord of the wronged, Long Chen was definitely more valuable. As the giant walked, there were muffled sounds. Long Chen was almost suffocating. But to save Xiao Lang, to save his brother, he gritted his teeth and struggled to get up from the ground. His 10,000-meter-long body rushed towards the city lord of the wronged. "Come at me!" In a short time, Long Chen was already in front of the city lord of the wronged. His angry and unyielding gaze and his blood-stained body formed a strong visual impact. "Ignorance and recklessness will only make your death worse," the city lord of the wronged said disdainfully. He was like a ruler standing at the highest point, completely in control of Long Chen's life. "Again, don't celebrate too early." Long Chen smiled coldly. At that moment, the sun-devouring wolf struggled to get up from the ground. He was also covered in blood, and his head was lowered, but his eyes were fixed on the city lord of the wronged. "In that case, I'll send you both to the pure land of bliss." The city lord of the wronged didn't stand on ceremony. He moved his feet and turned into a shadow. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of thousands of meters. The city lord of the wronged's palm turned into a black ghostly claw filled with penetrating power. "I want to see what will happen after a dragon's heart is dug out." The city lord of the wronged's eerie laughter rang in Long Chen's ears. First at noon. 2 at 6 p.m. Chapter 1671. The black ghostly claw approached unstoppably. At this moment, Long Chen clearly felt the feeling of death. It was as if a part of his heart had gone completely cold. It was as if the heart that belonged to the divine dragon had been exposed to the ghostly claw of the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the fear of defeat? Even though he was a hot-blooded man, he could not help but tear up helplessly at this moment. It was as though the world was leaving him. There were too many things that he couldn't bear to part with. He was infatuated with them, and he had too many responsibilities. Towards Lingxi, Yang Lingqing, Li Xuanji and the rest. Time passed just like that. The horrifying ghostly claw approached Long Chen. This violent world, at this moment, became silent for Long Chen. Everything was deathly still, except for the deadly threat, which kept slowing down. Is this the trajectory of time? Every time he was at the brink of death, Long Chen's perception of time became clearer. Every trajectory of time was clearly reflected in front of his eyes. He could grasp the traces of time with the primordial spirit of the Void Infinity Dragon. In his sea of consciousness, the Void Infinity Dragon tumbled, and its illusory eyes became solid. On its forehead, the illusory mark of time was beating like a heart. Long Chen's understanding of time had become the key to activating the mystique left behind by the Void Infinity Dragon, opening the mark of time. Illusions, bubbles, and shadows were the disorder of time. Just as the ghostly claw was about to touch Long Chen's body, Long Chen's blood-red eyes actually turned into an illusory mist. His body of flesh and blood actually turned illusory in that instant, turning into a cloud of mist. This was the body of the Void Infinity Dragon. The ghostly claw passed through the body of the Void Infinity Dragon. What's going on? The city lord of the wronged retreated hundreds of thousands of meters, watching the huge change in Long Chen. It was as if he had transformed from a divine dragon into another divine dragon. The illusory divine dragon twisted in space, giving the city lord of the wronged an even more terrifying feeling. A huge vortex formed around him. The trajectory of time was sucked into this vortex, spinning according to his control. Deliberately mystifying. The city lord of the wronged cursed disdainfully. His hands turned into ghostly claws, and he attacked Long Chen again. This time, his strength was even fiercer than before. At this time, the illusory divine dragon in front of Mo Xiaolang lifted its proud head. That pair of eyes, shrouded in fog, seemed to have a physical body. A surging river flowed within them. This was the torrent of time. Long Chen was in a wonderful state of enlightenment. The extreme time finger had become the best tool for him to open up this path. Previously, he had been able to use illusions, and illusions because of the extreme time finger. And now, Long Chen had obtained the second part of the Void Infinity Dragon's Connate Dao technique from the Time Seal. Facing the ghostly claw's fatal attack, the Void Infinity Dragon's body moved. Just as the city lord of the wronged approached Long Chen and was about to tear at Long Chen's heart, the Void Infinity Dragon's eyes shot out two beams of light that pierced the acupuncture points of time. Time was like a human body, and these two silver needles pierced his life veins, rendering him unable to move. Instant eternity was the freezing of time. The extreme time finger's freezing of time evolved into the heavenly Tao. Under the inheritance of the void infinity dragon, it became a unique instant eternity. As soon as instant eternity appeared, everything around Long Chen, besides him and Mo Xiaolang, came to a standstill. Even the city lord of the wronged froze in front of Long Chen, frozen in shock after being trapped by Long Chen. The moment was eternal. Eternal time was fixed in this instant. The 1,000-meter-tall giant looked at Long Chen with shock in his eyes. This was the first time the city lord of the wronged had looked at Long Chen with surprise. The turning point was here. Xiaolang. Long Chen's roar awakened Mo Xiaolang. Hellfire. As soon as Long Chen reminded him, Mo Xiaolang immediately understood. As the two retreated, he opened his mouth and swallowed the terrifying Hellfire Star Behemoth from his stomach. When the 1,000-meter-tall flame beast came out of Mo Xiaolang's stomach and roared furiously, a terrifying battle took place in the Rebirth Thunder Prison. Flames spread, forcing the Thunder Snake back. The Rebirth Thunder Prison was completely shrouded in flames. The Star Beast composed of rocks and flames rushed toward the city lord of the wronged, who had been frozen by Long Chen's instant eternity. It immediately tore off one of the city lord of the wronged's arms with its huge wolf teeth. Flames and stars exploded horribly around the city lord of the wronged. The entire Rebirth Thunder Prison was in continuous explosions and vibrations. One eternal instant eternity had consumed most of Long Chen's strength. Even now, he needed to grit his teeth and provide a huge amount of power. He could not move at all. As for Xiaolang, all he could do was attack the city lord of the wronged with the Hellfire Star Beast, using the coldness of the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame and the heat of the Hellfire Starfire to form a double attack on the city lord of the wronged. Boom boom boom. Explosions that shook the heavens resounded again and again. Finally, the moment of reversal had arrived. Whether it was Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang, they were all fighting with their lives. Their eyes were bloodshot. They were dripping with blood and exhausted. But they did not give up. Kill, kill, kill. The sun-devouring demonic wolf pounced on the city lord of the wronged like a madman and bit his head. Its wolf teeth pierced through his neck and tore at his head. The sun-devouring demonic wolf tore off the city lord of the wronged's head and threw it into the sky. Then, it used the 9 Serenities Demon Ancestral Flame to freeze the city lord of the wronged into an ice sculpture. The Hellfire Star Beast held the city lord of the wronged's body in its mouth and rushed to a distant corner. Under Mo Xiaolang's command, the Hellfire Star Beast swallowed the city lord of the wronged's body into its belly and then detonated itself. The moment the Hellfire Star Beast detonated, Long Chen was exhausted. His 10,000-meter-long body slumped to the ground. This time, Mo Xiaolang's attack was successful because of Long Chen's eternal instant eternity. Mo Xiaolang's situation was not much better. He prostrated beside the divine dragon, covered in blood, staring at the city lord of the wronged and the Hellfire Star Beast. Boom! The largest explosion in history occurred. Terrifying flames and rocks filled more than half of the Rebirth Thunder Prison, burning everything into charcoal. This explosion was almost half the size of the Desolation Emperor's tribulation. In order to completely blow the city lord of the wronged into powder and kill him, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang went all out. They didn't hesitate to blow up the Hellfire Star Beast. For a moment, the sky fell and the earth cracked, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. The dragon and the wolf were full of anticipation, but they also looked at the scene of destruction in front of them with worry. They had used their last trump card at the most appropriate time. Could they win? This was the last chance. If they lost this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since he grew up, the city lord of the wronged was the most irresistible enemy that Long Chen had faced. Only he could bring fear to Long Chen. He, who had restored his ancient blood spiritual dragon body, flew up from the crumbling world and watched the destruction of the Hellfire Star Beast. Big brother, we won. In the process of the terrifying explosion, all the aura that belonged to the city lord of the wronged slowly disappeared. It was a risk for them to come in to save Kitten. They knew in their hearts that the possibility of winning this time was very, very low. The moment they saw hope and dawn, there were no words to describe the excitement in their hearts at this moment. They won. The significance of defeating the city lord of the wronged was too great. After the explosion of the Hellfire Star Beast, everything in the Rebirth Thunder Prison was burned to ashes. The sky was full of black smoke and the smell of burning, but the city lord of the wronged was gone. Under the explosion of the Hellfire Star Beast, even with Long Chen's current ancestral dragon body, it was estimated that he would be blown to pieces. After all, He was only a young dragon. All signs of life had disappeared from the city lord of the wronged, and the whole world became quiet. Could he still survive? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang suppressed the ecstasy in their hearts and looked around blankly. This victory had come too suddenly, so suddenly that they could not believe it. Such a huge pressure in their hearts had disappeared just like that? Even Long Chen had not adjusted his mentality. Or rather, deep in his heart, he still did not believe that the city lord of the wronged had died just like that. The quieter the surroundings, the more afraid he was. Big brother, what's wrong? Should we find a way to get out? Mo Xiaolang looked up and said. Long Chen was getting more and more flustered. His eyes became cold again as he stared around and said, Xiaolang, we can't relax. We must confirm that he's really dead before we relax. I have a feeling that he won't die so easily. Mo Xiaolang understood. The two looked around vigilantly, ready to fight at any time. After about a quarter of an hour, there was no movement everywhere. Long Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he remembered the most important thing. If the city lord of the wronged was dead, Yang Lingqing's petrification curse should have been lifted, but it had not. Xiaolang, he's not dead. Long Chen hurriedly reminded. Yes, I'm not dead. The sun-devouring demonic wolf looked up and revealed a strange smile at Long Chen. Chapter 1672. Brothers killing each other. The city lord of the wronged wasn't dead. Mo Xiaolang was under his control. As expected, the eternal god domain's methods were even more powerful. Long Chen had used the boundless star dragon diagram to turn Grand Emperor Desolation into a clone, but the city lord of the wronged was even more terrifying. He could invade Mo Xiaolang's body and take control of it, temporarily drowning Mo Xiaolang's human nascent divinity. The talent of a human, the fleshly body of a demon, and the ability to devour fire. Even in the eternal god domain, this sun-devouring fiend wolf is one of the top geniuses. This kid is an accident born under the supervision of the Tao of Heaven, and he might be a terrifying accident in the future. Unfortunately, he ran into me. The city lord of the wronged laughed loudly in his sun-devouring fiend wolf form. Long Chen was exhausted. He just assumed that the city lord of the wronged was dead, but now he was overwhelmed with joy and sorrow. Even Mo Xiaolang was under his control. This was a very troublesome matter that left Long Chen completely helpless. The city lord of the wronged was toying with and torturing Long Chen. That's right. I'm going to torture you until you break down, until your brother dies by your own hand, until you kill him yourself. Otherwise, I'll attack you endlessly until this kid dies of exhaustion. Of course, you have another choice. You can join me, and I'll turn you into my first general. I'll turn Xiaolang into my second general. You two brothers can work together to help me conquer the eternal god domain. With your talent, that'll be a wonderful thing. Your strength makes me like you more and more. The city lord of the wronged laughed wildly. Calm down. Calm down. His blood was boiling, and the humiliation and hatred were driving Long Chen crazy. But Mo Xiaolang was already in his hands, and he couldn't act rashly. Not going to answer? Then I'll beat you until you obey me. Remember, don't be too heavy-handed. It won't be good if you kill your own brother. Am I right? After saying that, the 1,000-meter-long sun-devouring direwolf charged at Long Chen. Heaven and earth smelt a ray diagram. The terrifying flames swept the place once again, and this time, they were targeting Long Chen. This was Long Chen's first time fighting with Xiaolang in such a way. One had to admit that the lord of the wronged city was a terrifying, crazy, and cruel fellow. He had used Yang Lingqing's 1-year promise to lure Long Chen, used Kitten's 10 days to threaten Long Chen, and this time, he had used Mo Xiaolang's body to fight Long Chen, restricting Long Chen's movements at every turn. Even with Long Chen's ancestral dragon body, it was difficult for him to resist the high temperature of the heaven and earth furnace diagram. He was already exhausted, so all he could do was stir up the wind and clouds to disperse the tens of thousands of flames from his body. Isn't it fun to attack your own brother? The city lord of the wronged laughed. Next, I'll let you have a taste of the 9-nether demon ancestral flame. Accompanied by that earth-shattering wolf howl, the black, icy flames transformed into a giant wolf that swept through the heaven and earth smelt. Long Chen finally experienced the terror of the 9-nether demon ancestral flame. This was unleashed by the city lord of the wronged, and he didn't hold back at all. He was beating himself to death. Illusionary mirage. Helpless, Long Chen could only use the Void Aeon Dragon's Connate Dao technique to force the 9 Nether Demon ancestral flame back. It turned into a giant ball of flames that flew toward the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Long Chen didn't dare attack Mo Xiaolang, so he could only deflect the power of the illusionary mirage. But at that moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf actually swallowed the giant energy ball and spat it out again. This time, it added a large amount of the 9 Nether Demon ancestral flame's power. This time, the attack was even more terrifying. Moon-swallowing mystique. The illusionary mirage and moon-swallowing mystique were similar, but overall, the illusionary mirage was stronger. But this time, Long Chen didn't dare use the illusionary mirage to block it. He could only dodge, and this dodge put him at a complete disadvantage. The sun-devouring demonic wolf laughed as it charged forward and bit Long Chen in the sky. Its sharp claws and teeth, as well as the 9 Nether Demon ancestral flame, dealt a huge blow to Long Chen. Scram! Long Chen wasn't weaker than him, but he definitely couldn't be ruthless against Xiaolang. He only used half his strength in this divine dragon tail whip. You finally dare to attack me? City Lord of the Wronged continued to laugh. This time, he actually used the sun-devouring demonic wolf's head to personally receive Long Chen's dragon tail. Boom! The sun-devouring demonic wolf let out a scream and fell to the ground. Despicable! Long Chen was about to go crazy. City Lord of the Wronged clearly wanted Long Chen to personally kill Xiaolang. It was fine if he didn't attack, but as soon as Long Chen attacked, he would immediately rush forward to receive it. He wanted to force Long Chen to submit. No matter how great the potential of a creature from the lower realms was, it was impossible for him to climb above the head of the City Lord of the Wronged City. Child, this is just the appetizer. What comes next will be even more exciting. Have you decided to give me your heart? Have you decided to submit? The sun-devouring demonic wolf crawled up. After being attacked by Long Chen, his head was covered in blood. Long Chen stared into Mo Xiaolang's eyes and suddenly shouted, Xiaolang, you will be controlled by him like this. Counterattack. This shout had a great impact on the sun-devouring demonic wolf. That contemptuous smile instantly turned into hatred and anger. This was an expression that belonged to Mo Xiaolang, but it was quickly suppressed by City Lord of the Wronged. Kill me! Mo Xiaolang said the same words as Demon Dragon Palace Lord. Long Chen naturally wouldn't do this. He's right. Kill him. Kill your brother with your own hands. Your future days will be very comfortable. City Lord of the Wronged laughed. Kill. Long Chen took a deep breath. Xiaolang, this is the only way out. I hope you can hold on. At this time, Long Chen's huge consumption was no longer enough to support his divine dragon form. He turned into his human form and a black sword appeared in his hand. Lingxi Sword. This was a sword that specialized in piercing souls and primordial spirits. Whoever controlled the body would be targeted by Lingxi Sword. Back then, Long Chen used Lingxi Sword to remove the divine ghost goo for Yang Chen. This sword again? City Lord of the Wronged sneered. Long Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Without saying a word, he turned into a line of blood and rushed to the sun-devouring demonic wolf. When he touched Mo Xiaolang's body, the 9 Nether Demon ancestral fire burned on the surface of the sun-devouring demonic wolf's body. Long Chen rushed to the sun-devouring demonic wolf's head. His tiny body was instantly enveloped in flames. The terrifying flames made it difficult for him to move, and he even fell into a frozen state. You want me to yield? Old ghost, you don't have the right. I, Long Chen, have never yielded to anyone, let alone you. Enduring the attack of the 9 Nether Demon ancestral fire, Long Chen used his terrifying willpower to stab the Lingxi sword in between Mo Xiaolang's eyebrows. At that moment, City Lord of the Wronged's voice mixed with Mo Xiaolang's, letting out a terrifying scream. Xiaolang, hold on. Long Chen's eyes were filled with tears of blood. His heart was bleeding too. But for victory, for dignity, to prevent Xiaolang from being manipulated by his opponent, Long Chen could only use this sword to force City Lord of the Wronged out. Lingxi's sword stabbed again. The sun-devouring demonic wolf struggled, its claws slapping towards Long Chen. But when it was about to reach Long Chen, it suddenly stopped. Big brother, don't worry about me. Stab this bastard to death. Mo Xiaolang took control of his body for a moment and removed the 9 Nether Demon ancestral fire. The next moment, City Lord of the Wronged regained control of his body. Long Chen took advantage of the change in his expression and used his strength to pierce through his opponent's skull with the Spirit Dawn sword. City Lord of the Wronged let out a blood-curdling scream. Large amounts of black mist came out of Mo Xiaolong's body, condensing into the blue-haired, enchanting City Lord of the Wronged. He was no longer 1,000 meters tall, but in human form. And at this time, Mo Xiaolong could no longer maintain his beast form. He transformed back into his human form and leaned against Long Chen. The two brothers were covered in blood, but the will in their eyes had not been destroyed. In today's battle, the two had not lost yet. Even if they lost in the end, it was a glorious victory, because they had forced City Lord of the Wrong to the brink of insanity. Mo Xiaolong was heavily injured, and he was in a daze. He could barely stand, but his eyes were still sharp as he glared at City Lord of the Wronged. "Did we lose?" Mo Xiaolong asked with difficulty. "No." Long Chen's body was already dyed red with blood. Under the scorching heat of the ninth hell demon ancestral fire, he had almost died just now. Right beside them was a gigantic sinkhole. That was the so-called path of rebirth. It was also the only possible exit of the rebirth lightning prison. However, that was just a joke. Countless people had jumped into the path of rebirth but never came out. It was a bottomless pit. If one entered, they would gain eternal life, but they would forever be in a state of falling, never to be reborn. This was the most terrifying place of torture. They would always fall, but never find their foundation. Up in the sky, City Lord of the Wronged's face was deathly pale. His only water blue eye had already turned blood red. "I gave you a chance. Really, I gave you a lot of chances. But unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. You angered me. There is a price to pay. And the price is that not only will you suffer the most terrible torment, but your loved ones, the people you care about, and your entire 3 regions and 9 realms will be the price for me to return to my peak. But first, give me back my heart, you two beasts." He was truly enraged. When he was angry, the power he summoned was terrifying. Long Chen felt a terrible force slam into him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was thrown back 10,000 meters. "You're so strong that I can't even shake your god nation open?" The City Lord of the Wronged sneered. The next moment, he grabbed Mo Xiaolong by the neck and appeared on the path of rebirth. "Give me my heart, or he'll die." These few chapters were a little cruel, but I believe that a protagonist must go through a true test. This was the true test of life and death. This was the cruelty of battle. After experiencing this, they had undergone an incomparably huge transformation. One day, victory would come. Also, congratulations to the Dragonblood War God, who had been at an absolute disadvantage at the start, for now he had reached first place on the monthly rankings. 17K free reading. If you like this book, come and support me. Chapter 1673. The City Lord of the Wronged suppressed Mo Xiaolong, who was already on the verge of death. He floated above the path of rebirth and threatened Long Chen with a relaxed expression. Even the self-destruction of the Hellfire Star Behemoth could not destroy it. Long Chen no longer felt that he had much hope of defeating the City Lord of the Wronged. Sometimes one had to give in. Just like when the Desolate Emperor used Mo Xiaolong's life to threaten Long Chen could only compromise. It was the same this time. They had both grasped Long Chen's Achilles heel. If Long Chen did not agree and Mo Xiaolong fell into the path of rebirth, it was likely that he would not be able to come out for the rest of his life. This was a fate even more terrifying than death. You don't have much time to hesitate. I'll count to 10. If you still haven't made a decision by then, don't blame me for not holding on tight. The City Lord of the Wronged grinned at Long Chen. In the eyes of the City Lord of the Wronged, these two were just 2 ants, but they had forced him to this extent. In fact, the City Lord of the Wronged was extremely angry at this moment. He immediately began to count from 1 to 10. This time, Xiaolong's consciousness was a little fuzzy. He anxiously shook his head at Long Chen. Naturally, he did not want Long Chen to hand over the heart for him. 8. At this point, the City Lord of the Wronged was already laughing. Long Chen trembled all over. He really could not accept this. If he had strength that far surpassed his opponent, he wouldn't have been threatened like this. In the past, his opponents had all been directly crushed by Long Chen. Even the 4 great swordmasters had been unable to resist after he had transformed into a dragon. But this time, 9. At this point, the city lord of the wrong's blue eyes stared straight at Long Chen, as if waiting for Long Chen to give a final answer. Agree. At this time, Kitten slowly woke up in the divine kingdom. He said this to Long Chen in a very serious manner, without the slightest hint of a joke. Stop. Just as the city lord of the wronged was about to throw Mo Xiaolang into the path of rebirth, Long Chen finally lowered his head. His eyes were still bloodshot, but it was of no use. Long Chen could only grit his teeth and say, "If you let him go, I can return your dirty heart to you." Hearing this, the city lord of the wronged finally laughed out loud. He laughed out loud, and with the body of a woman. He laughed out loud with the voice of an old man. It was extremely disgusting. After a moment, he stared at Long Chen with fiery eyes and said, "If that's the case, then take it out." Long Chen opened the God Kingdom. The black heart was trapped in the crystal ice coffin, and the gold demon imprisonment column was firmly suppressing the crystal ice coffin. Sensing the aura of the city lord of the wronged, the black heart beat even more violently. It let out a shrill cry, almost breaking out of the crystalline ice coffin. Its ugly appearance was worlds apart from the blue-haired girl from before. My heart. When Long Chen opened the God Kingdom, the city lord of the wronged was dumbfounded. First, return Xiaolang to me. Long Chen was still very careful with this guy. After all, he could not talk about honesty and fairness with people like this. They might not even respond. Long Chen was already very careful, but because of the difference in power, it was useless. When he opened the God Kingdom, the city lord of the wronged waved his hand, and the black heart actually shattered the crystalline ice coffin. It rushed out, and even escaped the suppression of the gold demon imprisonment column. This was the difference in power. Before Long Chen could close the God Kingdom, the black heart ran out of his control, out of the God Kingdom, and into the hands of the city lord of the wronged. The moment he grabbed his own heart, the city lord of the wronged went into a state of madness. His blue eyes shone with excitement and greed. My heart. It's finally back. My power, everything that belongs to me, my position as the overlord. The city lord of the wronged was going crazy. Long Chen was helpless. He had just opened the God Kingdom, and this thing was already snatched away by the other with absolute power. If he was strong enough, this would not have happened. Right now, he did not even have the right to make a deal with this monster. He could only swallow his anger and say in a low voice, "You said that as long as I get what belongs to you, you will return Xiaolang to me." These words made the city lord of the wronged rediscover his existence. Oh. The other chuckled. Did I say something like that? I really don't remember. Perhaps I'm old, and my memory isn't that good. At the same time, my hand is shaking a little. See? As he spoke, he let go of Mo Xiaolang's fingers, and at the same time, flung his body towards the lightning-filled path of rebirth. Mo Xiaolang instantly disappeared into the clouds. Bastard! Watching this scene, Long Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at the city lord of the wronged with extreme anger. At this time, the city lord of the wronged slapped him and laughed coldly. Long Chen, haven't you seen the reality? If you don't submit to me, death and torture will be the only ending for you. I'll give you this ending first. Think about it carefully. Wait until I fuse with the heart, then I'll wait for your answer. He laughed mockingly, and then his body gradually disappeared from the rebirth thunder prison. This was a world that he controlled. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him here, it would be more difficult than reaching the heavens. Xiaolang. Long Chen's eyes were blank. After such a terrible defeat, he walked to the side of the path of rebirth and stared blankly at the various terrifying intertwining lightning bolts below. Under such lightning bolts, Mo Xiaolang would probably be torn apart. His mind was blank, and he had almost lost the ability to think. It was not that he was not strong enough, nor was it that he was not smart enough. In this world, there would always be someone who was ahead of him in the field that he was best at. The city lord of the wronged was such a person. This was also the first time that Long Chen had suffered an almost irreversible defeat. Jump down, Kitten suddenly said. Long Chen woke up with a start. He definitely won't die so easily. Besides, I understand this path of rebirth. I have a way for you to escape, and I even have a plan to turn defeat into victory. Hurry up and jump down. Otherwise, when he appears, there will be trouble, Kitten said nervously. A plan to turn defeat into victory? This sentence was a ray of hope for Long Chen. He believed that Kitten would not joke at this time. He definitely had a way for Long Chen to use this path of rebirth to make an amazing breakthrough. Boss, the moment you decided to come in and save me, I swear that I, Kitten, will be your brother for the rest of my life. If I betray you, I will die a horrible death. When Long Chen rushed into the rebirth thunder prison without any regrets, Kitten actually choked and said such words. Stop being so emotional. Let's find Xiao Lang first, Long Chen said casually. But no one knew exactly what kind of storm was surging in his heart. This failure made Long Chen understand that even at this point, even though he had already transformed into a dragon, even though his talent was unparalleled, he still couldn't slack off in the slightest. If he slacked off, it would result in the deaths of his family and brothers. The reason why he didn't even have a chance to turn the tables today was because he was so insignificant. When he jumped down the path of rebirth, he had made up his mind to launch his most ferocious charge towards the ultimate powerhouse, the position of peak strength. Failure would never belong to him. At this moment, he let out his strongest cry. His angry voice reverberated in the sky above the path of rebirth and shook the entire rebirth thunder prison. After jumping down the path of rebirth, Long Chen realized that this was not a cave, but a rapidly sinking boundless world. There was nothing in this empty void, only his body falling at a terrifying speed. The feeling of falling made him want to vomit blood. What was more terrifying was that there was no end to this falling. In such a place, Long Chen really did not know how Kitten could find Mo Xiaolang and let them leave this place. Or even become stronger. Endless void, endless falling. It was very likely that they would stay here forever. It was even possible that when the 3 regions and 9 worlds were destroyed, they would never appear again. Their legend would also come to an end at this moment. He was not resigned to this. Therefore, he launched the most intense resistance. Xiaolang just came in. He's not far from us. Let's find him first. Kitten stopped in Long Chen's God Kingdom and began to carry out his plan. At this moment, after hearing Long Chen's unwilling roar, the City Lord of the Wronged, who had already merged with his heart halfway, reappeared in the rebirth thunder prison. He jumped in? The City Lord of the Wronged looked on in shock. He realized that he had underestimated Long Chen's courage and backbone. He would rather die and endure eternal loneliness than submit to me? Such a stubborn person never has a good ending. This Long Chen is still too young. The City Lord of the Wronged smiled mockingly. In that case, you can only blame yourself for not having the luck to enjoy the taste of being a true powerhouse. The eternal sacred territory is where I am waiting, my heart. The City Lord of the Wronged looked down. Below his left breast, the black heart had already gradually merged with it, entangling with his flesh and blood vessels, becoming the core of his body. My perfect form is finally about to be born. The City Lord of the Tragic Death was extremely excited. Suddenly, thick blood vessels protruded from his body. These ugly blood vessels expanded to hundreds of meters long, thousands of meters long, and even longer. In the end, the entire rebirth thunder purgatory was covered by his blood vessels. These thick blood vessels connected to the edges of the world, turning the rebirth thunder purgatory into a massive entity. My day of resurrection. Burn. My power. Black smoke engulfed the entire world. The resurrection process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 1674. What's going on? The City Lord of the Wronged let out a blood-curdling scream. At the last moment of his resurrection, the moment his power gathered, all his blood vessels began to rupture, turning into black powder that dissipated between heaven and earth. The entire rebirth thunder prison was completely covered in thick smoke. Where's my power? Where's my perfect body? Why is there a flaw? Why haven't I fully recovered? Why is there only 1/10 of my heart? The City Lord of the Wronged let out a terrified roar. In his rage, he began to destroy wildly, until he destroyed the rebirth thunder prison. The heavens and earth collapsed, and it was almost completely pulverized. Could it be that you, Long Chen, are behind this? The City Lord of the Wronged's slender figure appeared in the sky above the path of rebirth. His aqua-blue eyes had become incomparably crazy at this moment. He stared fixedly at the world that was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Several times, he wanted to rush in and find Long Chen, but in the end, he resisted the urge. No. Why is it like this? Why is my heart incomplete? It must be that kid's doing. Or that Zhenwu the Great Emperor. Damn it! The City Lord of the Wronged's original plan had been about to succeed. He had been elated for a long time, but at the last moment, something had gone wrong. This caused his original excitement to collapse, and he even had the urge to die. This was especially true for Long Chen, who had now jumped into the path of rebirth. The Rebirth Thunder Prison was the city lord of the wrongs, but the path of rebirth did not. His entire god kingdom had actually been sucked into this place by the path of rebirth. Among the 18 levels of hell, the only thing that was not under his control was the path of rebirth. Now that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had jumped in, if he had recovered all his strength, he would have dared to enter. But now that he was one step short, he could only be considered to have been reborn halfway. As for the power he possessed, it was not even 1% of what he had expected. This change almost drove the city lord of the wronged mad. After struggling outside the path of rebirth for a long time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Grand Emperor Zhenwu definitely knows what's going on. Perhaps the Life Spirit tribe has been reborn, and has taken away a lot of my quintessence. She's in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, so there's no way she can escape me. The 3 regions and 9 worlds are a remote place, so the people from the eternal life godly domain don't pay much attention to this place. If I absorb the power of all the living beings here and convert it into my own power, I'll be able to recover half of my strength. I haven't failed yet. Thinking of this, the deranged city lord of the tragic death finally came to his senses. He quietly looked at the rumbling thunder beneath the path of rebirth. Long Chen, go in peace. Don't think that I won't be able to do anything to you just because you let that life spirit escape. Everyone who deserves to die in the 3 regions and 9 worlds will die. Become a part of my power. If you don't want to follow me, then enjoy your eternal life on the path of rebirth. I'm doing this for your own good. Haha. The city lord of the tragic death had only been missing his heart. Now that he had his heart back, even though it was incomplete, he could finally take the last step. Now that there are no more obstacles, let me bring this nightmare to the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Livestock, you've all been fattened up. It's time for me to slaughter you and give you your value. It's time. As the city lord of the tragic death's laughter faded into the distance, the entire rebirth lightning prison finally quieted down. The desolate emperor had just arrived at 9-star Chaos City with Long Chen's orders, but everything was already over. Long Chen was still on the path of rebirth, but he knew everything. He also knew that the first thing the city lord of the tragic death would do after recovering his heart would be to launch a counterattack on the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The true disaster had finally arrived. Long Chen could only hope that he and Mo Xiaolang would be able to make it back in time according to Kitten's plan. At this moment, time was life. There was no point in the desolate emperor coming to the eternal hell. The disaster and horror had already happened, and the other party's heart had returned to the city lord of the tragic death's hands as expected. His attack had begun. There was no time to blame anyone. He could only try his best to save them. Long Chen controlled the desolate emperor to return to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The people he cared about the most were there. What he needed to do now was to immediately spread the news to all the forces. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace was the fastest channel, because Lingxi was preparing for the ceremony of ascending to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. After a few days of preparation, the Sword Spirit Emperor's coronation ceremony officially began. Because the disaster was right in front of them, the ceremony was very simple. It was just a way to announce it to the world. The forces of the 3 regions and 9 worlds had long received the invitation from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Every force had sent some important people. The coronation ceremony was held in the Heaven and Earth Sword Pool. After worshipping the ancestors and announcing it to the world, the coronation ceremony quickly ended. Lingxi, who had become one of the 3 great emperors, sat on the highest seat. While the 80 million disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace worshipped her, she looked in the direction of 9-star Chaos City. There had been no news of Long Chen for a few days. In order to save Kitten, she had rushed into the eternal hell without hesitation. It was impossible for Lingxi not to be nervous. It's been so many days. Chen, how are you? The heavy responsibility of the 3 regions and 9 worlds now rested on Long Chen. He was the hope of victory. If something happened to him, Lingxi really didn't know what she would do. For the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds, True Martial Emperor Palace's sacred Martial Emperor had become their backbone. At this moment, there was still no news of their only hope. Lingxi didn't even dare to tell the 4 sword masters that Long Chen had rashly entered the eternal hell. For Long Chen, Kitten was the reason for him to take the risk. However, for the rest of the 3 regions and 9 worlds, it was clearly a joke with everyone's lives. This was clearly not the right choice. If the 3 regions and 9 worlds were to be completely destroyed and news of this spread, there was no doubt that Long Chen would become the true sinner of history. From his point of view, he wasn't in the wrong. It was painful for him to make this choice because he, Long Chen, was a person of flesh and blood. However, from the perspective of the bigger picture, this was a mistake. As such, Lingxi had no choice but to keep this matter under wraps. From today onwards, she was the Sword Spirit Emperor who controlled the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In terms of status, she was a bit higher than Long Chen. It was just that, before the calamity arrived, she had sat in this position, and there wasn't even a single person who sincerely congratulated her. With status came responsibility. In other words, if the city lord of the tragic city attacked, the current Lingxi would have to lead all the powerhouses to the battlefield where they would likely die in battle. We, the 4 sword masters, pay our respects to the emperor. In the end, the 4 sword masters knelt. Lingxi snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said, "Everyone please rise." All the disciples of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace gathered together. Everyone knew that the coming days wouldn't be easy. As Lingxi ascended to the Sword Soul Great Emperor's position, the Desolate Emperor was rushing towards the Sword Soul Great Emperor's position. Meanwhile, all the forces in the 3 regions and 9 realms were silently preparing for the impending calamity. The 9 realms lords, the 6 demonic emperors, the Zhenwu Emperor. Apart from the ancient Yuan spirit world, which was already in a foul atmosphere and filled with ghostly creatures, almost everyone was ready for battle. At this moment, that terrifying laughter covered the entire 3 realms and 9 realms. The person who could amplify his voice to such a degree was definitely powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. Everyone was scared stiff. At the very least, the people of the 3 realms and 9 realms didn't have such a special method to transmit his voice to such a great distance. In the eyes of the people of the 3 regions and 9 worlds, this was the means of a god. Apart from Long Chen and the others, very few people were familiar with the Lord of the Tragic City's laughter. But Lingxi had heard it before, so of course she knew. Sitting in the seat of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, she suddenly heard such a voice. Her face instantly paled, not because she was afraid, but because she was worried about Long Chen's survival. When the laughter resounded throughout the 3 regions and 9 worlds and attracted the attention of all living beings, the Lord of the Tragic City began to speak. His sinister voice spread throughout the 3 regions and 9 worlds. 3 regions and 9 worlds, billions of living beings. Perhaps you have all heard of my name. I am the Lord of the Tragic City. I have another name that none of you know. I am Yin Li. Of course, none of you know me, but please remember this name. One day when you find that everyone around you is dead, that the entire world has changed, and that their souls are forever immersed in pain, you must remember that all of this was done by me. That's right, I am a god, and you are all livestock that I have raised. Today, I have finally fattened you up. I am here to slaughter you, and your life force will be the power for my resurrection. These tragic cries caused everyone in the 3 regions and 9 realms to panic. They cried, screamed, and struggled. Countless voices reverberated in the sky. The entire world instantly became chaotic. Countless people realized the seriousness of the matter and began to flee, leaving the 3 regions and 9 realms. Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears of hatred. Chapter 1675. Long Chen? Mo Xiaolang? This grave news ignited everyone's anger. People were always blind, especially when it came to matters of life and death. It was difficult for them to maintain their rationality. Long Chen is the sacred martial emperor from the true martial emperor palace? The one who defeated the 4 sword masters and 6 demonic emperors? He actually defected to this devil? That's him? That damned beast. And his brother, Mo Xiaolang, is said to be the demon race's emperor's son. I admire these 2 geniuses, but I didn't expect them to be so vicious. They actually helped the devil and tortured their own kind. After the city lord of the wronged said this, similar curses rang out from the mouths of billions of creatures. When it came to betrayal, who could maintain their rationality? Basically, the only people who spoke up for Long Chen were those who had seen Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang before. They knew their characters and characters. Wise people knew that the city lord of the wrong's words were the most untrustworthy. Because of the city lord of the wrong's words, The entire 3 regions and 9 realms were in an uproar. Even in the tiny Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, most people started arguing in an instant. Some cursed, while others defended Long Chen. "All of you shut up," Lingwu Sword Master roared, causing everyone to shut their mouths. "You actually believed the enemy's words and cursed your own people? Are your brains made of glue?" The Lingwu Swordmaster's eyes swept across everyone. "Let me tell you, even though I, the Lingwu Swordmaster, still don't like this kid, and I still don't respect him, I believe that no one here can compare to him in terms of character and persistence. Therefore, I absolutely don't believe that Long Chen would do this." As for the true Martial Emperor Palace and the desolate Emperor Palace, not many people were shaken. They had an impression of Long Chen's group, but the people in the 9 realms and 9 realms were in a state of panic. They didn't know who to believe. They only believed the truth. The truth was that the City Lord of the Wrong's heart was in Long Chen's hands. So where was Long Chen at this time? Could he come out and refute the rumors? Just as everyone was talking amongst themselves, the City Lord of the Wronged City continued. "Animals, enjoy your last 10 days. After 10 days, I will begin slaughtering you. I will lead these 2 generals under me. Their talent makes even me envious." At this point, the City Lord of the Wronged's tone changed. "I believe you all want to know where my first destination is. Then I'll tell you. Your true martial great emperor came to my City of the Wronged before, and we have some friendship. In 10 days, I'll be heading to the true Martial Emperor Palace to see my old friend. Therefore, the children of the true Martial Emperor Palace must welcome me with a grand ceremony." True Martial Emperor Palace. The City Lord of the Wronged announced the news to everyone in the 3 regions and 9 realms. When they heard this, the true Martial Emperor Palace's side was completely overwhelmed by fear. The people gathered on the Imperial Star were all incomparably terrified, and there was even a commotion. After saying this, the City Lord of the Wronged didn't make a sound. However, the fear and shock he had left in the 3 regions and 9 realms wouldn't disappear even after 10 days. Instead, it made people even more afraid. Even those who weren't from the true Martial Emperor domain were scared half to death, let alone those in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Many of them had experienced the tragedy of the Eastern Royal region. When such a calamity befell the true Martial Emperor Palace, even the most courageous martialists lost their courage. The only person they could count on was the true Martial Emperor. With Yi Futa's death, the true Martial Emperor Palace only had 2 martial venerates left. Wan Renqi and Lin Junyao could only try their best to maintain order. However, the chaos and panic on the Imperial Star couldn't be contained. At that moment, the true Martial Emperor's voice spread throughout the entire Imperial Star. "Children, calm down first. I'll make some arrangements." The true Martial Emperor's words finally calmed the hundreds of millions of people on the Imperial Star. Everyone looked in the direction of the Imperial Star with tears in their eyes. "First of all, no matter what choice our sacred Martial Emperor makes, I believe in him. He would never do such a treacherous thing. This isn't Long Chen. Therefore, I don't want anyone to slander him behind his back. He is a young man whom I respect." Originally, many people had been prejudiced against Long Chen, especially those who weren't familiar with Long Chen. After hearing the true Martial Emperor's solemn emphasis, the anger in everyone's hearts finally dissipated a little. The City Lord of the Wronged is a cunning person. Trusting his words will only send you into the abyss. After explaining the matter of Long Chen, the true Martial Emperor continued to make arrangements. From today on, everyone from the 3,000 palaces in the Martial God Palace, except for me, Wan Renqi and Lin Junyao, as well as all the 3rd-layer Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators and above, will leave the Imperial Star under the leadership of the Martial God Palace. The 2nd-layer Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators will lead all the disciples to the true Martial Emperor domain. You are not going to escape. You have more important things to do, to protect the common people. Experts have responsibilities. Now is the time for you to carry out your responsibilities. As for the City Lord of the Wronged, we will deal with him. In fact, many people didn't dare to stay in the true Martial Emperor Palace anymore. If the true Martial Emperor Palace was like the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and had 8 fiend demon trees planted, how many people would survive then? Although the mission assigned by Zhenwu Great Emperor was not an escape mission, it was also a rescue mission for them. Wan Renqi, Lin Junyao, arrange for everyone to stay in the controlled areas. Assign the cultivators of the Emperor Palace to the 4 Emperor domain. After saying this, the true martial emperor palace fell silent. However, the originally chaotic imperial star was no longer noisy. As for Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao, they hurriedly arranged for all the disciples to leave the emperor palace and disperse to other places in the true martial emperor domain. When the fiend demon trees descended, more than 500 Nirvana Tribulation Realm cultivators would be of great help. At least, they wouldn't be in an instant. A few days later, the entire imperial star was empty. The Great War quietly arrived. The true martial emperor knew that when he was reborn, his first target would be the true martial emperor palace. He didn't know what had happened to Long Chen, nor did he know why it had been brought forward. Perhaps Long Chen had entered the eternal hell for Yongling Qing, but the true martial emperor didn't blame him. Everyone had their own perseverance. If there was no Long Chen, it would be useless to extend it for another 6 months. The longer the time, the stronger Long Chen would grow. The true martial emperor had always regarded Long Chen as his only hope. On the empty imperial planet, there were less than 30 experts who had come to fight. Emperor, are our 3 regions and 9 realms destined to be destroyed one by one? Wenren Shi asked quietly. He wasn't afraid of death because the city lord of the wronged was not as terrifying as the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. He was afraid of the destruction of his home and the people. No, they will come, the true martial emperor said with a smile. All the cultivators sat quietly on the 5 elements clear sky pagoda, looking at the entrance of the imperial star. In the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, the new Sword Spirit Emperor and the 4 sword masters looked at each other quietly in the heaven and earth sword pool. Let's go, Ling Shi said without batting an eyelid as she calmly looked ahead. Are we really going? Sword Master Ling Hua hesitated. The Lingwu Sword Master said, if the true martial emperor palace is destroyed, we won't have a good ending. But the 4 of us will go. Lingxi will stay here to guard the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. No, I have to go. Lingxi shook her head. Her beautiful face had become haggard because she was worried about Long Chen. No, you can't go. The Lingwu Sword Master couldn't bear to let her take the risk. She was the future hope of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. In the face of his strong objection, Lingxi looked up and said, Are you the Sword Spirit Emperor or my Sword Spirit Emperor? Long Chen's fate was unknown, and the true martial Emperor Palace was about to be destroyed. How could she be a coward in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? If it wasn't for her identity, she would have gone to the eternal hell to follow Long Chen. Lingxi's words made the Lingwu Sword Master speechless. He was extremely angry, but he couldn't say a word to refute. At this moment, a young man in a yellow robe appeared. Little Shi, Long Chen said through the Desolation Great Emperor's body. Hearing Long Chen's unique form of address, Ling Shi was wild with joy. No matter how strong she was, when Long Chen appeared, she was still weak and fragile. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold back her tears anymore. The 4 great sword masters were puzzled. How did Lingxi have a relationship with the Desolation Great Emperor? Long Chen quickly said through the Desolation Great Emperor's mouth. Xiao Lang and I are trying our best to escape. Buy us some time and we'll definitely make it back. Now, let's summon all the experts to the true martial emperor palace to help the true martial emperor fight against the Desolation Great Emperor. Me and Xiao Lang? Could the Desolation Great Emperor be Long Chen? Facing the 4 great sword masters' dumbfounded expressions, Long Chen could only say, The Desolation Great Emperor is a dragon-devouring beast. He tried to devour me the last time I went to the Desolation Emperor domain, but I controlled him with a Dao artifact. Now, I have complete control over his body and mind. Hearing these words, the heavy hearts of the 4 great sword masters finally relaxed a little. Even they could not help but tear up after hearing Long Chen's confident words. Long Chen said that as long as they could hold on until they returned, there would be hope. The 4 great sword masters firmly believed in Long Chen's words. The 4 of them nodded hurriedly. Little Shi. This was the Desolation Great Emperor's body. Long Chen couldn't hug and comfort her, but his eyes were gentle. Seeing that Lingxi hadn't been deceived by the Desolation Great Emperor and still believed in him, Long Chen was very pleased. He quietly looked at the woman he loved the most in his life and said, Help me, hold on until I return, and I will give you and everyone an explanation. This time I haven't failed yet. The weather was cold and his fingers were frozen, slowing down a lot. Forgive me. Chapter 1676. After the city lord of the wronged finished speaking, almost everyone was thinking about what would happen in 10 days. The ordinary people were naturally thinking about escaping, but it was only 10 days, and the world was so huge. Where could they escape to? The real higher-ups were all thinking of a phrase, and that was, without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. The city lord of the wronged wouldn't let any force or anyone off. The only way for the people of the 3 regions and 9 realms to survive this calamity was to unite. Therefore, after careful consideration, in the 9 realms, except for the ancient Yuan spirit realm, the forces of the other 8 realms would gather their power and distribute it evenly among the people. The few people at the top would set foot on the road to the true martial Emperor Palace. The last time they went to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they could still take their time. This time, they were rushing at their fastest speed. In the Desolation Emperor Palace, the 6 demonic emperors were also heading towards true martial Emperor Palace. Even the demon race was not spared. The Desolation Emperor had told them before he left that the 6 of them could contribute at least a part of their strength. As for the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, almost all the experts came out. The Desolation Emperor, the new Sword Spirit Emperor, and the 4 Sword Masters all headed towards true martial Emperor Palace. Before the calamity came, all the experts gathered on the true martial Emperor Palace's Imperial Star. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. During these 8 days, everyone on the Imperial Star of the true martial Emperor Palace had been evacuated. Even most of the disciples of the Sacred Martial Palace had been arranged to be dispersed to the 4 Emperors' domain. The experts that were originally concentrated in one place had been dispersed all of a sudden. This had greatly improved the overall strength of the entire true martial Imperial domain. Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao sat in front of Mount Monarch, looking at the empty Imperial Star. This made them feel strange and desolate. No one had expected that the 3 regions, 9 realms, and true martial Emperor Palace would welcome such a day. Wenren Shi and Lin Junyao looked at each other and smiled bitterly. "Say, what do you think is going on with Long Chen?" Lin Junyao asked softly as she looked at the vast and uninhabited Emperor Star. Wenren Shi shook his head and said, "I don't doubt him. I trusted him from the moment he was willing to suppress the city lord of the wrong's heart. I firmly believe in him." "Me too." Lin Junyao paused for a moment before she said, "But if nothing unexpected happens, the Emperor Lord and us will be in great danger, and we won't have much chance of survival. After that, I'm afraid that our true martial Imperial domain." Wenren Shi's eyes were cold as he said, "I'm not afraid of death at all. There's still about 300 years left. I reckon I'll be swallowed by the 9th heaven lightning beast. There's no difference between dying at that time and dying now. It's just that I'm not willing to let my Imperial Palace be destroyed." Even someone as quiet as Wenren Shi clenched his fists tightly at this moment. 8 days. There are only 2 days left. Lin Junyao silently lowered her head. She knew that this time, they were going to gamble with their lives. "Are we fighting alone?" Wenren Shi asked. At that moment, someone descended from the sky-connecting martial path to the Imperial Star. "It's Yi Guyu from the Great Een Demon World and some of the experts from the Great Een Demon World." Lin Junyao and Wenren Shi hurriedly went to greet them. Yi Guyu wore a solemn expression as he stepped forward and said, "I've already said that if the true martial Emperor Palace is in trouble, I'll be the first to rush over." "Thank you, Realm Lord," Wenren Shi said respectfully. "Where's Long Chen?" This was the question that Yi Guyu was most concerned about. Of course, she was absolutely certain that Long Chen wouldn't betray them. "I don't know where he went after he went to the Desolation Imperial Realm, but he's not in the Desolation Imperial Realm. We can't find any news about him right now. If he heard the City Lord of the Wrong's provocation, he must be on his way back. But there are only 2 days left. He'll be back," Yi Guyu said confidently, her eyes relaxed. Then, the Realm Lord of the 9 realms and the 6 demonic beast emperors of the Desolation Imperial Realm gradually arrived. Wenren Shi was extremely grateful to see the 6 demonic beast emperors. He hurriedly asked about Long Chen's whereabouts, and the 6 demonic beast emperors told him about Long Chen's encounter in the Desolation Imperial Realm. It's very likely that they left the Desolation Imperial Realm and went to the Eternal Hell. The Demon Dragon Palace Lord of the 9-star Chaos City doesn't seem to be here. When there was only 1 day left, basically everyone who should be here had arrived. Just as everyone was discussing in low voices, the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also arrived. The announcement that Lingxi had become the Sword Spirit Emperor had been made known to the world. Everyone present had more or less received the news. In front of the three great emperors, no matter who it was, they were considered inferior. Therefore, when they saw Lingxi, they still bowed slightly. The Desolation Emperor, who came with Lingxi, attracted everyone's attention. The 6 demonic beast emperors hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Emperor Emperor." Everyone was shocked. So this was the famous Desolation Emperor, known as the strongest expert in the 3 realms and 9 realms. The Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth's Nirvana tribulation that happened in the northwest of the Desolation Imperial Realm was probably closely related to the Desolation Emperor. It was even rumored that the Desolation Emperor had already overcome the Hellfire Flame Star Behemoth. With this, the 3 great emperors were all present. Seeing so many experts gathered, those who were not confident before now heaved a sigh of relief. All the experts gathered near Mount Emperor Lord. In front of the tombs of their ancestors, the 11 forces of the 3 realms and 9 realms began to unite for the first time. Hearing the news that the Desolation Emperor had arrived, the old voice of Great Emperor Zhenwu came from the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. "Brilliance Desolation. Come in and have a chat." Brilliance Desolation was the name of the Desolation Emperor. Long Chen had already asked the 4 sword masters to keep it a secret. Now, most people still did not know that the one controlling the Desolation Emperor was Long Chen. After all, if the 6 demonic beast emperors knew about this, it would cause a huge conflict. At the very least, he would have to wait until Long Chen was stronger than the Desolation Emperor before he dared to loosen his control over the Desolation Emperor. After hearing the words of Great Emperor Zhenwu, Long Chen calmed everyone down and asked them to get ready. Then, he entered the 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda and rushed to the 99th floor, appearing in the 5 Elements world. On the Golden Mountain Peak, a skinny old man sat silently. He raised his head and looked at the Desolation Emperor with some excitement. "Have you passed the tribulation of the Hellfire Flaming Star Behemoth?" This was the first time that Long Chen had seen the Desolation Emperor's true appearance. He was stunned for a moment. This matter could not be hidden from Great Emperor Zhenwu, so he said, "Not completely. At that time, there was a small accident, so I can only be considered to have passed 1/3 of the tribulation. I have 1/3 of the power of a 6th Nirvana tribulation expert." Oh. This slightly disappointed Great Emperor Zhenwu. If this guy could completely pass the 6th Nirvana tribulation, he would have a better chance tomorrow. However, this was still much better than what Great Emperor Zhenwu had expected. Just as he nodded, Long Chen said, "Emperor Zhenwu, I am now controlling the Desolation Emperor's body. I am Long Chen." Zhenwu Great Emperor's mouth fell open when he heard Long Chen's words. He stared at Long Chen blankly for a while before he recovered and asked, "Child, hurry up and tell me what's going on." Long Chen had no choice but to tell him everything that had happened in the Desolation Emperor's domain. He did not hide anything about the infinite star dragon diagram and the 9 Dao pattern Dao tool. To him, Great Emperor Zhenwu was like a teacher and a father figure. He was a senior that he respected. So Brilliance Desolation is this kind of dragon-devouring beast? No wonder when he was young, he seemed to be especially interested in the dragon martial artist. So that's how it is. In the end, he was controlled by you. You used his power to save this world. This can be considered karma. You can also be considered to have contributed to Ying Huang. But child, about the city lord's death, what exactly happened? Until now, no one understood why this day had come so quickly. All Long Chen had to do was tell him everything about the kitten in detail. Long Chen knew that although he had done it for kitten, he had also committed a great sin that had led to the current situation. Therefore, he did not dare to hide anything. "Emperor Zhenwu, I have done something wrong. Monarch, I've done something wrong and I can't make up for it. Currently, Little Wolf and I are on the path of life, attracting the Nirvana tribulation to descend. Little Wolf and I will probably face the giant thunder beast of the 9th heavens at the same time. The path of life is special in the past. No matter how strong the tribulation we face is, it's not impossible to survive. If we survive, we will definitely do our best to rush back and slaughter the city lord of the wronged. I hope Monarch and I can hold on for a little longer." Although Long Chen made it sound easy, Zhenwu Great Emperor knew how thrilling it was on his side. 9th Heaven Thunder Beast had scared Zhenwu Great Emperor half to death, let alone 2 of them descending at the same time. Great Emperor Zhenwu sighed and said, "I can't blame you for your brotherhood. I also understand your difficulties. Fortunately, you and Xiao Lang survived. This is our greatest hope. Don't worry, you must focus on surviving the Nirvana tribulation. Even if I have to sacrifice my old life, I will do my best to buy time for you. With your current talent, your strength will soar after you survive the tribulation. Moreover, the city lord of the wronged has not obtained the real heart. Based on his previous battle strength, he may not be invincible. Of course, I'm afraid it will not be easy to kill him. Long Chen had fought with him and found that he was almost immortal. However, this did not mean that the city lord of the wronged was truly immortal. Emperor Zhenwu, I can kill him, Long Chen said confidently, using the mouth of the Desolation Emperor. Seeing the strong confidence in his eyes, Great Emperor Zhenwu suddenly laughed and said, "Good. Tomorrow, I will fight alongside you." It was a little stressful to wake up early in the morning to update. From now on, he would update in this manner. He would update at 12 o'clock a.m. and update again at 1800 hours p.m. Starting today. Chapter 1677. The two of them were now the strongest in the 3 domains and 9 realms. Long Chen was grateful that Emperor Zhenwu did not blame him, and instead understood him. Emperor, if that's the case, I'll focus more on my main body. As for the Desolation Emperor, I'll order him to listen to your every command. In battle, if I control him, I may not be able to fight as well as he does. All right, take care of your own matters. Leave this to us. Success or failure depends on this. Emperor Zhenwu said. It was not appropriate for the two of them to stay here for too long. Emperor Zhenwu said, if I go out, the 6th Nirvana tribulation will descend in less than a day. Go out first and calm the people. Tomorrow, when the city lord of the wronged comes, I will go out to fight. The old man's eyes were filled with decisiveness and courage. Long Chen manipulated the Desolation Emperor to leave the 5 elements clear sky pagoda. When he came out, almost all the cultivators of the 3 domains and 9 realms had gathered at the foot of Mount Emperor. The Desolation Emperor was the backbone of this operation. When he came out, everyone looked at him expectantly. Long Chen said, everyone, the city lord of the wronged is a prisoner of the deity realm. His cultivation is unfathomable, especially after his resurrection. But the most irresistible thing about him is his resurrection method and all kinds of strange curses. But this does not mean that we have no chance of victory. Tomorrow, I will join forces with Emperor Zhenwu to deal with him. I hope that everyone can be brave enough to prove to that demon that we are not to be bullied. Facing the imminent disaster, everyone's expressions were not relaxed. But they did not give up. This battle was no longer about individuals, but the survival of an entire race. No one wanted the 3 domains and 9 realms to become hell. This was the hatred of billions of lives. Every cultivator's heart was filled with rage. No one was afraid of death, but they were afraid of dying in vain. The crowd began to discuss. Among the 6 demon emperors, the devouring moon demon emperor said, "This is a rare opponent in our millions of years of history. He wants the lives of billions of lives in the 3 domains and 9 realms, so this battle will not end until one side is dead. Although the demon race of the Desolation Great Emperor will go our separate ways, this time, we will offer our strength fearlessly and follow the Emperor to fight against the demons. My Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will not rest until one of us is dead." In an instant, everyone's eyes reddened as they swore an oath. The originally gloomy atmosphere finally ignited at this moment. Many of these martial artists, who usually did not look favorably upon each other, had formed deep friendships at this moment. They drank and chatted merrily, waiting for the arrival of the apocalypse. We won't lose tomorrow. Moreover, we still have 2 new rising hopes. Our 3 regions and 9 worlds will never lose, the Desolation Emperor suddenly said. Everyone instinctively looked towards the new Sword Soul Empress, Lingxi. This girl was more worried than anyone else, but she stood calmly on the mountain peak, gazing at the imperial star. Her eyes were resolute and determined, and there was no trace of fear in them. Everyone knew that the greatest hope the Desolation Emperor spoke of was Long Chen, who had defeated the 4 sword masters and 6 demonic beast emperors. The number 1 genius of the 3 regions and 9 realms. The speed of his rise could only be described as earth-shattering. We will not lose our home, nor will the people be plunged into misery and suffering. Looking at their companions around them, the undefeatable faith in their hearts was gradually established and became incomparably stable. At the same time, in the rebirth thunder penitentiary of the eternal hell, two terrifying ninth heavens thunderbeasts descended. These two ninth heavens thunderbeasts were much larger than ordinary ninth heavens thunderbeasts. One of them was even half the size of the other. It should be known that this was only someone's second nirvana tribulation. This was also Mo Xiaolong's fourth nirvana tribulation. None of them had passed the fifth nirvana tribulation, but if they did, they would all have the strength to become emperors. One day later. At this moment, everyone stood on Mount Monarch, under the gaze of countless ancestors, looking at the supreme martial path outside the imperial star. Their gazes never left that direction, because they knew that the city lord of the wronged would come from there. When this moment really came, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The scene was incomparably silent. They were not afraid of death, but of failure. Everyone gathered together. This would be the real decisive battle of the upper echelons, and also the final battle. The only chance. If they were defeated, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. If they were defeated, no one would survive. All the billions of living beings would perish, and all the inheritances of the 3 regions and 9 worlds would cease to exist. They would all become the dust of history. Their lives would create a peerless great demon, and even bring endless disasters to the people of other places. Around noon, a gust of black gas surged down from the supreme martial path. Those who were smiling bitterly at each other shut their mouths at this moment. Their eyes were heavy as they looked at the place where the black gas descended. The black gas became more and more pervasive, gradually arriving in front of everyone. Nearly 100 experts gathered together. The Desolation Emperor walked to the front of the crowd, coldly looking at the mass of black gas. The mass of black gas gradually transformed in front of everyone, turning into 2 people. One of them was an old man that everyone was familiar with, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. However, his skin was completely black, and his eyes were filled with black gas. He was already different from before. As for the woman in the middle, she was wearing a beautiful black dress with blood-red roses embroidered on it. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back, and her entire body was perfect. Only one of her eyes had not recovered, and it was still a deathly gray color. City Lord of the Wronged. The first time they arrived, the so-called City Lord of the Wronged brought a great shock to everyone. First, his appearance was actually such a perfect woman, and secondly, it was the Demon Dragon Palace Lord. Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi's betrayal was a great pain in everyone's hearts. They did not expect the Demon Dragon Palace Lord to be the same. Other than anger and disdain, there was no other emotion in the crowd's eyes. Everyone, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord did not betray us, but was forcibly controlled. Long Chen was at the most crucial moment, but he had to explain. After all, the Demon Dragon Palace Lord was someone he respected, and he could not be framed because of the City Lord of the Wronged. However, Long Chen did not care about the fact that the City Lord of the Wronged had slandered Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Time would prove everything. The most tense moment had finally arrived. The City Lord of the Wronged City seemed to have expected that they would all gather together. As soon as he arrived, he laughed and said, "Everyone has come together. This is also good. If I kill all of you here, then those people outside will basically have no way to resist. They will be at my mercy, and I won't have to chase you down one by one." Very good, very good. His arrogant look ignited the hatred and anger in everyone's hearts. Basically everyone was ready to attack. Nearly 100 experts, and the terrifying power of Nirvana, were unleashed at this moment. The entire Imperial Star trembled because of them. This mini-cosmos seemed to be unable to bear their power. The 6 demonic emperors, 4 sword masters, and the others all gritted their teeth at this fellow. Especially the 4 sword masters and the Lord of the Supreme Shadow Demon Domain, Yi Guyu. Among them, the Supreme Shadow Demon Domain had suffered the most. This was a blood feud. Seeing the City Lord of the Wronged, many people could barely maintain their rationality. The Desolation Emperor was the leader this time. He stood in front of everyone and said in a harsh voice, "Your Excellency, you are extremely audacious and have committed atrocities. Let's stop here today. It's not easy to be reborn. If you destroy yourself again because of greed and murderous intent, it will not be worth it." The City Lord of the Wronged had the voice of an old man, but he laughed beautifully. It was rather strange. He looked the Desolation Emperor up and down and said mockingly, "Is this the Desolation Emperor? What kind of strange and ugly thing is your original body? Your life essence is really strong. Just you alone can be compared to the 10 million beasts outside. I will swallow all of your life essence and restore a small part of my strength. So today, none of you will escape. Today, no matter who it is, they will all die. The city lord of the wronged was not polite at all. He was even arrogant and despotic. He looked around and said, "Where is the so-called Zhenwu emperor, the little thing that broke into my city of the wrong tens of thousands of years ago and survived? Come out and welcome me. You are who you are today because of me." It was about time. As soon as the city lord of the wronged finished speaking, the 5 elements clear sky pagoda shrank rapidly and disappeared into the golden mist, the red flames, the blue sea, the towering trees, and the thick yellow soil. An extremely old man appeared beside the Desolation Emperor. Words could not describe his withered and weariness, but no one present dared to underestimate him. Seeing him like this, the city lord of the wronged laughed mockingly. "What a foolish fellow. If you had followed me earlier, you would have had an immortal body. Then you wouldn't have had to hide in a Taoist instrument and painstakingly delay the arrival of the Nirvana tribulation. I'll give you one last chance. If you are willing to follow me, I will grant you immortality." Zhenwu Great Emperor even trembled a little, but his eyes were always the sharpest. He shook his head gently and said, "Don't bullshit in front of me today. Although I have not achieved much in this life, nor have I any ability, I still have a backbone. This is the most precious thing my ancestors have given me. Today is the day of my death, and also the day of my release. As long as I am here, as long as I don't fall, you will never get what you want." This was his backbone. Everyone was moved by Zhenwu the Great Emperor's courage and perseverance. His resolute and fearless eyes conveyed a message. He had dared to come out of the 5 elements Haotian pagoda today because he had never thought that he could continue to live. You have hidden for tens of thousands of years. Obviously you fear death the most. But why are you not afraid of death today? The city lord of the wronged was puzzled. Chapter 1678. The word humanity infuriated the city lord of the wronged. Perhaps he had been a human before, but not now, because he had lost even his most basic humanity. Humanity was the boundary that separated humans from other creatures. In fact, why were demons able to take human form? That was because they were more or less related to the human race. Humanity existed, but the city lord of the wronged did not. His heart was filled with desire, hatred, and conspiracy. He was a collection of evil, not a living being. Nonsense. The city lord of the wronged looked angry. He was gradually losing his patience. His blue eyes swept across the crowd coldly, and finally fixed on Zhenwu Great Emperor. He said coldly, "I'll give you 15 minutes to tell me where the other part of my heart went. Where did the spirit of life race go? There is a limit to my patience. If this goes on for 15 minutes, I will make all the life on this imperial planet a part of my body." That sentence was like a cannonball, roaring in everyone's ears. "Desolation!" Zhenwu Great Emperor shouted, his eyes stubborn. The Desolation Emperor was under his control, but he had been hypnotized by Long Chen, so he would listen to Zhenwu Great Emperor's words loyally. The two were ready to fight. Zhenwu Great Emperor said, "Who knows what you're talking about? Since your greed and cruelty cannot be restrained, and you are determined to destroy the 3 realms and 9 realms, then please step over our dead bodies." The old man looked like he had one foot in the grave, yet he roared, his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was impassioned and fearless. His words caused the blood in the hearts of the crowd to start pounding. "Humph! A bunch of fools. I'll play with you then." The city lord of the wronged casually waved his hand. But before he could even move, the demon dragon palace master had already taken the lead and rushed forward, releasing a terrifying black aura. In that instant, the demon dragon palace master soared into the skies, transforming into a purple blood devil dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. That pair of dark purple eyes of his glared at the crowd, as a terrifying power emanated from his gigantic body. Lingwu, lead the 2 martial venerables, 4 sword masters, and 6 demonic emperors to restrain him, Zhenwu Great Emperor ordered quietly. The Lingwu sword master was the only late-stage Nirvana tribulation warrior present, and the only one who could resist the demonic dragon palace master. Zhenwu Great Emperor immediately gave him this task. At that moment, the purple-blooded demonic dragon pounced on the 2 great emperors. With the 5 elements clear sky pagoda in hand, Emperor Zhenwu and Emperor Desolation dodged the purple-blood demonic dragon and stopped in front of the city Lord of the Wronged. Behind them, the 4 sword masters, 2 martial venerables, and 6 demonic emperors had already surrounded the purple-blood demonic dragon. 6 giant demonic beasts were at the forefront. Fighting was everyone's mission. At this moment, none of them flinched. Kuanping Demon Sovereign, who was the fastest among them, soared into the sky and launched a powerful attack. At this moment, they had already forgotten about life and death. They were extremely terrifying now. The Moon Devourer, the Golden Ape Ancestor, the Great Tortoise, and the others attacked at the same time. The 4 sword masters faced the demonic Dragon Palace Master. 4 Dao artifacts with 8 Dao patterns formed a terrifying sword formation, trapping the demonic Dragon Palace Master. At the same time, Wenren Shi, Lin Junyao, and the 9 Realms Realm Lords all helped at the same time. No matter how strong the 10,000-meter-long demonic dragon was, it was instantly drowned under the siege of countless experts. It fell from the sky, its body riddled with holes, and fell in front of Mount Monarch. The sword formation of the 4 sword masters pinned the demonic Dragon Palace Master to the ground. Ling Shi wasn't idle either. Her 6 Daos immortal swords were able to deal the greatest damage to the evil energy on the Demon Dragon Palace Master's body. When the 6 Daos immortal swords slashed the Demon Dragon Palace Master's body, the Demon Dragon Palace Master actually regained his consciousness. At this moment, no one was idle. Get out of the way! The Desolation Heavenly Emperor rushed to the front. In an instant, he opened his mouth and transformed into a terrifying beast. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 10,000-meter-long body of the demonic Dragon Palace Master, putting them together with Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi. The abdomen of the Dragon Devourer beast was like a prison. Inside, under the illusion of the phantasmal beasts, unless one had a powerful primordial spirit like Long Chen, no one would be able to escape. Under the combined efforts of everyone, the demonic Dragon Palace Master was suppressed in an instant. When the 10,000-meter-long body of the demonic Dragon Palace Master disappeared, everyone subconsciously retreated. The only opponent left was the City Lord of the Wronged. He didn't seem surprised by this scene at all. He laughed maniacally. What a useless thing. You can't even compare to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. If my 2 capable subordinates were here today, they would have been able to take care of you. I wouldn't have had to do it myself. He had originally thought that his false accusation would cause the crowd to be filled with grief and indignation, but he had not expected that his words would not cause the slightest change in anyone's expression. The City Lord of the Wronged flew into a rage out of humiliation. He knew that Long Chen's image in their hearts had already reached an unshakable level, especially when it came to a stunning young girl in the crowd. She possessed a power that made the City Lord of the Wronged feel nauseous. He even felt fear. Is this the woman that Long Chen risked his life to obtain? She's really special. She's worthy of a genius like him. It's a pity that he won't be able to enjoy it anymore. He knew very well that once he fell into the path of rebirth, there was no way he could leave alive. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had passed away long ago. As long as he got rid of these troublemakers in front of him, this world would be under his control. Well then, let's begin. Let's deal with these 2 first. The City Lord of the Wronged's eyes locked onto Zhenwu Great Emperor and the Desolation Great Emperor. At that moment, a terrifying cold aura descended upon the Imperial Star. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. That peerless nightmare was awakening before their very eyes. The City Lord of the Wronged, who was shrouded in black smoke, suddenly raised his head. His aqua-blue eyes were bloodshot, and the tiny blood vessels on his face were bulging and wriggling. His originally perfect appearance had become so frightening. Most of the experts subconsciously took a step back. Zhenwu Great Emperor's eyes were cold. Words were just nonsense. He resolutely launched an attack on the City Lord of the Wronged. The power of an Great Emperor. The power that he had endured for tens of thousands of years just to survive the Nirvana tribulation was completely unleashed. Just like the Desolation Great Emperor, Zhenwu Great Emperor was a rare expert among the Great Emperors of the true Martial Emperor Palace. He had 5 Dao seals, which were the 5 elements Dao seals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 Dao seals were perfectly combined with the 5 elements formation. He had spent tens of thousands of years in the 5 elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Once he used the 5 elements Clear Sky Pagoda, his attack power was undoubtedly terrifying. The golden mountain peak condensed into a golden spear in his hand. The power of the wood Dao seal gave him a steady stream of life force. Water and fire formed huge wings behind him. The power of the great Dao seal was perfectly integrated with the imperial star. Within the imperial star, Xuanwu Great Emperor could exert the strongest power, because he was the imperial star. With the golden spear in hand, Xuanwu Great Emperor instantly transformed into a supreme martial artist. With the support of the wood Dao seal, his body began to expand. From a skinny old man, he instantly grew to more than 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged and golden power condensed into golden divine armor on his body. With the spear in his left hand and the pagoda in his right, he launched a desperate attack with the 5 elements Dao. At this moment, Xuanwu Great Emperor was like a god in the eyes of the crowd. Even the aura of the Desolation Great Emperor was overshadowed by him. Although I am incompetent, I have a backbone. This is the glory bestowed upon me by my ancestors. If you dare kill my people and destroy my race, I will eat your flesh and drink your blood. The power of my Emperor Dao is unstoppable and no one can blaspheme it. The moment the golden spear moved, the imperial star trembled. The power of the earth gathered on Xuanwu Great Emperor's body. The power of water and fire behind him gave Xuanwu Great Emperor extraordinary speed. Break! With a thrust of the spear, the mountains and rivers shattered. On the other side, the Desolation Great Emperor flew on his dragon. On his hands and body, the shadows of 5 divine dragons twined around him. When Xuanwu Great Emperor attacked, the Desolation Great Emperor controlled the 5 divine dragons to descend. Experts were not terrifying, but the spirit was. In fact, to the City Lord of the Vain Death City, the Desolation Great Emperor's attack might be the strongest. However, Xuanwu Great Emperor was a stubborn old man. The terrifying spirit and will in his eyes forced the City Lord of the Vain Death City to pay 120% attention. This kind of will reminded him of Long Chen. Gates of Hell. Rebirth Thunder Prison. As his opponent attacked, the City Lord of the Vain Death City calmly retreated. Between his hands, a world full of dark thunder appeared. One of them met the Desolation Great Emperor, while the City Lord of the Vain Death City personally controlled one of them to attack Xuanwu Great Emperor. When the power of the Rebirth Thunder Prison reached its peak, it exploded. The terrifying power formed a sharp point that collided with Xuanwu Great Emperor's golden spear. In that instant, a huge ravine that almost tore apart a third of the imperial star appeared. From underground, terrifying lava spurted out. The 2 great emperors and the City Lord of the Vain Death City were all submerged in the lava. Emperor! The crowd exclaimed. The next moment, Xuanwu Great Emperor shot up into the sky, looking majestic. In front of him, the City Lord of the Vain Death City danced in the wind. His eyes were extremely serious. I didn't expect a dying man like you to have some ability, the City Lord of the Vain Death City said disdainfully. Xuanwu Great Emperor closed his eyes. 5 colored flames burned on his body. Chapter 1679. The intensity of this battle was beyond everyone's imagination. Xuanwu Great Emperor used the 5 element seal to unleash the clear sky pagoda. His attacks merged with the imperial star, and the power he unleashed was naturally unparalleled. It was much more terrifying than Long Chen's battle. From the 4th to the 5th Nirvana tribulation, the transformation was huge. Boom, boom. Thick black smoke filled everyone's vision. Apart from the 2 great emperors, no one dared to rush forward. If they did, they would probably be killed in a few moves. The battle between the 3 spread from the surface of the imperial star to the starry sky. Boom. The sea of fire in the 5 elements world and the waves in the sky appeared in the sky. The originally beautiful imperial star was now riddled with holes. Countless people looked at all of this with tears of hatred in their eyes. They clenched their fists in anger and agitation. High up in the sky, the Desolation Emperor had already transformed into his true form, the Dragon Devourer Beast. The huge Dragon Devourer Beast was the main attacker, blocking the City Lord of the Wronged from the front while Xuanwu Great Emperor attacked and harassed. Although the 2 of them had never fought side by side before, they worked well together this time. But why was the City Lord of the Wronged so powerful? When he was at his peak, he was probably close to a godlike existence like Long Qinglan. He had consumed a lot of power in the Eternal Seal, and now he probably had less than a billionth of his original power. That was why he had to devour the lives of all living beings in the 3 realms and 9 realms to recover his original power. If he was at his peak, people like the Desolation Emperor and Xuanwu Great Emperor wouldn't even have the right to speak to him. They were the overlords of the eternal sacred realm countless years ago. Today, he was reduced to fighting these 2 experts from the lower realms. In fact, the 2 great emperors had already prepared themselves for death, especially Xuanwu Great Emperor. Ever since he came out of the Clear Sky Pagoda, it meant that the 6th Nirvana tribulation would come within a day. At this moment, he was burning all his power. In a daze, Long Chen still had some control over the Desolation Emperor. That huge pair of eyes stared at the terrifying blue-haired girl in front of him. Long Chen had activated the strongest mystique of the Desolation Emperor's bloodline. Floating like a dream. It was an elegant name, but there was a murderous intent behind it. The Desolation Emperor used up almost all of his strength to spit out the hundreds of thousands of phantasmal beasts he had accumulated in his body at the same time. In an instant, the countless phantasmal beasts completely surrounded the city lord of the wronged. It wasn't as simple as phantasmagoric beasts. The dragon-devouring beast was also proficient in the Tao of Confusion and the Tao of Devouring. At this moment, floating like a dream displayed these 2 Taos to the extreme. He caused the entire space to sink into a dreamy state. Everyone felt as if they had returned to their childhood, waking up from a dream and discovering that everything they had experienced was a dream. Their lives hadn't even begun, and they had returned to countless years ago. In reality, this was the effect of fleeting like dream. Although the main target was the city lord of the wronged city, most of the people were implicated. The Desolate Emperor had used all of his life's energy to use this move. Just like when he had dealt with Long Chen, he had used the Devouring Dragon Divine Art once more, using his life essence to devour the city lord of the wronged. Why hadn't the Desolate Emperor become very powerful after passing through 6 Nirvana tribulations? That was because most of his Nirvana power had been used to replenish his life essence. This time, he had once again forgotten about life and death, and burned again. The only person who wasn't confused was probably the Xuanwu Emperor. He finally stopped and looked at the Desolate Emperor with admiration. Was this guy so desperate because of Long Chen, or was it because he himself was angry? Old friend, Ling Su was gone. He had lived for nothing but this battle. After Xuang became great emperors, he could only hide his feelings for Long Chen in the deepest recesses of his heart. That was because neither of them had the courage to say those words. They didn't have Long Chen's persistence and courage. This was the most regrettable thing that happened when they were young. Xuanwu the Great thought back to what had happened in the past, and tears streamed down his face. To him, death was true liberation and freedom. Today, he had only fulfilled one of his wishes. Let's fight, Desolate Emperor. We have lived for too long. We have dominated the position of Great Emperor, causing many geniuses to be unable to take the final step. Let's fight. Let's fight. In this world, perhaps only when we die in battle will a new Great Emperor be born. Perhaps this is the rule of the heavenly way. There could only be 3 great emperors in the 3 great emperor domains. This was only a guess, and no one could prove it. At that moment, the Desolate Emperor let out an angry roar. The roar from his mouth could be said to have caused the entire small universe world to tremble and echo endlessly. With a rumble, the huge devouring dragon beast pounced towards the city lord of the wronged and swallowed the blue-haired woman who was surrounded by the phantasmal beasts. When the phantasmal beasts disappeared, the illusion in everyone's eyes also disappeared. They returned to the real world and saw that the world was full of smoke and chaos. Only the Xuanwu Great Emperor and the Desolation Great Emperor stood in the sky like 2 gods. This was all for the survival of humanity, and they were unyielding spirits. The Desolate Emperor had already been submerged in the gray fog. He was at the most critical moment. He wanted to digest the city lord of the wronged. He frantically used the Devouring Dragon Divine Art and activated the power of all the phantasmal beasts. He was putting his life on the line. He was the combination of Long Chen and the Desolate Emperor. He had Long Chen's hatred and madness, and he also had the Desolate Emperor's long-cherished wish and repentance. Die! Die! Damn thing! This time, the Desolate Emperor didn't care whether he could persevere or not. All he wanted was the other party's death. As for whether he died or not, it no longer mattered. At that moment, everyone looked at the Desolate Emperor with expectant eyes. At that moment, the Desolation Grand Emperor's body burned with gray flames. All of his life force was devoted to this. His huge body began to wither, gradually becoming a dried corpse. However, his eyes were filled with hatred and desperation. He was Long Chen, and also the Desolation Grand Emperor. His determination to digest the city lord of the wronged, even if it meant his death, moved countless people. The 4 sword masters, the 6 demonic emperors, and the others found that they were of no use standing there. Desolate Emperor. The Zhenwu Emperor shook his head repeatedly. In his plan today, he was the only one who would die. When the Desolate Emperor put his life on the line, he began to feel uneasy. 5 Elements Clear Sky Pagoda. Under his control, the Dao treasure with 9 Dao patterns split into 5 parts, trapping the Desolate Emperor in the center. These 5 parts suddenly expanded, turning into a golden mountain that soared into the sky, a giant ball of fire, a towering tree shrouded in green vitality, a thick planet, and a surging river. The 5 powers converged, forming an earth-shattering formation with the Desolate Emperor as the center. This formation had hundreds of layers, from top to bottom, completely surrounding the Desolate Emperor. The Emperor needs to use the 5 elements demon sealing formation. Wan Renshi shook his head helplessly. Other than death, does he have no other choice? Lin Juanyao's heart ached for the old man. No, this is his long-cherished wish. Perhaps this is glorious, something he yearns for. It's useless for us to feel sorry or stop him. We can only hope that he can achieve the value he wants. Everyone was praying that the Desolate Emperor would succeed. His vitality was gradually fading, and his body was exceptionally pale. Only his eyes were still blood-red. A series of deep, furious roars came from his mouth. Just when everyone thought the Desolate Emperor was about to succeed, a light laugh rang out. Do you all think that I, Yin Li, once the overlord of the eternal sacred realm, will die at your hands? Even if you're naive, you don't have to be this naive, do you? Everyone's expressions changed when he finished speaking. In that instant, the Desolate Emperor's abdomen exploded. A blue figure rushed out from the place where his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. In that instant, the Desolation Great Emperor let out a scream. 2 things that are about to die. Don't waste your life. Let me devour you. And you all, no one will escape today. The city lord of the wronged had already recovered part of his heart. He was even stronger than when he'd fought Long Chen. This kind of existence far surpassed everyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Even if they risked their lives, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. This was actually very normal. The Desolate Emperor returned to his human form and collapsed on the Imperial Star. When everyone rushed up, they found that he was on the verge of death. Not only had the city lord of the wronged escaped, but Yi Futu, Tian Yuanzi, and the Demon Dragon Temple Master had also escaped. However, they had just escaped when they entered another formation. Whether it was the arrogant city lord of the wronged or Yi Futu, they were all trapped immediately. The 5 elemental demon sealing formation activated. In that instant, all the power of the 5 elements in the world was mobilized and gathered in the 5 elemental demon sealing formation, trapping the city lord of the wronged and Yi Futu. Warriors, please lend me a hand. The Zhenwu Emperor disappeared, but his majestic voice reverberated throughout the world. Perhaps everyone knew that he was ready to fight to the death. No one was unwilling to be able to contribute their strength in the face of a catastrophe. At that moment, everyone rushed into the clouds without hesitation, gathering their nirvanic power into the 5 elemental demon sealing formation. Today, we will grind this demon to death. Burn. My power of the 5 elements. All the power was gathered in the 5 elemental demon sealing formation. The Zhenwu Emperor appeared in the sky, the 5 colored flames on his body rushing up to thousands of meters. His life force was gathered in the 5 elemental demon sealing formation. Behind him, the majestic and unyielding figures of the 18 martial gods appeared, representing their peerless fighting will. They would not rest until one of them was dead. When faced with a dilemma, the protagonist's character was reflected. He wasn't stupid or impulsive, but he was more emotional. There was no right or wrong, only whether it was worth it or not. This part of the catastrophe was a climax and also a starting point. It was about to be completed, so there was no need to be anxious. Chapter 1680. 5 Elements Devil Sealing Array. Activate. Nearly 100 super-strong martial artists from the 3 domains and 9 worlds poured all of their strength into the 5 elements devil sealing array. Great Emperor Xueqi realized that his strength was not enough. If it wasn't for Great Emperor Desolation trapping the City Lord first, then Great Emperor Xueqi's 5 elements devil sealing array might not have been able to suppress the City Lord. The power of the 5 elements gathered. The willpower of the 18 martial gods soared. Great Emperor Xueqi had already used the 18 martial gods' possession, but he was still satisfied. He even burned all of his life force and gathered it into the 5 elements devil sealing array. At this moment, everyone was ready to face death with equanimity. Hatred, hot-bloodedness, and responsibility were the heaviest things in everyone's hearts. They were also the strongest strength in their hearts. The 2 martial saints, the 4 sword masters, the 6 Fey emperors, the 8 Fey emperors, as well as all of the martial artists above the 3rd stage of Nirvana tribulation from the 3 domains and 9 worlds, all of them gathered in front of the 5 elements devil sealing array, desperately contributing their strength. Crazy, desperate, and also shedding tears. This time, the 5-element demon sealing array had been created by the Xueqi Great Emperor at the cost of his own life. In front of the 18 martial gods was an old man burning with 5 colored flames. His desperate spirit and unyielding resistance had infected everyone. This 5 elements devil sealing array caused the City Lord to be moved for the first time. Not only was he moved, but there was also fear and anger. He did not expect that these mere ants would be able to bring him such danger. At this time, the power of the 5 elements gathered in the 5 elements devil sealing array, forming a massive palm that squeezed towards the City Lord. This was a 5-colored palm that gathered the strength of Great Emperor Xueqi's life force and the strength of all the martial artists. This was also the determination of the powerhouses of the 3 domains and 9 worlds. Die! The 5-colored palm that blotted out the sky stirred up the wind and clouds as it grabbed at the City Lord. Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi savagely laughed. They had escaped with great difficulty and now was the time to display their might. At this time, they all rushed towards the 5-colored palm. With your little ability, you dare to attack my lord? What a joke! Old Ghost Xueqi, you didn't think I would survive. Today, I will return all the punishment you gave me to you. You old thing, you've occupied the position of Great Emperor Xueqi for so long. You should have died long ago. Today, you will die at the hands of my master. These 2 traitors actually dared to be so arrogant in front of the 5-element sealing demon formation. Their words and actions had infuriated everyone. They were looking for an opportunity for the City Lord to escape, so they first made themselves the target of the 5-colored palms. This 5 elements devil sealing array might not be able to restrain the City Lord. If they were allowed to obtain this opportunity, then all their previous efforts would have been for naught. Everyone present knew this. They were angry, they cursed. However, in the face of these 2 deranged people, no one could do anything. They were about to block the 5-colored palm. At this time, Palace Master Mo Long, who had not moved all this time, rushed behind them without a word, and punched Tian Yuanzi and Yi Futu with all his might. Palace Master Mo Long was much stronger than them, and his punch had almost shattered their bodies. Tian Yuanzi and Yi Futu, under Palace Master Mo Long's sudden punch, fell one after another. The 5-colored palm flew past their bodies. This scene moved everyone. At this time, everyone believed that Palace Master Mo Long had not betrayed them. He was still helping, and had played an important role. At this time, he let out a frenzied roar of anger. Like a wild beast, he fought to the death with Yi Futu and Tian Yuanzi. It was Palace Master Mo Long's sudden change that had given everyone a chance. That old dragon who had remained silent until now made everyone tear up. Everyone knew what kind of struggle he had to go through in order to defy the City Lord who had died unjustly. His physical body had been contaminated by the City Lord, but his soul was clean. Die! Everyone let out angry roars. They wanted to contribute their last bit of strength. Those who dared to come to this place were not afraid of death. They were only afraid of dying in vain. Sword Master Linggu, Kuan Peng Demon Emperor, all of them had resolute faces. Even Ling, she was contributing the last of her strength. Although her nirvana power was weak, it was superior to Su Nu's pure and holy power. It could cause the greatest damage to the City Lord who had died tragically. Long Chen had asked her to hold on and wait for his return. She had promised Long Chen, so she had to do it even if she had to risk her life. The desolate Heavenly Emperor, who had fallen on the Emperor Star, was seriously injured, but he climbed up step by step. He stood up straight and rose into the sky, looking at those who were risking their lives. He was using Long Chen's eyes to look at all of this. He rose to the same position as the true martial heavenly emperor. He saw the anger and glory in his old friend's eyes. This was a battle of faith. The desolate heavenly emperor did not say a word, but contributed his strength to the 5 elements sealing demon formation. Boom! With the addition of the desolate heavenly emperor, the power of the 5 elements sealing demon formation soared. My brothers of the 3 domains and 9 worlds, victory or defeat will be decided in one move. For the survival of billions of lives, today, we will not rest until we are dead. We will not rest until we are dead. Divine power poured into the 5 elements sealing demon formation with an undefeatable spirit. A 5-colored palm instantly grabbed the body of the wronged city lord, then squeezed. Trapped by the 5 elements sealing demon formation, the wronged city lord let out an earth-shattering scream. His face twisted with incomparable rage. Ants! Livestock! Don't forget, you are my food! He was still shouting crazily. Food! The true martial heavenly emperor laughed. You are no longer the overlord of the past. Back then they couldn't kill you, so they imprisoned you until today. Today, you are just an ant. So stop dreaming of being the overlord of the past. The eternal divine realm is not the eternal divine realm of the past. Your light has long been drowned out by history. You want to be reborn, but do you think that killing the people of the 3 domains and 9 worlds will give you infinite power? Yin Li, you will be punished by the heavenly Tao. You will lose everything because in this world, you can fight anyone but the heavenly Tao. Do you think that you are truly immortal just because you are immortal? No, that is the demonic Tao, not the heavenly Tao. You have become a demon, so the heavenly Tao will kill you. Demon? Under the pressure of the 5-colored palm, the wronged city lord's body began to dissipate. He resisted and laughed. If I am a demon, then so be it. The heavenly Tao is unfair to me, so I will destroy the heavenly Tao. You ants dare to talk about replacing the heavenly Tao? What a joke! This broken 5 elements sealing demon formation, I will break it. Break! Inside the wronged city lord's body, an explosive force shook and swept out. The 5-colored palm began to loosen. If the crowd hadn't held on, he would have escaped. Everyone knew what would happen if the city lord who died unjustly escaped. It would mean the death of everyone, and the destruction of the 3 domains and 9 worlds. Boom! In that moment, everyone forgot everything. They only had one thought, and that was to fight to the death. Under the wronged city lord's fierce resistance, everyone desperately urged their strength to contribute to the 5 elements sealing demon formation. As the 5 elements sealing demon formation rotated, the entire minor universe world violently exploded. The Emperor's star was already riddled with holes. After this crisis, who knew if it could be restored to its original beautiful state? In the 3 domains and 9 worlds, countless people had tears in their eyes as they felt the Dragonite continent tremble. This was the anger and counterattack of living beings. Break! The power of the 18 martial gods descended upon the 5-element demon sealing array. Great Emperor Zhenwu completely fused his flesh and blood into the 5-element demon sealing array. The massive 5-colored palm once again erupted with a terrifying strength and crushed the body of the city lord, who had died tragically, into dust. In the past, the wronged city lord had been close to the 6th-level Nirvana Tribulation realm in combat strength, similar to the current Great Emperor Desolation. Now that he'd fused with a portion of his heart, he was completely above the 6th-level Nirvana Tribulation realm. He even had many undying methods. If he fused with all of his heart, he would be at least at the 7th-level Nirvana Tribulation realm. At that time, no one would be able to resist him. Once he completed his plan and devoured all the living beings in the 3 domains and 9 worlds, restoring his original strength, he wouldn't be as simple as a Nirvana Tribulation realm cultivator. At the very least, he would be in the Rebirth Tribulation realm. Insignificant ant. When the 5-colored palm's power increased, the wronged city lord's body turned into powder, leaving only his head behind. The dawn of victory was right in front of them. Everyone put their lives on the line. Do you think that you can kill me like this? At this juncture, he who was about to die, let out a maniacal laugh. That's right, you surprised me. Just like Long Chen and the others who controlled the Hellfire Flame Astral Behemoth in the Eternal Hell, they killed me once. This time you also killed me. However, I'm no longer human, nor am I any living being. I'm a demon. I have my own rules. My rule is that I have 9 lives. After saying this, he laughed maniacally. However, in the 3 domains and 9 worlds, is there anyone who can kill me 9 times? If there isn't, then I'm immortal. So, just when everyone had done their best and thought that they could kill the city lord who had died in vain, he said such words. He had 9 lives. He was a true demon. Then, why did Great Emperor Xuanwu burn his life strength just to kill him? Break. In that instant, Great Emperor Xuanwu didn't say anything. He directly used the 5-colored palm to crush the wronged city lord's head, turning his body into powder. When the power of the 5-element ceiling formation was exhausted and began to collapse, everyone fell to the ground, exhausted, and looked blankly at the sky. Chapter 1681. Back to a day ago. Rebirth Thunder Purgatory. Path of Rebirth. In this rapidly falling world, Long Chen found Mo Xiaolang who was falling rapidly. After this battle, both of them had consumed a lot of energy. After several days of rest and recuperation, consuming a large amount of immortal essences, they finally recovered to their full state and began to adapt to this world that was falling crazily at any time. In the process of their recovery, Kitten began to talk about his plan. Path of Rebirth. In fact, there are many such tunnels in Dragon's sacrificial continent. Rumor has it that the Path of Rebirth can lead to a mysterious world, but almost no one knows which world it leads to. I don't have many ancient memories left, but I remember that during the time when dragons soared, there was no such thing as the Path of Rebirth. After who knows how many years have passed, I've traveled with the Void Dragon Talisman, walking and stopping, sleeping and waking up. I've more or less seen and heard a lot of things. Among them, this mysterious Path of Rebirth has also aroused my curiosity. Since it was related to the final battle, Kitten no longer dared to be negligent. Instead, she said seriously and solemnly, perhaps it's the other side of the dragon sacrificial continent, but no one has ever been able to prove it. To the majority of people, this is just a bottomless abyss. Those who fall into it basically commit suicide in endless torment and turn into bones. No one can leave. But the reason why I let you in is because I have a way. What way? Long Chen asked while recuperating with Mo Xiaolang. Kitten said directly, the Path of Rebirth is actually a kind of reincarnation rule. This is something set up by the heavens. Almost no one can break it, so even the city lord of the wrong doesn't dare to come in. If it was me back then, maybe I could break it. So the city lord of the wronged isn't worried about you at all. But what he doesn't know is that something set up by the heavenly Tao can only be broken under one circumstance, and that is when the power of the heavenly Tao descends and explodes. Actually, the power of the Path of Rebirth isn't that great. Right now, the dragon sacrificial continent is also unable to bear such a huge amount of power. It's only because there's a supreme power of laws within that makes it so terrifying. However, I can guarantee that roughly 4 times the power of the 9 heavens lightning beasts will be enough to break this place and let you guys return to the Rebirth Lightning Prison. At this time, Long Chen still didn't know Kitten's plan. He then asked, the method you mentioned is related to the 9th heaven Thunder Beast. Could it be that you want us to pass the Nirvana tribulation? Although Xiaolang and I are close to the critical point, it will still be difficult for us to trigger the 9th heaven lightning beast, right? Kitten said mysteriously, I have a way to let you face the 9th heaven Thunder Beast together. How is it? I once found a type of Yuan Qing true fire in this eternal hell. It's a type of fire of life. As the saying goes, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. I didn't expect that a fire of life could exist in this dead world. The power of Yuan Qing true fire is roughly similar to the Thunder Flame Emperor's dragon fire that Xiaolang had devoured before. Although it can't give him the same benefits as the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, it can let him reach the critical point of the 9th heaven Thunder Beast's descent. What about me? Long Chen asked. It's even simpler for you. You're already close to the 2nd Nirvana tribulation. When the 9th heaven Thunder Beast appears, as long as you provoke it, the heavenly Tao will definitely treat you angrily. At that time, the Nirvana tribulation will also decrease accordingly. What they have to do is to pass the Nirvana tribulation. In this Path of Rebirth and the 9th heaven Thunder Beast, their heavenly Tao power will detonate this Path of Rebirth and let you guys escape. At the same time, there's another benefit here. Long Chen thought about it for a moment. It was the only way. It was risky, but he had no other choice. The 3 realms and 9 realms were all waiting for his return. Even if it was dangerous, he had to try it. Everyone knew that the Nirvana tribulation was terrifying, so who would deliberately attract the Nirvana tribulation in advance? Only Long Chen would have the guts to do something like that. What's the other benefit? Long Chen asked. Kitten replied, the path of rebirth is filled with all kinds of dark lightning, commonly known as Yin lightning. The 9th heaven thunder beast that the heavenly Tao sends down is Yang lightning. When Yang lightning and Yin lightning converge, they'll fuse together and become even more Nirvana energy. The Yin lightning here is a kind of wear and tear on the lightning beast. So if you pass your tribulation here, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. You'll get even more Nirvana energy. Truth be told, people from the Eternal Life God domain usually look for Yin lightning when they pass their tribulation. In the Eternal Life God domain, Yin lightning is very precious. Long Chen finally understood Kitten's plan. Indeed, it's a very good idea. After everything that had happened, Kitten was a lot more reliable than before. Kitten chuckled. Your father sent you to the Eternal Life God domain, but you almost died at the hands of the City Lord of the Wronged. I'm embarrassed that you're my boss. Hurry up and get rid of this damn thing. I'm looking forward to the day you go to the Eternal Life God domain. I'll do my best to get through this. Long Chen wasn't the type to bite off more than he could chew. He didn't underestimate the City Lord of the Wronged. Even though the former overlord had fallen from grace, he still wasn't easy to deal with. This guy has 9 lives. You and Xiao Lang already killed him once. When you face him again, try to kill him once and for all. This is the weakest moment of his life. 9 lives? If I can kill him once, I can kill him 9 times. Long Chen gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. This was a rapidly falling world. At this moment, Long Chen was controlling the Desolation Emperor to talk to the true Martial Emperor. After a while, Xiao Lang recovered. Long Chen explained Kitten's plan to him. Xiao Lang nodded. I didn't expect you to be so useful. This sentence was directed at Kitten. Kitten was proud of his old rival's affirmation. Of course. Don't you know who I am? I was once the reincarnation divine beast, the controller of life and death. I'm a living god. There was no time to lose. After they fully recovered, they prepared immediately. There was still one day before the City Lord of the Wronged would arrive at the true Martial Emperor Palace. They had expended too much energy fighting the City Lord of the Wronged. Only when they fully recovered would they have the confidence to deal with the 9th heaven lightning beast. In this rapidly falling world, Kitten took out the true fire of elemental purity from the great virtual realm. It was a flame that looked like a giant tree. Mo Xiaolang transformed into the sun-devouring demonic wolf and quickly devoured the true fire of elemental purity. After devouring a portion of the hellfire flame-star behemoth, he was already close to the next level of the Nirvana tribulation realm. After devouring the true fire of elemental purity, he quickly digested it and succeeded in a short time. The dark green flame symbolized outstanding vitality. It burned fiercely on Xiao Lang's body. You've reached the critical point. Very good. Kitten was the chief planner of this operation. He put his hands behind his back, feeling proud of himself. Then, he pointed at the sun-devouring demonic wolf. These two. In fact, when he saw Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang risking their lives for him, he secretly shed tears. All this time, he felt that he couldn't integrate into Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's world. He felt that he was an outsider between them. He was suspicious and felt inferior. He knew how much responsibility Long Chen carried, but Long Chen still came without hesitation. Even now, he didn't have the slightest regret. This camaraderie was enough to prove everything. The 3 of them didn't say anything, but their gazes were much more focused than before. Since it had already happened, then let's fight. The trust and brotherly love of going through life and death together bound the 3 of them together. Big brother Kitten, I'll go first. After saying that, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rapidly fell. In this world with no way out, he triggered his 4th Nirvana tribulation. Then, the 9th heaven lightning beast descended. In this falling world, there was an endless void above their heads. At this moment, a shining star suddenly appeared in the void. Lightning! In an instant, the star was completely enveloped by the purple lightning. The entire star shook violently and then began to explode, forming a giant beast made up of lightning and broken stars. It was a giant thunderbird with electric snakes coiling around its body. It let out a terrifying and deafening shriek. The ninth heaven lightning beast was like a falling meteorite, descending towards the path of rebirth. At this moment, the entire sky was almost shrouded by lightning. A terrifying electric net spread out wildly, turning into countless electric snakes that shot across Long Chen's vision. The entire sky was instantly riddled with holes. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions were heard. Although the ninth heaven lightning beast's movements weren't as loud as the hellfire flaming star beasts, it was more or less the same. Big brother, it's your turn. Go and provoke this stupid bird. Kitten chuckled. Without another word, Long Chen transformed into a mystical dragon. His 10,000-meter-long body rushed towards the sky and blocked the sun-devouring demonic wolf. In the sky, the ninth heaven lightning beast was like a falling meteorite. The power of lightning caused the path of rebirth to start exploding. Kitten's guess was right. Only the rules of the heavenly Tao could destroy the rules of the heavenly Tao. Boom! After experiencing one explosion after another, the ninth heaven lightning beast finally rushed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't afraid at all. He used Long Chen to grab the 10,000-meter-long golden demon imprisonment column and flung it out. At the first instant, the ninth heaven lightning beast that was supposed to attack the sun-devouring demonic wolf was pulled back. Of course, this was the result of the ninth heaven lightning beast looking down on him. The dragon carriage's actions completely angered the ninth heaven lightning beast. Previously, when Mo Xiaolang secretly devoured the hellfire flaming star beast's power, he was attacked by it. Long Chen's frontal attack immediately caused an unforeseen event. In the sky, another star appeared, forming a ninth heaven lightning beast that was almost twice the size of the previous one. It screamed and descended. Did you notice that it has been exactly a year since the end of the world? Will the sun set tonight and never rise again? Alright, in fact, I feel that I'm lucky to be alive. Experience life well and continue to work hard. There might be more updates next Monday. Climb the rankings, same old track. Chapter 1682. The second giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven was almost twice the size of the first one. Long Chen had dared to stop the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven from attacking Mo Xiaolang. In addition, he was also on the verge of undergoing the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Long Chen's second nirvana tribulation was equivalent to someone else's fifth nirvana tribulation. The second giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven descended with even greater power. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other and saw the confidence and persistence in each other's eyes. This was the moment that would decide success or failure. Long Chen moved his huge body and moved into the distance, distancing himself from the sun-devouring demonic wolf. The second giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven rushed towards him, tearing the space in its path. The giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven that Long Chen had drawn was Mo Xiaolang's nirvana tribulation. Its opponent was Mo Xiaolang, so it began to launch shocking attacks at Mo Xiaolang with its terrifying body. Mo Xiaolang had just devoured the primordial pure fire and had nowhere to vent it. The giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven had appeared at the right time. Because of the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven's huge body, Long Chen's opponent was almost twice as terrifying as Mo Xiaolang's opponent. The divine thunderbird flapped its wings at a speed equivalent to an attack. As it flapped its wings, a sky full of purple lightning rushed towards Long Chen. This was the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven that made countless experts tremble in fear. Mo Xiaolang's giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven was almost twice as large as the average person. Long Chen's giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven was almost 4 times as large as the great Emperor Zhenwu and the others. The reason for this situation was related to their strength and innate talent. Long Chen had already sensed that this was only his second nirvana tribulation. The second nirvana tribulation was already 4 times stronger than the fifth nirvana tribulation of others. In the future, even if he had the ancestral dragon's bloodline and his strength would become stronger and stronger, Long Chen was still not sure if he would be able to pass through the 18th nirvana tribulation. Of course, he didn't have to worry about such a problem now because the Lord of the Wronged was a great calamity in his life. When the tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended, Long Chen could no longer pay attention to whether or not the sun-devouring demon wolf could pass this trial. He began to wholeheartedly deal with it. If he couldn't even pass this nirvana tribulation, how could he talk about saving it? Everyone was waiting for him. How could he release this heavy pressure? How could he face those who trusted him? Lingxi, Yongling Qing, Zhenwu Great Emperor, and so on. Even the future of the entire 3 regions and 9 realms was in his hands. Thinking of this, Long Chen's eyes turned red. The huge ancestral dragon's body circled in the clouds. Facing the lightning bolts and the terrifying lightning divine bird, Long Chen revealed a crazy fighting spirit. When the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven tangled with the Yin lightning on the path of rebirth, it would melt and turn into a large amount of nirvana energy that was absorbed by Long Chen. Therefore, Long Chen fled in the direction of the Yin lightning bolts and engaged in an intense battle with the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven. In an instant, the divine dragon and the divine bird intersected, stirring up the wind and clouds. Long Chen was very strong. He didn't resist the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven, but used a forceful attack. The power of the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column was completely released. Golden Demon Slaying Formation. 99 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns descended from the sky and restrained the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven. The body of the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven was even bigger than Long Chen. However, the moment the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven was restrained, Long Chen rushed forward. His dragon claws, dragon fangs, and dragon tail were all used to attack the beast made up of purple lightning bolts. The lightning that formed the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven was called the purple origin thunder of the 9th heaven. It was lightning produced from within the stars and was extremely violent. Under the bombardment of the purple origin thunder of the 9th heaven, countless warriors had died. However, Long Chen's ancestral dragon body was very resistant to lightning. In addition, Long Chen was basically in a frenzied state of killing. He had a heavy responsibility, so he was just venting his anger. The giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven, which was suppressed by the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, didn't even have a chance to counterattack. It was beaten by Long Chen's divine dragon body until it wailed. After the battle with the City Lord of the Wronged, Long Chen's chances of comprehending the Massacre Dao were getting higher and higher. The true martial emperor soul that the City Lord of the Wronged had left behind, which was his Dao seal, became a textbook for Long Chen's battle Dao. Although it was slightly different from the Massacre Dao, it was still very helpful. So far, in terms of the Tao of time, Long Chen had already comprehended the eternal instant formed from time stop. However, in terms of the Massacre Tao, he was slightly behind. He didn't deliberately ponder over the Massacre Tao, but every time he fought, some insights would suddenly come to him. For example, this time, when Long Chen was fighting the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven, this giant beast from the starry sky had provoked the fury in Long Chen's heart. Therefore, he had become berserk and crazy, turning into a killing machine. The giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven was not so easy to deal with. It broke free from the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, and lightning descended. Countless purple origin thunder of the 9th heaven surrounded Long Chen. A large amount of lightning shot through Long Chen's blood-red scales, electrocuting Long Chen until his entire body was in a state of numbness. The giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven flapped its wings and rushed behind Long Chen in an instant. Its sharp bird claws stabbed at Long Chen's dragon back. Long Chen couldn't dodge in time and immediately felt a stabbing pain on his back. 7 inches? Do you think I'm a snake? Long Chen let out an angry roar. A huge and powerful dragon tail swept across, directly hitting the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven, and sweeping it away. The 99 Golden Demon Imprisonment Columns formed a huge Golden Demon Imprisonment Column in front of Long Chen. Long Chen used his dragon tail to spin this Golden Demon Imprisonment Column, and launched the craziest attack towards the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven. Dancing Dragon's Formation. This was another battle technique of the Golden Demon Imprisonment Column. In that short instant, Long Chen bombarded the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven tens of thousands of times, scattering a large portion of its strength. Long Chen rushed forward and devoured it all. In the process of this battle, the path of life became riddled with holes, and was on the verge of collapse. Every movement of the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven could cause great damage to the path of life. Break! Long Chen's Golden Demon Imprisonment Column swept across the head of the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven, and it was immediately swept away. Long Chen rushed forward, opened his mouth, and swallowed the huge head directly into his stomach. It wasn't that the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven that Long Chen was facing wasn't strong. It was just that there was too much Yin lightning here, and the giant thunder beast of the 9th heaven consumed too much of its strength. Moreover, all of it was devoured by Long Chen. Long Chen had endless combat power, and his own combat power was also extremely strong. Previously, when he was fighting with the city master of the tragic city, Long Chen was actually very close to him. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out on the path to life. Kitten in God Nation looked at Long Chen, then at Mo Xiaolang, and couldn't help but say, "These two bastards beat the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven to this state. When the Nirvana tribulation descends in the future, like the Hellfire Flame Star Beast, they will definitely take revenge for the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven. However, to be able to bully a Nirvana tribulation to this state, I can only say that they are really crazy." The sun-devouring direwolf might not be as berserk as Long Chen, but it was slightly weaker than Mo Xiaolang's giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven. It was much easier for the sun-devouring direwolf to deal with it. The giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven, which had its head destroyed by Long Chen, let out an earth-shaking roar. Its head grew out again. It wasn't a true life form. It was just a manifestation of the Nirvana tribulation. A new round of battle began. The two of them wanted to get through this tribulation as soon as possible, and they also wanted to leave as soon as possible. After all, everyone was waiting for them, but the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven was too strong. Even with Long Chen's craziness, he fought with the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven for almost half a day before he finally absorbed half of its power into his body. He didn't even have time to digest it. It's time. At this time, Long Chen was sure that he could get through this second Nirvana tribulation. Soon, he would be a second Nirvana tribulation warrior. As for Mo Xiaolang, there was no problem. He would soon become a fourth Nirvana tribulation warrior. Traversing the path of life that was riddled with holes, Long Chen was gradually looking for a way out. This place was almost broken. The divine dragon hidden in the blood-colored clouds suddenly became illusory. The giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven attacked again. The entire world was shrouded in its lightning. Instant. Eternity. The illusory divine dragon was the body of the great void cosmic dragon. When this move was used, not only the giant thunder beast of the ninth heaven beside Long Chen, but even the sun-devouring demonic wolf's opponent was completely frozen and unable to move. This instant of eternity was indeed much stronger than the bubble of dreams. This was also Long Chen's improvement in the time Dao. Of course, he hadn't studied the bubble of dreams to the end. He had just opened up another path. The power of the bubble of dreams was still quite shocking. Massacre. The battle Dao and the massacre Dao were inextricably linked. Long Chen didn't do it on purpose, but this battle with the sky Dao had awakened part of the ancient blood spiritual dragon's bloodline. When his opponent was frozen by the instant of eternity, Long Chen transformed back into the ancient blood spiritual dragon. However, at this moment, among the countless primordial symbols on his billions of dragon scales, another primordial symbol lit up. This was the last dragon scale on the divine dragon's body. Long Chen seemed to be enlightened. In his mind, a blood-colored divine sword rose from the sky and split the sky in half. That blood-colored divine sword was none other than Long Chen's dragon tail. This move was called Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword. Tomorrow is Monday again. I've rested for a few days and am prepared to fight tomorrow. Everyone has been lazy these days. There are more and more readers. The first place on the rankings has nearly 6 million views a week. This is the number of views of The Dragon's Blood in the past 2 to 3 months. It's 1 million views ahead of the second place, but the number of posts and flowers is much less than at the beginning of the month. It's time for battle again. Brothers, let's burn. If you can reach first place today, you will have more than 6 chapters tomorrow. Each chapter is 3,000 words. No need for 2,000 words. It's equivalent to 10 chapters of last week's 2,000 words. Chapter 1683. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword contained an unyielding will to slaughter. This kind of unyielding will targeted all forms of suppression. When the ninth heaven lightning beast suppression descended, Long Chen used eternal split second to stop it and then used the heavenly slaughtering blood sword. A giant blood sword shadow suddenly appeared on his blood-colored dragon tail. This was a sword blade filled with primordial runes. It surrounded the primordial blood dragon's tail and extended several thousand meters outwards. A blood-colored divine sword that was nearly 8,000 meters long appeared out of thin air. It was surrounded by densely packed primordial slaughter runes. Compared to the slaughter dragon seal, the heavenly slaughtering blood sword was much more terrifying. The slaughter dragon seal was a bloody world, while the heavenly slaughtering blood sword contained a will to slaughter and death. It came from the primordial slaughter runes and was nearly 10 times stronger than the slaughter dragon seal. This was the slaughter technique of the primordial blood dragon. It had awakened in Long Chen's slaughter seal and was successfully used by Long Chen. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword moved. It was as if Long Chen was using an ordinary divine dragon's tail, but the strength this time was unprecedented. When the divine dragon's tail moved, the heavenly slaughtering blood sword burst out with a terrifying divine light of slaughter. All the primordial slaughter runes gathered at the blade, forming a sharp and shocking barb. Eternal split second and the heavenly slaughtering blood sword could be said to be a perfect match. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword moved. Although it wasn't the power of the heavenly Tao, it caused the final collapse of the road to life. The entire falling world was exploding. This move of Long Chen had completely split the road to life in half. The heavenly slaughtering blood sword that was covered in primordial runes descended from the sky and cut the ninth heaven lightning beast in half. This ninth heaven lightning beast completely collapsed in front of Long Chen. All the power of thunder, under the transformation of the heavenly Tao, turned into nirvana power. A huge amount of nirvana power was absorbed into Long Chen's body. His power and everything about him was undergoing a transformation and skyrocketing. This was his first rebirth after transforming into the ancestral dragon. The once tiny young dragon began to grow up step by step. Long Chen, who was only at the first level of nirvana tribulation, was like a newborn. No matter how strong a creature was, it was impossible for it to be too exaggerated when it was just born. However, as long as Long Chen passed the second level of nirvana tribulation, he would be like a baby that had just started to grow. His potential would be completely displayed, becoming more and more powerful, more and more terrifying. His growth speed and degree would soon surpass all other creatures. Why was it that he, who had the body of the ancestral dragon, could not even defeat the City Lord of the Wronged? First of all, the City Lord of the Wronged had once been the overlord of the eternal god realm. Secondly, tigers were powerful, but could a tiger that was less than a day old tear a rabbit apart? Under the heavenly slaughtering blood sword, the 9 heavens lightning beasts disappeared without a trace, and the paths to rebirth exploded one after another. When this world exploded, Long Chen saw the rebirth lightning prison in the sky. They were free. Long Chen dissipated the heavenly slaughtering blood sword at the dragon's tail, then swept it and absorbed all the nirvana power that belonged to him. He needed some time to digest it. With his help, it was much easier for the sun-devouring direwolf to face the 9 heavens lightning beasts that had been frozen by Long Chen's eternal instant. After Long Chen finished off his opponent and absorbed all the power, the sun-devouring direwolf also finished off its opponent. You too. Hurry up and enter my great void realm. I'll take you to true martial emperor palace. On the way, you can refine the power of the heavenly tribulation and be reborn. The kitten was ready for a long time. There was only half a day left until the time set by the City Lord of the Wronged. The City Lord of the Wronged was already on his way to true martial emperor palace. You have a way to leave the rebirth lightning prison? Long Chen asked. Of course. This is that guy's former god nation. It fell on the path of rebirth. You can even break the path of rebirth, so why are you worried that you can't break the rebirth lightning prison? With this, Long Chen was at ease. He stayed in the great void realm with Mo Xiaolang and digested the power obtained from the nirvana tribulation. They couldn't waste a single moment. Before closing his eyes, Long Chen thought of the people on the Imperial Star who were panicking. He had completed the most important step. Even Long Chen himself couldn't estimate how powerful he was. The nirvana power that was 4 times stronger than others at the 5th level of the nirvana tribulation was almost equal to the nirvana power at the late stage of the 5th level of the nirvana tribulation. When the transformation was complete, Long Chen's nirvana power would be similar to that of true martial emperor, desolation emperor, and the others. At the same time, in terms of quality, Long Chen would be superior. According to the understanding of the 3 territories and the 9 realms, generally, those who had passed the 5th level of the nirvana tribulation would have the power of a great emperor. Therefore, when they succeeded, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang would have the power of a great emperor. In fact, the 2 of them would be even more powerful than true martial emperor and desolation emperor. The nirvana power was already so terrifying. In addition to Long Chen's divine dragon skills and ancestral dragon body, his power had once again undergone a transformation and skyrocketed. In the difficult battle, Long Chen was repeatedly defeated. Now, he finally had the chance to turn the tables. I only hope that they can hold on until I arrive, especially Xueqi. Long Chen was most worried about her because he was afraid that the city lord of the wronged would target her because of him. Fortunately, Long Chen was still controlling the Desolation Emperor and knew the situation there. The city lord of the wronged had not arrived yet. He closed his eyes and digested everything he had obtained. When he opened his eyes, it would be time for him to take revenge. His hatred and anger were about to be released at the last moment. With less than half a day left, Kitten could be said to have given it his all and displayed all the speed he could summon. In the Great Void Realm, Long Chen also knew that time was running out. Therefore, he worked even harder to digest the vast power in his body. Under the stimulation of the Nirvana power, his physical body and primordial spirit were undergoing a terrifying leap. When a young dragon began to grow, the changes brought about were quite terrifying. Was the ancestral dragon strong? Long Chen had just passed the Nirvana tribulation and was like a young dragon on the first day of its birth. He could already defeat a warrior in the fourth stage of the Nirvana tribulation. If the first stage of the Nirvana tribulation counted as 2 stages, then he had surpassed a full 7 stages. When he passed the second stage of the Nirvana tribulation, he digested the Nirvana power of the 9th heaven thunder beast 4 times. In the midst of destruction and rebirth, his physical body and primordial spirit swelled. The resulting combat power was simply limitless. However, no matter how strong he was now, if he did not make it in time, it would be a lifelong regret. He had to complete this transformation as soon as possible and then hurry on in place of Kitten. I hope they can hold on for a while longer. On the Imperial Star, the 5 elements demon ceiling formation had completely disappeared. Everyone had almost exhausted their strength and collapsed to the ground. In the sky, the black smoke had dissipated. Only the Demon Dragon Palace Master, Yi Futu, and Tian Yuanzi were still fighting. However, when they saw that the City Lord of the Wronged had disappeared, they both stopped fighting. Then the Demon Dragon Palace Master let out a maniacal laugh. Is that old dog finally dead? Everyone looked up, searching. This time, the power of the 5 elements demon ceiling formation was extraordinarily great, almost gathering all the power of the 3 realms and 9 realms. No one believed that the City Lord of the Wronged would be able to survive. Zhenwu Great Emperor and Desolation Great Emperor had exhausted all their strength and had almost fallen into a deep sleep. They sat cross-legged on the ground and closed their eyes. Their bodies had entered a state of suspended animation. It was very difficult for them to recover their combat strength. Even the Desolation Great Emperor's body was rapidly aging, turning into a thin, ugly old man. Everyone stood up and looked around in surprise. At that moment, Yi Futu laughed loudly. What a bunch of fools. We were all created by our Lord. If our Lord dies, we will die too. It's so obvious. Can't you see? Hearing this, everyone's faces fell again. They turned to look at Zhenwu Great Emperor and Desolation Great Emperor. They saw that tears of blood had appeared on Zhenwu Great Emperor's thin face. These 2 tears of blood were a shocking sight. He's not dead yet? No one knew that the City Lord of the Wronged had 9 lives. This time, Zhenwu Great Emperor had indeed killed him. However, with the addition of Long Chen's previous massacre, he still had 7 lives left. Even if he could survive, the City Lord of the Wronged had lost another life. He could not help but be angry and go crazy. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, all the fragments in the sky reformed the City Lord of the Wronged's complete appearance. They had lost. No wonder Zhenwu Great Emperor had shed tears of blood. They had tried their best and exhausted all their strength, but this was still the result. Everyone's heart was filled with incomparable frustration. Under such circumstances, most people would lose their faith. I've changed my mind. The City Lord of the Wronged looked down at the crowd below. His voice became exceptionally cold. I won't kill a single one of you, but I'll make you my subordinates. I'll make you personally conquer the 3 regions and 9 realms and slaughter all living beings. You've already angered me, so I'll make you experience what it's like to destroy the 3 regions and 9 realms on your own. In that case, your expressions will definitely be very interesting. After saying that, the City Lord of the Wronged laughed heartily, ignoring the crowd's change of expression. He pointed a finger and the demonic dragon palace lord was forcibly pulled in front of the city lord of the wronged. It seems that your transformation is not sufficient. The city lord of the wronged opened a hell and threw the demonic dragon palace lord inside. Bastard, when Long Chen returns, you will die a horrible death. The demonic dragon palace lord was not afraid. Instead he laughed coldly. The hatred in his eyes made the city lord of the wronged's heart palpitate. Long Chen? The fellow who will never return from the path of reincarnation? The city lord of the wronged laughed heartily. Everyone could clearly see the demonic dragon palace lord rolling around in one of the hells. Countless black chi stained his body and invaded his flesh and blood, turning him into a ghost once again. Chapter 1684. Previously, Lingxi had also contributed quite a bit to the 5 elements demon ceiling formation. When that demon looked at her with venomous eyes, she knew that he had designs on her. Lingxi was not afraid of him. She had promised Long Chen that she would hold on until he came. Even now, she still gritted her teeth and looked fearlessly at the city lord of the wronged. I heard that your nirvana power can undo my curse? The city lord of the wronged chuckled. With a wave of his hand, 8 ghost kings appeared behind him, including Yi Futu, Tian Yuanzi, and the remodeled demon dragon palace master. There were 11 of them in total. The ghost kings that the Desolation Emperor had devoured all appeared once again. Their lives had been bestowed by the city lord of the wronged's curse. As long as the city lord of the wronged was alive, they would not die. Previously, it was only the Desolation Emperor who had imprisoned them. The city lord of the wronged took out a handful of white pills. They were the sword pills that Tian Yuanzi had obtained from the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. He gave them to his 11 subordinates, then said to Lingxi, "Your nirvana power can actually undo my curse. Then I will have them spread across the 3 domains and 9 realms. Apart from the ancient Yuan spirit domain, there are exactly 11 of them. Plant a demon tree in each place. I want to see how you will save the billions of people in the 3 domains and 9 realms. Even if you cultivate for a lifetime, you won't have that much nirvana power, right? Haha, why don't you save them for me to see?" Having been killed again, the city lord of the wronged was furious to the extreme. He was a vengeful person, and at this moment, he wanted them to suffer the most terrible revenge. The 11 of you, listen up. Go to the 3 domains and 9 realms apart from the ancient Yuan spirit domain and plant the demon tree. Prepare a feast for billions of lives for your master. Go. The city lord of the wronged's goal was not only to kill the hundreds of powerhouses present, but also to destroy the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. When they heard that he had started to attack the civilians, everyone went crazy. Apart from Zhenwu Emperor and Desolation Emperor who were on the verge of death, everyone stood up, disregarding their injuries, and went to stop the ghost kings who were about to leave. If they succeeded and they were trapped here, then the 3 regions and 9 realms would really be finished. All of you, stay here obediently. The city lord of the wronged laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a black whirlwind, knocking everyone to the ground. At this time, the 11 ghost kings had already escaped from the Imperial Star, heading for the 3 realms and 9 realms. This calamity finally spread from the true martial Emperor Palace to other places. Was he finally going to suffer a crushing defeat? When everyone realized that apart from the Desolation Emperor and the Zhenwu Emperor, they had no way to resist at all, they were in despair. This was not a fight on the same level at all. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Although their hatred and anger were still there, they felt even more powerless. This feeling of powerlessness was like a huge mountain pressing down on their heads. Your lives are in my hands, and you will all become existences like the 10 great ghost kings. Take the seeds of the demon devil tree I gave you to the 3 realms and 9 realms. With nearly 100 experts, you will be able to cover the entire 3 realms and 9 realms with my demon devil tree. When the time comes, our food will be everywhere. You look down on me, but when you realize that consuming their life force can strengthen you, you will go crazy. That's just how human nature is. Then, it's time to start with you, Long Chen's little woman. The beautiful city lord of the wronged smiled sinisterly and pointed a slender finger at Lingxi. Come here. His finger moved gently, and Lingxi suddenly felt a huge force descend. Sheer. The Lingwu swordmaster and the others were shocked and hurriedly stood in front of Lingxi to resist. But at this time, the city lord of the wronged waved his other arm, and the barrier that once protected the demon tree trapped everyone on the imperial star. The barrier's sturdiness was beyond imagination. Even the Lingwu swordmaster's 6 paths imperial sword with the Milky Way refining sword couldn't break through it. Under the city lord of the wronged's strong pull, only Lingxi managed to break through the barrier. Sheer. The Lingwu swordmaster's eyes were about to pop out. This wasn't just a matter of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Everyone was attacking the barrier frantically, aiming at a single point. Unfortunately, the city lord of the wronged's power was above them. No matter how much energy they used, they couldn't break through the barrier. Daddy. The Lingwu swordmaster, who had turned into a malevolent and crazy person, caused Lingxi to cry in her heart. Her father had always loved her deeply. It was just that with his personality, he didn't want to express it. That was enough. With a husband like Long Chen and a complete family, she could die without regrets. As she approached the city lord of the wronged, Lingxi's expression was resolute. She took out the 6 paths imperial sword and turned into a fairy in the sky. With a slash, the snow-white sword light turned into a dreamy radiance that instantly slashed at the city lord of the wronged. Child's play. The city lord of the wronged sneered and reached out to grab Lingxi's sword energy. In the fierce confrontation, the sword energy slashed at the city lord of the wronged's palm. With a loud explosion, the city lord of the wronged retreated several steps and was shocked to find that his palm was emitting white smoke. His palm was already half corroded. Can it really restrain my power? This seems to be the bloodline of a god. The lord of the wronged city looked at Lingxi with a greedy gaze. He licked his lips and said, "If I devour you, just how much will my strength recover?" At that moment, his eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. Lingxi rose into the sky, her entire body shrouded in a snow-white brilliance. Under her long skirt, beneath her lapels, and on her snow-white back, the pattern of a 9-colored butterfly suddenly appeared. It was an incomparably beautiful butterfly that perfectly matched Lingxi. As Lingxi prepared to fight to the death, the demonic 9-colored butterfly revealed its true form and transformed into a 9-colored butterfly behind Lingxi. This was the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly. Butterfly. Lingxi had never known that the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly existed in her body in such a form. Big sister, this scoundrel has made Butterfly very angry. I must deal with him. The 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly fluttered around Lingxi. The beautiful fairy and the magnificent 9-colored butterfly formed a beautiful picture. This is... The city lord of the wronged's memories were all fuzzy, so he couldn't recognize the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly. At that moment, Lingxi silently prayed. Chen, I can only use the last bit of my strength. I can't do anything more. Little she will be able to help as well. She looked back at the Desolation Emperor and saw that he had almost lost his life. 1 person and 1 butterfly cooperated and attacked the city lord of the wronged without hesitation. She wasn't afraid that it would be like throwing an egg against a rock. The opponent had already locked onto her, so she couldn't be timid or afraid. She had to move forward bravely and fearlessly. This was what Long Chen had taught her. From today onward, Lingxi would no longer be the Lingxi of the past. She poured all her hatred and anger into the 6 paths immortal sword and gathered all the strength in her body. Big sister. I'll confuse him. The 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly rapidly shrank and stopped on Lingxi's shoulder. This was an ancient mutated species that was the most proficient in illusion techniques in the world. It was much more powerful than the dragon swallow beast. As soon as this illusion technique was used, the sinister smiling city lord of the wronged city immediately lost sight of Lingxi. Hiss! A white sword light flashed and fell from the sky before the city lord of the wronged could dodge. The 6 paths immortal sword transformed into a world of 6 paths. 3 of the 6 sword lights pierced through the city lord of the wronged's body. This was the credit of the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly's illusion. If it weren't for this, Lingxi wouldn't have been able to hit her opponent. The city lord of the wronged let out an earth-shattering scream. Under the attack of the 6 paths immortal sword, white smoke rose from his body and large amounts of flesh and blood were burned. This was beyond the city lord of the wronged's expectations. He used to be the overlord of the Imperial Star, but when he first came to the Imperial Star, he had underestimated the other party. As a result, the Desolation Emperor and the Zhenwu Emperor had joined forces to take his life. Now, he had been injured by a little girl with only 3 Nirvana tribulations? This was a great humiliation to him. "You're forcing my hand." The city lord of the wronged let out a terrifying roar. Everyone in the demonic barrier watched in shock. He chased after Lingxi at an insane speed, his hand instantly grabbing Lingxi's fair neck. "Little girl, I'm going to tear you apart." The city lord of the wrong's hideous eyes stopped less than 10 centimeters away from Lingxi's eyes. "Are you afraid of me?" Lingxi didn't bat an eyelid in the face of the city lord's powerful strength. She gritted her teeth and said this. The city lord of the wronged was about to laugh when he suddenly felt a sharp pain behind him. He looked back and saw another Lingxi stabbing the city lord of the wrong's heart with the 6 paths immortal sword. The Lingxi in his hand was rapidly dissipating. She was just a piece of wood. The 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly's illusion technique could be said to have reached the pinnacle. The pain the 6 paths immortal sword brought to the city lord of the wrong's heart was indescribable. He let out a bestial roar and before Lingxi could pull out the 6 paths immortal sword, he threw a backhand punch that knocked Lingxi down to the Imperial Star. This time, he had really hit her. Although she had the help of the 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly and the 6 paths immortal sword, Lingxi's own strength was far inferior to the city lord of the wrong's. A casual punch from the city lord of the wronged was enough to destroy Lingxi's life. This punch almost broke Lingxi's veins. She couldn't stand steadily, and blood was already flowing from the corner of her mouth. However, she still gritted her teeth and stood up. She stared at the city lord of the wronged with a determined gaze, not showing a trace of fear. The 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly circled around her anxiously. The city lord of the wronged landed in front of her. Without a word, he reached out and grabbed Lingxi's head. "This time, let's see who can save you." The city lord of the wronged's sinister voice made countless people's hair stand on end. It seemed that the brothers were still very stingy. Looking at the top list, they were worlds apart. "I didn't expect that the requirement for explosive chapters wasn't met, and it's so far off. But I've already prepared the manuscript, so I'll publish it at 12 tonight. 3 chapters, 10,000 words. That's equivalent to 5 chapters of the previous 2,000 words. I'll have 6 chapters tomorrow. There are too many people reading the book, so I can only be careful. There are too many haters on the internet. Many times, people with good intentions can be picked out by haters and haters, making you look terrible. But I'm used to it. No matter how big the storm is, there are always brothers who understand me and stand with me through it." Chapter 1685. Death. To Lingxi, she'd already been prepared for this at the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. However, Long Chen's performance that day had been much stronger than she'd expected, and she'd reaped the rewards of happiness. To her, the greatest wish of her life had been fulfilled. She wanted to be with Long Chen forever, but if some things couldn't be avoided, she could only choose to compromise. Just like now, she didn't have the strength to face the city lord of the wronged anymore. Her eyes were constantly staring at the entrance of the Xueqi martial path, hoping that Long Chen's figure would come out from there. Her desire was so strong that she didn't want to die. She was also constantly resisting, trying her best, but at this time, her body's injuries were so severe that her consciousness was blurred. Long Chen had always been protecting Lingxi. If he found out that the city lord had injured Lingxi, how terrifying would his rage be? Lingxi wanted to see him one last time, but she realized that she wouldn't have the chance. The woman stood proudly in the wind. Her snow-white dress was stained with a lot of blood and mud, and her hair was disheveled. However, this could not conceal her soul-stirring beauty, nor could it conceal the sparkling and translucent spiritual energy in her eyes. The 6 Daos immortal swords stabbed into the ground, supporting her body. Lingxi. The Lingwu swordmaster's eyes were bloodshot, and tears streamed down his face. He was in a state of madness. His Milky Way refining sword slashed at the demonic barrier again and again, but it was still as strong as before. As a father, how could he bear to see his daughter's head get crushed like that? She should have been a happy girl. The Lingwu swordmaster's heart was on the verge of shattering. The city lord covered Lingxi's face with his palm. His fingers were long and fair, like a work of art, but they were, in fact, demonic claws. "I'm going to turn your face into the ugliest thing in the world." The city lord laughed malevolently. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lingxi took a few steps back in a daze before she was dragged back by the city lord of the wronged. Chen probably doesn't like me crying, so even if I die, I should still smile. When he comes back and sees me, he won't be too sad. Lingxi comforted herself in her heart. She was a very silly woman. In the whole world, there was only Long Chen. Because of this, Long Chen treated her like a treasure and protected her. Don't you think you're despicable enough to deal with a girl like this? Just then, an indifferent voice sounded behind the city lord of the wronged. Who could have gotten so close to him without him noticing? The city lord of the tragic death loosened his grip and turned around in shock. An opportunity. Lingxi woke up instantly and struggled to escape more than 100 meters away. This mysterious voice had given her a chance to survive. At first, she thought that it was Long Chen, but if it was Long Chen, he wouldn't have been able to speak so quietly. Moreover, it was clearly a girl who said that. Everyone stared at this mysterious newcomer in a daze. She directly appeared from the darkness. Her entire body was shrouded in darkness, and it was hard to see her clearly. However, one could feel her alluring appearance. Compared to Ling Shi, her aura was gloomy and cold, causing people to tremble in fear. That slender figure of hers attracted everyone's attention. The goddess of darkness? In the crowd, the Hanwu temple master and the others had seen the statue of the goddess of darkness that Long Chen had shown. When he saw this woman, he blurted it out subconsciously. And Lingxi recognized her at once. Sister Xuanji. This was the woman who had chosen to leave by herself in 9-star Chaos City. She was also the person that made Lingxi feel the most guilty. After all, she was also someone who was infatuated with Long Chen and had helped him many times. That's right, the person who had come was Li Xuanji. Seeing this beautiful and cold woman shrouded in darkness, the city lord of the wronged sneered and said, "You're just at the second level of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. You only have a decent concealment technique, and yet you dare to show yourself in front of me?" Li Xuanji didn't answer him. She moved in front of Lingxi and gently helped Lingxi up. Looking at this beautiful woman shrouded in darkness, Lingxi's tears finally flowed down her cheeks. "Didn't he protect you?" Li Xuanji said softly. "He's trapped and is rushing back. He should be here soon." "I trust him," Lingxi said confidently. "That's good. Although I'm still not strong enough, I'll wait for him with you." Li Xuanji revealed a comforting smile. At a critical moment of life and death, the awkwardness and embarrassment that she had initially thought were gone with just a few words. The words "wait together" made Lingxi feel a little jealous in her heart. However, at this juncture she threw everything aside, held Li Xuanji's cold hand, and then nodded heavily. Everyone wanted to have him, but Lingxi still acknowledged Li Xuanji. She didn't hate her at all, and even felt pity for her. But love was a complicated thing, and she didn't know how to deal with such a relationship. As for what would happen in the end, it all depended on what Long Chen thought. Also, Li Xuanji might not want to stay by Long Chen's side. Lingxi and Li Xuanji were two different people. One was together in life and death, and the other was distant. But in times of danger, they still stood together. From Li Xuanji's hand, Lingxi felt the spiritual strength that helped her pull herself together again. "I've been watching. You were very brave just now." "He will be very pleased," Li Xuanji said softly to Lingxi as she looked coldly at the approaching lord of the wronged city. "Yes." Lingxi nodded lightly. Even if Li Xuanji appeared, she couldn't stop the lord of the wronged city's murderous intent. He scrutinized the two of them, and in the end, he laughed and said, "The two of you seem to have some sort of relationship with that little fellow? You're obviously jealous, hateful, and want to kill him so that you can have Long Chen. But here you are pretending to be good sisters. The so-called human nature of you humans is really funny. A beast without human nature. What right do you have to talk about human nature?" Li Xuanji stared at him coldly and said word by word. "You have a sharp tongue. No wonder that little guy didn't choose to be with you." The lord of the wronged city sneered. He looked at Lingxi and said, "This girl is better. Obedient and as cold as you. Which man would like her?" He suddenly thought of something and said, "In my opinion, you must be itching to kill the new Sword Soul Emperor, but you're afraid that Long Chen will hate you, right? No matter where you are, whether you're human, monster or beast, the competition for a mate is always ruthless. Since you're here, I'll give you a chance to kill her. How about it?" He was a devil. What he wanted wasn't to kill. He could casually kill everyone here, but he wanted everyone to die in extreme terror. He wanted to expose their ugly nature. Come on. I'll give you a chance to show your ugly human form. Maybe if you kill her, Long Chen will like you. Come on. The Lord of the Wronged City approached them step by step. I'll give you away. In everyone's eyes he smiled sinisterly. Suddenly, he turned into a puff of smoke and rushed toward Li Xuanji. Get out of my way! Li Xuanji didn't know what kind of attack it was, so she quickly pushed Lingxi away. But Lingxi was holding her hand. When the attack came, she didn't move at all. Instead, she stayed close to Li Xuanji. We agreed to wait for him together, Lingxi said, shaking her head. This puff of black smoke was the method the Lord of the Wronged City had used to control Mo Xiaolang. He wanted to control Li Xuanji and fight with Lingxi until Lingxi was killed. Perhaps to them, this was the cruelest method. What the Lord of the Wronged City wanted to see was the struggle and pain in their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't want to hide, but that they couldn't. Li Xuanji's appearance was just to buy a little more time for Long Chen to arrive. The Lord of the Wronged City had come for Li Xuanji. Even though Lingxi was almost in front of Li Xuanji, the thick smoke still entered Li Xuanji's body. In an instant, the huge force still sent Lingxi flying. Lingxi climbed up from the ground with difficulty, but found that Li Xuanji was now completely surrounded by ghost qi. Sister Xuanji. Lingxi was at a loss, because Li Xuanji's eyes were bloodshot, and she was walking towards her step by step. Under the control of the Lord of the Wronged City, she grabbed Lingxi's neck and said, "That's right, just like he said, I want to kill you and take Long Chen for myself. What right do you have to snatch him from me?" Lingxi didn't know that the Lord of the Wronged City had said this, and not Li Xuanji herself. She felt a cold touch on her fair neck. "No, you're not her." Lingxi shook her head. She knew that Li Xuanji wasn't like this. She understood her. When Lingxi was in Long Chen's body, she understood Li Xuanji very well. "No, I am me. This is what I think." Li Xuanji laughed coldly. Inside the demonic barrier, although the crowd didn't understand what was happening, they all had a bad feeling in their hearts. "Don't try to fool me. You must have controlled her. You want to destroy my trust in her. You want to prove that human nature is despicable, but you're wrong. No matter what you think in my eyes, other than you, the world is beautiful. Human nature is not despicable. Only you are despicable." Lingxi grabbed Li Xuanji's hand, struggling to break free from her control. And at this moment, a terrifying power suddenly exploded from Li Xuanji's body. In her body, the Lord of the Wronged City, who was controlling her, turned his head in shock and saw a black needle piercing his body. This was the mysterious black needle from the Lord of the Wronged City, but even the Lord of the Wronged City did not know its origins. Chapter 1686. Lingxi was shaken away again. She was already in a wounded state and did not have much strength left. But at this moment, Li Xuanji's great change attracted everyone's attention. Her whole body was struggling, her eyes clear for a moment, then ferocious the next. In the world within her, the city lord of the wronged suddenly let out a scream of terror. Then he was reduced to ashes. Everyone was stunned. When Li Xuanji had completely regained consciousness, her face was pale, and the mark that the city lord of the wronged had completely disappeared. Lingxi returned to her at this time. Seeing that Li Xuanji's face was pale, but she had finally regained consciousness, she hurriedly said, "Just now, what happened? Where is he?" Li Xuanji looked around blankly and said, "He controlled me, but now I think he's dead. However, he had already died once just now, so this time, I don't think he's really dead. Be careful. Also, I think I hurt you just now, I'm sorry." "It's okay." Seeing that Li Xuanji was fine, Lingxi smiled sincerely. She knew that Li Xuanji's words had not come from her mouth. She was not that kind of person. This wonderful feeling made the two of them smile knowingly. But they both knew that the danger had not yet left, and they could only slowly delay for as long as they could. Until that man returned. No one knew how Li Xuanji had managed to kill the city lord of the wronged once. Previously, everyone's power had been gathered, and they had only managed to kill him once. Li Xuanji had only relied on herself. What she had relied on was that black divine needle, the power of the gods. Within Li Xuanji's body, that was her own world. The city lord of the wronged had actually run into her body. He must not have anticipated that he would make such a huge mistake. Just as Li Xuanji and Lingxi stood together again, in the sky, the city lord of the wronged's body reformed. This was his second death. He had never imagined that he would die twice in a row in such a small place. As soon as he appeared, his expression was incomparably deranged. His entire body was burning with rage as he let out a loud roar. His expression was ferocious, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. Who would have thought that in this small 3 regions and 9 realms, there would be a terrifyingly talented dragon martial artist and a strange demon wolf, as well as a girl with the bloodline of a god spirit? I thought that was already a miracle. Who would have thought that there would be another person with the bloodline of a god spirit? Furthermore, it's the dark goddess who was killed by the god-slaying sword. The lord of the wronged city stared at Li Xuanji with a burning gaze. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It seems that you obtained the needle left behind by the dark goddess in my city of the wronged. I never thought that I would have guarded such a treasure for so many years and never discovered it. How hateful! Fortunately, I discovered it in time. The deity who was killed by the deity-slaying sword in the primordial era is still alive. She left behind her bloodline in the black needle. He was so excited that his speech was incoherent. The blood of 2 deities. Today, I've gotten lucky. Even if I die twice, so what? This time, the lord of the wronged city did not waste any more words with them. His shocking body descended in front of the 2 girls. His eyes were filled with aggression as he stared at the 2 girls. He licked his lips and smiled sinisterly. Looking at you 2, I know that the heavens are still kind to me. He stretched out his demonic claws. In the previous battle, Li Xuanji had also expended a great deal of the power of her primordial spirit. She did not have much strength left, and Lingxi was in a more serious state of injury. The 2 of them could not resist even a single move from the city lord of the wronged. The lord of the wronged city did not hesitate. He opened his arms, and a small pure black world appeared in each of his palms. This world was filled with dark ghost chi. This was how the lord of the demonic dragon palace had been transformed into an existence that obeyed his orders. 2 deity bloodlines, obediently enter my world. Haha. I will turn you into demons like me. I will gradually fuse your bloodlines with mine. A pure and holy bloodline, a dark bloodline. Your existence will give me the final opportunity to break through to the deity realm. 2 little girls. It is an amazing blessing for Long Chen to have you. Unfortunately, he will never have the chance to return. No one knew that the lord of the wronged city had launched an attack this time, so there could not be any more accidents. With absolute power, he swept the 2 worlds towards Lingxi and Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji and Lingxi struggled to resist, but in the face of this increasingly large world, they seemed so tiny. The 2 worlds soon swallowed them completely. At that moment, the people who were trapped in the demonic barrier went crazy once again. They attacked the demonic barrier incessantly. They shed tears of anger, they roared, they went berserk, they went crazy, but it was all to no avail. Whether it was Lingxi or Li Xuanji, they were about to become the lord of the wronged city's puppets. Sheer. The Lingwu swordmaster was even crazier. He knelt on the ground in extreme pain, looking at the 2 women who had been swept into the 2 ghostly worlds. These 2 were the most beautiful girls in the world. They had delayed for so long, but at this moment, they could no longer hold on and were finally swallowed up. They looked at this world reluctantly. They would not yield to defeat. They were waiting for that person to return. They still believed in Long Chen. Even though they had been swept into these 2 worlds, they still did not show fear or despair. In the world full of ghosts and curses, a large amount of black fog rolled towards them. It was as if they had been swept into an endless sea and were quickly swallowed by the waves. Countless ghostly powers surged towards their bodies like ferocious scourges and ferocious beasts. Lingxi could only see the gap in this world. Outside was the Imperial Star. She relied on her last bit of willpower to stare in the direction of the entrance to the sky-reaching martial path. That was where she had longed for it. Even though everyone thought that there was no hope for her, she still maintained her smile and tranquility. Even at the moment of her death, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Chen, it's time for you to come back. Lingxi said softly in this ghostly world. Almost everyone in the demonic barrier felt as if their hearts were being torn apart. The lord of the wronged city. Anger and hatred were no longer enough to describe them. This was a blood feud that reached the heavens. At that moment, when all the resentment gathered together, the Lord of the wronged city stopped. He ignored the anger of the people in the demonic barrier, and looked in the direction of the sky-reaching martial path. He had a feeling that something was wrong. The atmosphere at the moment was very heavy. Through the sky-reaching martial path, in the distant starry sky, an incomparably terrifying roar of a giant beast broke through the boundaries of space and time. As this roar rang out, the entire cosmos realm where the Imperial Star was located began to shake. Where did this expert come from? The Lord of the wronged city was alarmed. This roar was extremely familiar. This level of anger must have come from Long Chen. It's definitely not Long Chen. No one can return after falling into the path of rebirth. The Lord of the wronged city thought with certainty. The city Lord of the wronged thought confidently. He was about to continue converting Lingxi and Li Xuanji when he saw that the two women's originally strong looks had completely disappeared. Their faces were almost like pear blossoms, and their eyes were filled with excitement and the dawn of hope. They were still staring in the direction of the martial path to heaven. The Lord of the wronged city laughed involuntarily and said, "What two idiots! I already said that Long Chen died on the path of rebirth." He couldn't have. As he said this, the entire cosmos realm let out a terrifying explosion. In the direction of the sky-reaching martial path, near the entrance, half of the world collapsed at this moment. The entire world was in a state of near destruction. Under the astonished gazes of countless people, a huge blood-red dragon head suddenly charged in from the crumbling world. What followed was a terrifying gust of wind and a thick smell of blood, as well as a murderous intent that made even the Lord of the wronged city feel sluggish. This is Long Chen. At this time, the desire in his heart exploded to the extreme. Within the demonic barrier, everyone was stunned. The huge dragon head was much larger than before, and the most shocking thing was the surge in power and the awe it brought. He should have improved again. The Lingwu swordmaster fell to the ground with tears in his eyes. No one knew why, but when they saw Long Chen return, they all breathed a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. In the ghost world, the beautiful women struggled out of the black waves and floated in midair. Their eyes were filled with surprise and anticipation. The huge dragon head was full of wildness and murderous intent, but to them, it was a peerless protector. Their eyes were filled with tears. They had almost forgotten how to speak and everything else. Only that incomparably ferocious dragon head occupied their vision. Finally, at the last moment, Long Chen arrived. As Long Chen arrived, a huge black wolf demon also rushed into the world. Their bodies began to transform. A total of 3 young men descended from the sky. With Long Chen in the lead, they arrived in front of the Lord of the wronged city. At this moment, the entire world fell silent. The Lord of the wronged city froze for a long time. When he sensed the changes in Long Chen and the others' powers, he suddenly understood and said, "So they both passed the nirvana tribulation. No wonder they could escape from the path of rebirth." Although he said this, the man in the middle was calm and collected, but the terrifying eyes that seemed to come from the absolute beginning made the Lord of the wronged city's heart skip a beat. At this time, Long Chen's gaze fell on Lingxi and Li Xuanji in the two worlds. "You dare hurt them?" Chapter 1687. Every dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. Long Chen was the sovereign of dragons. To him, there were some things and people that were his absolute reverse scale. For example, Lingxi, Li Xuanji, his sister, his brothers, and so on. He couldn't allow anyone to be hurt. Every time, he would enter a frenzied killing state. That was when the primordial blood spiritual dragon truly went berserk. This was the first time his beloved woman had fallen into such a predicament. Long Chen didn't appear to be very violent, but those who were familiar with him knew that his heart was currently burning with rage. His blood surged crazily from his toes to his head, causing his entire body to feel like it was being burned by flames. Even when he breathed, he exhaled flames. There were some things he absolutely couldn't tolerate. The city lord of the wronged had crossed his taboo again and again. This time, Long Chen had rushed back with all his might. He had almost gone crazy. He had practically created the fastest speed to get back to true martial emperor palace from 9-star Chaos City. Even the Qiankuan transfer array couldn't keep up with his speed. But he realized that he was still too late. If he had been any later, he wouldn't have been able to make up for it. The city lord of the wrong didn't realize any of this. He laughed wildly and said, "You really are ignorant. Even if you become stronger, even if you come back, so what? By the way, your beloved woman is now in my hands. I like to play games the most. Let's play a game. Seeing that you've come all the way here, I'll allow you to take one of them away. How about it? If only one of these two women can live, what will you choose? Child, I love to see you choose. Just like when you chose to enter the eternal hell. Haha." At that time, the city lord of the wronged had given Long Chen the most painful choice he had ever made. He had chosen his brother. This time, it just so happened that Long Chen had returned. He let the two women let Long Chen choose. Now, they were all in the hands of the city lord of the wronged. He held their lives in his hands. Whoever he wanted to die would die. He occupied the highest position and could naturally make things difficult for Long Chen once more. Seeing him struggle to make a choice, seeing his pain, the city lord of the wronged would be especially excited. Hearing this devil's new idea, Lingxi and Li Xuanji were both stunned. Between the two of them, did Long Chen have to choose one to live? Then, who would Long Chen choose? The city lord of the wronged laughed. As for these two women, they knew that no matter who Long Chen chose, he would suffer for the rest of his life. Everyone looked at Long Chen with pity in their eyes. Only the city lord of the wrong's laughter was particularly ear-piercing. Long Chen took a deep breath. When he raised his head, his eyes became very calm. He tried not to reveal his murderous intent immediately. He brought his two brothers to stand in front of the city lord of the wronged. "I remember that you gave me a choice last time. I brought Kitten back." Long Chen's resolute and confident eyes gave Lingxi and Li Xuanji a lot of confidence. The two beautiful girls suddenly felt much more at ease. "And this time, you might not realize it, but I no longer have to choose." As he said this, Long Chen's entire temperament changed. He became the embodiment of slaughter, the ancient blood spiritual dragon. Last time, it had been a humiliating choice, because he had no choice. But this time, as he said this, Long Chen extended his finger and pointed at the stunned city lord of the tragic death. He didn't say anything. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, becoming an eternity. Eternal moment. Even though he had used it in his human form, he had already completely frozen the city lord of the wronged. The city lord of the wronged looked at him in shock, but he couldn't move an inch. He couldn't move. Just like in the Rebirth Thunder Prison, this was how he had died. That inescapable power kept the city lord of the wronged in a daze. After using Eternal Moment, Long Chen calmly rescued the two girls from the world of the city lord of the wronged. He hugged Lingxi and caressed her long black hair, which fell like a waterfall, to reassure her. Lingxi's trembling made him blame himself, and he could only comfort her like this. As for Li Xuanji, Long Chen lifted his head to look at her. She was still as calm as ever, although her face was a little pale. "I came back late," Long Chen said with some regret. Li Xuanji smiled gently and said, "It's all right, but it really doesn't feel good. She's even injured." Long Chen closed his eyes and whispered an apology in Lingxi's ear. He was really heartbroken, but he didn't hate himself, because all of this had been caused by the city lord of the wronged. "I'm fine, Chen. You are the hero in my heart. I will quietly wait for you to complete your mission." "I did it. I delayed it until you came back." Lingxi pursed her lips, her eyes bright. She had long stopped crying and throwing a tantrum. Her eyes were filled with endless gentleness and encouragement. Yes, he was the hero in her heart. However, they placed the mission of fighting against the devil on their thin shoulders. This kind of thing should have been done by a man. Long Chen knew that this moment had come. In that instant, the conviction of invincibility filled his entire body. When he shed the gentleness he displayed towards Lingxi and the others, his bloodlust, as well as the dignity of a supreme being, erupted without restraint. "Enter my God Kingdom." Without another word, he brought everyone into the God Kingdom. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and the people trapped in the evil barrier. Long Chen easily broke through the evil barrier and protected everyone. Finally, he saw the Desolation Emperor and Zhenwu Great Emperor sitting cross-legged. These two old men whom he respected immensely. They were close to death. Long Chen knelt on the ground in front of Zhenwu, great emperor. When he turned around, the city lord of the wronged had already broken free from the shackles of the eternal moment. Damn it! The perfect woman with only one eye let out a heart-wrenching roar. Mo Xiaolang and Kitten both stood beside Long Chen. Boss, you and Xiaolang will be the main force. I was tricked by this thing. This time, I must return the favor. Kitten grinned and laughed. The moment of the decisive battle had come. So, you still have 6 lives? Long Chen muttered to himself. After being provoked by Long Chen, the city lord of the wronged lost his majesty and could not tolerate it. His body was surrounded by an even more astonishing devil chi than before. The entire small universe world was surrounded by him. Get out! The city lord of the wronged gritted his teeth and scolded. Then, he rushed out of the Imperial Star and arrived outside the sacred martial palace. His body rapidly expanded and transformed into a giant nearly 10,000 meters tall. He was much stronger than the last time. At this time, a blood-colored divine dragon more than 20,000 meters tall and a sun-devouring demonic wolf nearly 8,000 meters long, but the size of Long Chen, also rushed out of the Imperial Star. Kitten hid in the thick fur of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, and his eyes were filled with hatred. This was the first time the 3 brothers had fought together. Big brother. Boss. Long Chen rushed into the clouds, blood mist rolling around his body. He looked down at the 10,000-meter-tall city lord of the wronged. Little guy, I can feel your anger. You don't have to hide it anymore, but you have to understand something. There are some people that you can never resist in your lifetime. I will always be your nightmare. A 10,000-meter-tall giant and a 20,000-meter-long divine dragon. These things that only appeared in myths appeared in the eyes of most people in the true martial imperial domain. The city lord of the wronged laughed wildly. Is that so? Long Chen sneered. To be honest, his anger had been suppressed to the extreme. At this moment, it was time to explode. Blood-colored clouds churned around Long Chen, turning the clouds of the entire true martial imperial domain into the color of blood. Countless people stared blankly at the sky. They saw a dragon, they saw faith, they saw something that made them fanatic. I will take his 4th life, Long Chen said to Xiaolang and Kitten. Done. Hearing this, the city lord of the wronged laughed. He moved his body, and suddenly the ground caved in. Everything within hundreds of miles of the true martial imperial palace shook. As he laughed, Long Chen transformed into a void Aeon dragon. Instant. Eternal. At that moment, the city lord of the wronged struggled with all his might. This was the first time he felt fear, because his 10,000-meter-tall body was still unable to move. At this time, he saw an even more terrifying scene. The divine dragon's tail was hidden in the clouds, but suddenly, it turned into a 10,000-meter-long blood-colored sword covered in primordial runes. Wherever the sword went, heaven and earth collapsed, space fell into chaos, and everything was torn apart. This is. The city lord of the wronged was stunned by the shocking slaughter power. This was not an ordinary Tao of massacre. This Tao of massacre should not exist in this world. In the power of eternal instant, he was unable to move. He could only watch as the 10,000-meter-long sword fell from the sky. When the heavenly slaughtering blood sword was swung, the sky cracked tens of thousands of meters wide. The wind howled, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire world was drowned in blood. That sword had split the city lord of the wronged in half from head to toe. The divine dragon swung its tail again, and the sword came down again. Soon, the defenseless city lord of the wronged completely disappeared from this world. The previous 3 deaths had been accidents, but this time, the city lord of the wronged felt true fear. Long Chen's sword strike not only destroyed his physical body, but it also defeated his soul. When the city lord of the wronged was completely destroyed, the blood-colored divine dragon rolled in the clouds and let out a roar that shook the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. This was venting. Finally, success. Then, let us 3 brothers divide his remaining life. Chapter 1688. His 4th life. This was the fastest he had ever been killed. The first time, the city lord of the wronged had been swallowed alive by the hellfire star behemoth due to his carelessness. The The second and third times had mostly been accidental deaths. But this time, Long Chen had used his own strength to tear him to pieces. This was a historic moment. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the people in the Scandinavia, even the men, were filled with tears. Previously, all of them had fallen into complete despair. They had never felt so powerless before, but Long Chen's appearance had once again exceeded their expectations. He had truly brought them a ray of hope. Not only did this concern their lives, but the fate of the 3 realms and 9 realms. Surrounded by the crowd, Yang Lingqing's statue seemed to come to life. The city lord of the wronged had died again and again, and her vitality had reappeared. This man was Lingxi's unparalleled hero. He had attracted everyone's attention. Long Chen had used his own actions to prove that he was not a traitor to the 3 realms and 9 realms. He had not lost to the city lord of the wronged. Once the flames of war started, there was no possibility of it stopping. The giant divine dragon controlled the incomparably thick clouds, making it impossible for people to see its true body. As for the sun-devouring demonic wolf on the ground, it howled at the sky. Its body was shrouded in the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame, and its divine might was not any weaker than Long Chen's. Not only did Long Chen have a grudge against him, but so did Mo Xiaolang. Under their expectant gazes, the city lord of the wronged, who had died 4 times, appeared once more. His 10,000-meter-tall body towered into the clouds, almost half of his body hidden in them. The 4th death had enraged him. Unprecedented rage. His schemes, all of them had been destroyed by Long Chen's absolute strength. The city lord of the wronged's blue eyes were bloodshot. He roared in discontent, "Long Chen! Impossible! You've only passed 1 more nirvana tribulation. How could you have undergone such a metamorphosis? I refuse to accept this. I am the overlord of the eternal god domain. You puny ants! Don't cross my bottom line again and again." This terrifying roar engulfed the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. Even the sacrificial dragon continent shook from his roar. This could be said to be a huge battle scene that had never been seen for hundreds of thousands of years. This was a legend that would be passed down for countless years in the 3 regions and 9 realms. That day, the blood-colored divine dragon and the black demonic wolf fought against the 10,000-meter-tall giant to save the world. With the power of endless anger, the city lord of the wronged truly began his counterattack. He used the power of the 18 hells to the extreme. 9 hells combine. Under his control, the 9 great worlds fused together, forming a giant whirlpool with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. Above the whirlpool, endless black fog rose, and a large number of ghosts roared and screamed. The power of the hells mixed and collided almost surpassed the limits of the 3 realms and 9 realms, causing the world around the city lord of the wronged to shatter. I am a god in your eyes. I rule over the world, and you mortals of the lower realms are all my food. Your lowly souls can only obtain eternal life by becoming my food. Long Chen, you are destined to be immortal. And you, this is your last chance. There will be no next time. 9 hells go. The whirlpool of the 9 hells carried millions of ghosts in Long Chen's direction. The appearance of the 9 hells caused an even more terrifying tremor than the heavenly slaughtering bloodsword. Fortunately, the people around True Martial Emperor Palace had already retreated. Otherwise, this attack alone would have caused a large number of casualties. How much frustration and hatred did the city lord of the wronged bring to Long Chen? With such a deep blood feud, Long Chen had already gone mad. He was only restraining himself so that he wouldn't go crazy so easily. He wanted to use reason to completely eliminate the city lord of the wronged. After all, this guy was best at escaping. Not only did Long Chen want to kill him again and again, but he also wanted to make sure that he couldn't escape. When the 9 hells descended, Long Chen's eyes turned blood red. His gigantic divine dragon body circled in the sky, forming a blood-colored ring. Illusion. Bubble. The dragon's eyes shifted, and an even greater torrent of energy flowed towards the 9 heavens of hell. The time disorder decomposition art had always been invincible, but the opponent's 9 heavens of hell was simply too powerful. Long Chen couldn't rely on illusionary mirage alone to deal with it. At that moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf rushed over and swallowed the other portion of the 9 hells' power. Moon swallowing. With a swallow and spit, the fused power of the 9 hells counterattacked the city lord of the wronged. Under the illusion bubble, the other side of the power also counterattacked the city lord of the wronged. The 9 hells, which was even more powerful than the heavenly slaughtering bloodsword, allowed Long Chen and sun-devouring demonic wolf to counterattack. In a short moment, it descended on the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen's counterattack contained the power of time-shattering. Mo Xiaolong's counterattack was filled with a large amount of 9 underworld demonic ancestral fire. Under the double attack, the city lord of the wronged's huge body exploded again. Everyone in the divine nation cheered again. The cooperation between the two had easily killed the city lord of the wronged once again. The city lord of the wronged no longer had a 5th life. This time, the bombardment had destroyed everything within a 100,000-mile radius of the true Martial Emperor Palace. The true Martial Emperor Palace had gone through a battle that had never happened since ancient times. The surrounding mountains, rivers, and trees had completely changed. But as long as they could kill the city lord of the wronged, everything was worth it. Long Chen, and that damned wolf. A roar from hell, filled with anger, fear and unwillingness, once again reverberated throughout the 3 regions and 9 realms. Almost everyone heard the city lord of the wronged struggle. Long Chen's name once again resounded throughout the 3 regions and 9 realms. From this angry voice, it was clear that this old ghost had been beaten badly by Long Chen. The dawn of victory made countless people forget about the catastrophe. They firmly remembered a name, and that was Long Chen. Those who had believed the city lord of the wronged's words and misunderstood Long Chen were now flushed. This battle could be said to have been exposed in front of everyone. The city lord of the wronged's huge body had once again taken shape. He had died 5 times and only had 4 lives left. But he could not accept it. He could not accept that Long Chen had become so powerful in the blink of an eye. If he did not seize the opportunity to kill him now, he would not have another chance in the future. In the past, he had been able to control Long Chen, and he had been able to give Long Chen 2 difficult choices. But now, he found himself so pitiful that he did not even have the chance to attack his opponent. When his body had just taken shape, the 20,000-meter-long divine dragon had coiled around his body. Its sharp claws had all pierced into his body, and the huge dragon's head had bitten into his face. There was a loud crack, and flesh and blood flew out. Scram! The city lord of the wronged used all his strength to struggle. But he soon collapsed. With your body that is neither human nor ghost, do you think you can compete with my divine dragon body in terms of strength? Long Chen laughed contemptuously in his ear. Long Chen's strongest aspect now was his physical body, the ancestral dragon body. Under the attack of Long Chen's body, the city lord of the wronged's flesh and blood were instantly mangled. Long Chen carried him, the super behemoths in the eyes of the commoners, up into the sky and into the starry sky. Here, Long Chen could fight without worry, and did not need to worry about affecting the dragon-sacrificial dragon continent. Here, everyone in the true martial imperial domain could see the grand scene in the starry sky. A huge dragon, a demon wolf, and a giant shrouded in black gas. Long Chen, I swear that you will regret this. I held back because I valued your potential. Now that you treat me like this, when I recover my peak strength, I will let you taste the most painful torture in time. I will let your loved ones die, I will let you kill your own brothers, and I will let you grieve for the rest of your life. I am the weakest now, but I will soon become incomparably powerful. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this. Let me go. While the city lord of the wronged was in a frenzy, the huge divine dragon that coiled around him was terrifyingly cold. Old man, to be honest, I was once frightened by your threats. My loved ones, my brothers, and the woman I love. Their importance to me is something that an inhuman thing like you cannot imagine. However, I am no longer the me of the past. I will not be frightened by you again, because you have made me understand that fear is just cowardice. I hate it when others threaten you the most, especially you. As he spoke coldly, he increased his strength. The city lord of the wronged had great power, but under the strangulation of the divine dragon's body, his flesh cracked and his bones shattered. His head was bitten into pieces by Long Chen, and the dragon's mouth was covered in blood. I hate it when you use the people I value the most to threaten me. With a cold roar, Long Chen's huge body twisted the city lord of the wronged into a bloody mess. Just like that, his life was strangled to death by Long Chen. Long Chen was not calm, nor was he crazy. In fact, he was furious to the extreme. This was the city lord of the wronged's 6th death. He still had 3 lives left. At this time, he was completely afraid. As the pile of flesh and blood pulverized, kitten, who was lying on the sun-devouring direwolf's head, couldn't help but shiver. He looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at a monster and shouted, "What a monster! This pitiful city lord of the wrong defended this monster to such an extent. He really deserved to be killed over and over again, to experience the taste of death again and again. As expected, having more lives is not a good thing. It seems that my greatest enemy won't be able to do it himself." As soon as he said this, the city lord of the wronged was reborn in anger. This time, he actually wanted to escape. He didn't transform into a giant, but instead shrunk to less than 2 meters. Trying to escape? For the city lord of the wronged, the behemoth once again blocked his path. Eternal Xana. After stopping the city lord of the wronged, Long Chen smiled grimly and said, "Xiao Lang, use the 9 Serenities' ancestral demonic flame to burn him to death." Chapter 1689. The city lord of the wronged was indeed powerful, but Long Chen was using the Khanate Dao technique of the Void Aeon Dragon. Although he wasn't proficient in it yet, it wasn't difficult to suppress him. After all, the city lord of the wronged was still in a relatively weak state. Of course, Eternal Instant couldn't suppress him for a long time, but it only needed an instant. The city lord of the wronged, who had returned to his normal body, was like a tiny strand of hair in front of the sun-devouring demonic wolf. Eternal Instant rendered him immobile. He opened his aquamarine eyes and stared in horror at the super beast in front of him. "You damn it!" The sun-devouring demon wolf didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. It spat out a massive amount of the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame. This was its most fatal killing move. The 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flame that was over 1,000 meters long formed a giant fireball. In that instant, the city lord of the wronged's tiny body was trapped in the center. Under the sky, the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flames burned fiercely. After Long Chen released Eternal Instant, he was completely trapped by the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flames. The burning of the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flames was extremely terrifying. The city lord of the wronged let out a scream of horror and anger. "Long Chen! Mo Xiaolang! I swear, don't let me escape. When I recover my strength, I'll definitely let you suffer in extreme pain for the rest of your lives. You won't even have the right to die." He wasn't completely dead yet. At this moment, he used his power. The 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flames shook again and again, vaguely showing signs of exploding. The people in the God Nation and the people of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent below were watching everything in a daze. They watched as the city lord of the wronged could only use threats to escape from Long Chen's massacre. Long Chen summoned 99 golden demon imprisonment columns and formed a golden demon slaughtering array. They formed a circle and completely suppressed the city lord of the wronged. The city lord of the wronged could have rushed out of the 9 Nether Demon Ancestral Flames encirclement, but he lost this chance under the encirclement of the golden demon imprisonment columns. The ice-cold flames ignited every single particle in his body, causing him to let out an earth-shattering scream, as well as a frenzied curse. However, whether it was Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, or everyone else, they were all watching with cold eyes. "Boss, after killing him this time, he'll only have 2 lives left. I reckon that you've scared him out of his wits, and he'll probably try his best to escape. In order to avoid any accidents, we should be more careful and try to kill him once and for all. This guy will bring us endless trouble in the future." Kitten suddenly became serious for a moment and reminded Long Chen. Long Chen nodded. He knew better than Kitten that the further he went, the more he couldn't be careless. Otherwise, if he let this guy live and let him recover even 1/10 of his strength, he wouldn't be a match for him. "Long Chen!" Zhenwu Great Emperor's voice suddenly rang out. Long Chen hurriedly checked the God Kingdom. The old man had already woken up from a state of suspended animation, and the Desolation Emperor seemed to have recovered a little. Seeing that they were at least still alive, Long Chen was very pleased. Zhenwu Great Emperor looked at him with tears in his eyes, full of excitement. He heard the screams of the city lord of the wronged as he was refined by the flames. His deep hatred had finally been avenged. Only then did he say to Long Chen, "He has already sent 11 subordinates to the 3 domains and 9 realms. There's no point for us to stay here, so let's go stop those ghost kings. We can't deal with the city lord of the wronged, but we're more than enough to deal with those ghost kings." At this time, the nearest demon tree had probably already been planted. This was the tribulation of all living beings. Long Chen nodded, and then all those who could still fight, including the 4 sword masters, the 2 martial venerables, the 6 demon emperors, and the 9 realm lords, left to assist in the exorcism. Zhenwu Great Emperor also had to leave. The emperor's injuries are the heaviest, and he should rest. Let the Desolation Emperor go. He can devour ghost kings, and the Desolation Emperor's injuries are lighter, Long Chen suggested. Zhenwu Great Emperor shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I still have my doppelgangers. As for Blooming Desolation, you can let him go after this is over." Long Chen didn't want to keep the Desolation Emperor in captivity for long, so he nodded. As for Zhenwu Great Emperor, Long Chen couldn't change his mind. But for people like Lingxi and Li Xuanji, Long Chen wouldn't let them leave for the time being. After arranging for everyone to leave, Long Chen was on guard again. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had almost used the 9th Underworld Demon Ancestral Fire to refine the City Lord of the Wronged to death. Before the City Lord of the Wronged regained his strength, his strongest point was his immortality. After obtaining part of the heart, he didn't immediately use the demon tree to recover his strength, but instead came to Zhenwu Emperor Palace. This was a mistake. Rumble! The 9th Underworld Demon Ancestral Fire exploded, and the City Lord of the Wronged's body became an ice sculpture. On the sun-devouring demon wolf, Cat waved his hand and brought the ice sculpture of the City Lord of the Tragic Death into the great virtual realm. He clicked his tongue and said, "This old ghost tricked me. I'm going to use his naked sculpture to pee. Only then will I be able to vent my anger." While he was laughing, Long Chen and the sun-devouring fiend wolf were on guard. The City Lord of the Wronged only had 2 lives left, and he would definitely escape. Until now, Long Chen hadn't truly killed this terrifying monster, so he didn't dare to be careless. But after waiting for a long time, the City Lord of the Wronged still hadn't appeared. He escaped. Long Chen's expression was solemn. "I can smell him." Mo Xiaolang had been focusing on his eyes at first, but now he was focusing on his sense of smell. The City Lord of the Wronged's concealment technique was especially powerful, but he still had his smell. Chase. Without another word, the two began a mad chase. In the God Nation, Yang Lingqing's sculpture was still standing there. If the City Lord of the Wronged escaped this time, and he hid for half a year, Yang Lingqing's life would be gone. To Long Chen, 10,000 City Lord of the Wronged's lives weren't as important as Yang Lingqing's. As the elder brother, he owed Yang Lingqing an important explanation. An elder brother was supposed to protect his younger sister, but Long Chen had made a mistake. Long Chen was fighting so hard because he didn't want to regret it for the rest of his life. With Mo Xiaolong's keen sense of smell, the two chased crazily. The City Lord of the Wronged fled in the direction of the East Royal region. At this time, there was no need to use the cosmic teleportation formation. Their speed had already surpassed the speed of the cosmic teleportation formation. Therefore, countless people felt that above the sky, a giant dragon was flying by, and beside it was a giant demon wolf. The City Lord of the Wronged was fighting desperately to escape. He was originally proud, but after discovering that he only had 2 lives, he collapsed. His spirit was truly defeated. He began to calm down. He knew that the only way to escape first was to restore his strength. Only then would he have a chance to make a comeback. This was a humiliation. With his vengeful personality, he would not rest until he tortured Long Chen. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth, suppressing the monstrous anger in his heart. Long Chen didn't know how much time had passed. Long Chen passed through the East Royal region and continued forward. The City Lord of the Wronged shattered a piece of space and escaped into the void. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang hurriedly rushed in. He would not rest until he was dead. No matter how far the City Lord of the Wronged fled, Long Chen would chase him endlessly. He wanted this guy to completely fear him. In front of them, the City Lord of the Wronged let out a series of roars. Suddenly, Long Chen's body lightened. He felt that he had come to a very low-level world. His body actually had the momentum to expand. If he hadn't suppressed it, his body would probably have expanded to 100 times its current size. That was 2 million meters. This discovery made him dumbfounded. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang also discovered this problem. When they were chasing, they looked around blankly and found that this place was so familiar. There were towering ancient trees everywhere. In a distant direction, there was an ancient tree that soared into the clouds. At the top of the tree, there were faint traces of a city. Big brother, do you remember Greenwood Sky City? Mo Xiaolang said excitedly. Long Chen's heart sank. That's right. This is the primordial cemetery. This was the battlefield in front of the imperial region. He didn't expect to return here while chasing the city lord of the wronged. The world level of the primordial cemetery was not as high as the 3 imperial regions, so when they arrived here, their bodies could expand again. The primordial cemetery was on the same level as the myriad kingdom's domain. Everything here, even the hardest steel, was extremely fragile to Long Chen. After coming here, Long Chen could be said to have become a true god. This was a world that didn't even have a divine martial realm warrior. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't even have time to reminisce. The city lord of the wronged also didn't expect that he would accidentally rush into such a low-level world. In that brief moment of confusion, his body expanded. Although under his control, it was only close to 1,000 meters, it was still discovered by Long Chen immediately. Want to escape? Long Chen roared. 99 golden demon imprisonment columns flew out and turned into pillars that supported the sky. One by one, they blocked in front of the city lord of the wronged. The city lord of the wronged was advancing quickly, and when he hit the wall formed by the golden demon imprisonment columns, he was immediately sent flying back. At this time, Long Chen quickly rushed to the opposite side and surrounded him with Mo Xiaolang. The myriad kingdom's domain was right in front of them. Long Chen couldn't let this guy go there and cause trouble. He notified Mo Xiaolang, and without a word, the two began to attack this guy. The city lord of the wronged had his pride. After being surrounded, he flew into a rage again. He gathered his strength and expanded to tens of thousands of meters tall, almost squeezing the primordial cemetery to the point of bursting. 15 layers of hell, gather. An even more terrifying move was displayed. In his arms, the 15 layers of hell merged into a huge whirlpool with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. Almost the entire primordial cemetery was swallowed into this whirlpool. A huge explosion occurred, and the 5 elements domain of the primordial cemetery was destroyed one by one. The space shattered, forming an endless void. Long Chen realized the seriousness of ending the battle quickly. Chapter 1690. Almost all of the primordial cemetery was shattered, and the city lord of the wronged had fused it into the 15 layers of hell, forming a terrifying power. These 15 layers of hell were much more terrifying than the previous attacks. Facing the power of the 15 layers of hell, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang attacked at the same time. Heaven and Earth Furnace Diagram. The sun-devouring direwolf's bloodline mystique was activated. Instantly, tens of thousands of flames filled the entire primordial cemetery, enveloping everything in a fiery hell. This was also the method to trap the city lord of the wronged. Dragon Dance Formation. The 99 golden demon imprisonment columns formed a 10,000-meter-long pillar that supported the heavens. Under the sweep of Long Chen's dragon tail, it broke through the void and was flung away by Long Chen. Like a golden arrow, it pierced into the center of the 15 layers of hell. The huge impact forced the city lord of the wronged back. The city lord of the wronged was furious. He truly activated the power of the 15 layers of hell to kill Long Chen. He was in a desperate situation. At this time, the sun-devouring direwolf roared. Devouring Moon! 1,000-meter-long black moon shot out of its mouth and attacked the city lord of the wronged's back. This devouring moon could not be resisted. If the city lord of the wronged insisted on attacking Long Chen, he would be hit by this devouring moon. Fight! No matter how it was said, the person that the city master of the wronged feared the most was Long Chen. Thus, this time he chose to go all out. Even if he had to lose his life, he would still go all out to kill Long Chen. Only then could he feel at ease. The black whirlpool that was 10,000 meters wide swept up the primordial cemetery within it and attacked Long Chen with a loud bang. Facing this terrifying attack, Long Chen's expression did not change. He quickly retreated. The sun-devouring direwolf's devouring moon and the city lord of the wronged's 15 layers of hell arrived at the same time. The devouring moon faced the city lord of the wronged, while Long Chen faced the power of the 15 layers of hell. At this time, Long Chen gritted his teeth. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. When the 15 levels of hell descended, he mobilized all the power in his body and faced it calmly. Chen, let me help you. Lingxi was very anxious. She didn't ask for Long Chen's permission. She charged out of the God Kingdom and waved the 6 paths immortal swords. The 6 rays of sword energy shot toward the center of the whirlpool. Come back. Long Chen pulled her back into the Divine Kingdom. Lingxi also had a strong intuition when it came to battles. Although the snow-white purifying sword Qi was small, it hit the center of the Hell World. The power in the center was purified by the power of the Mistress Su, causing chaos in the entire 15 Hellblend attack. The attack power was weakened by at least a third. Only Lingxi's mistress power could do this. The reason why Lingxi suddenly appeared was because she realized that she could do this. When the power of the 15 layers of hell was not as terrifying as before, Long Chen felt much more at ease. Previously, he thought he would have to risk his life. With Lingxi's help, he didn't have to risk his life. Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword. The slender dragon tail stretched out for tens of thousands of meters. The outline of the Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword was 20,000 meters long. Countless ancient slaughter runes appeared, and a shocking will exploded. The void trembled. At this critical moment, Long Chen used the Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword to use the Divine Dragon Tail Whip. The huge blood-colored sword descended from the sky and slashed at the 15 layers of hell. Break! Long Chen let out a dragon roar that shook the sky. Using the primordial blood spirit dragon's powerful body and his current nirvana force to display this Tao, the power was so powerful that it directly split the 15 levels of hell in half. The remaining power of the Heavenly Slaughtering Blood Sword shot towards the City Lord of the Wronged, sending his head flying. At this time, the City Lord of the Wronged was struggling to resist the devouring moon. He originally thought that the 15 layers of hell could at least seriously injure Long Chen, so he focused on dealing with the sun-devouring demonic wolf's devouring moon. He didn't expect the fatal attack to come from behind. The head that flew into the sky was torn apart by the sun-devouring demonic wolf's claws. Blood splattered everywhere. The body that lost its head was completely devoured by the devouring moon. It was crushed into pieces that filled the endless void. Long Chen. The City Lord of the Wronged's roar became softer and softer. This is my last life. Cooperating with Mo Xiaolang, they once again finished off the City Lord. However, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. This battle had already destroyed the entire primordial cemetery. If the flames of war spread to the Myriad Kingdom's domain, it could only be described as unimaginable. Long Chen couldn't bear the responsibility of the deaths of all living beings. Big brother, the world here is too fragile. The Myriad Kingdom's domain is the same. A casual battle could cause the Myriad Kingdom's domain to completely collapse. Mo Xiaolang also realized this problem. He still had one life left. Don't let him escape this time. We'll slaughter him once and for all. After the City Lord of the Wronged died, Long Chen stared at his surroundings. Mo Xiaolang also used all his senses to prevent the City Lord of the Wronged from escaping. This was his last life. It was the most crucial. Whether it was for Yongling Qing, for everyone else or for himself, he absolutely couldn't allow the City Lord of the Wronged to escape this time. Long Chen held his breath as he sensed his surroundings. He could feel the City Lord of the Wronged's hatred and killing intent towards him. The primordial blood spiritual dragon was the ancestor of slaughter. He was most sensitive to killing intent. This time, the City Lord of the Wronged had even concealed his scent. Moreover, he knew that this low-level world would cause changes to his body. Under control, he probably wouldn't expose himself so easily again. Big brother, he seems to have escaped? Mo Xiaolang said anxiously. A quarter of an hour had passed by now. Long Chen also knew that the City Lord of the Wronged had escaped, but he wasn't willing to give up. He could feel that the killing intent wasn't far away from him. He should have escaped over there. Long Chen's gaze was fixed in a certain direction. He discovered that the heavy killing intent was coming from there. The City Lord of the Wronged couldn't let go of his hatred for him. Oh my God, that's the direction of the Myriad Kingdom's domain. If you go there to fight, won't you destroy the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain? Kitten clutched his forehead, speechless. The Myriad Kingdom's domain. The homeland of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. The dragon and wolf looked at each other, both feeling the pressure. After him. Long Chen suppressed the worry in his heart. He only hoped that he could be more careful this time and not let the City Lord of the Wronged go crazy and destroy the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After all, the possibility of that happening was extremely high. Even the archaic cemetery had been completely destroyed. How detestable, he actually escaped here. The three brothers once again began the chase, and this time, it was Long Chen who led the way. It had been a long time since he had returned to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Long Chen broke through the void and arrived in the sky above the Myriad Kingdom's domain. They had reverted to their human forms. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of meters long divine dragon would definitely shock everyone in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. This time, it was better to cause as little commotion as possible. Their main goal was to kill the city lord of the wronged. Following that trace of killing intent, Long Chen and the others hurried on their way. Lingxi, Li Xuanji, and Yang Lingqing were all people who had once stayed in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Now they were all geniuses of the 3 domains and 9 realms, and even more so, unparalleled heroes. Returning to the place where they had first met, they still felt a lot of nostalgia and regret. However, they didn't have the time to reminisce. The city lord of the wronged was like a thorn in Long Chen's heart, making Long Chen feel restless. Long Chen was the fastest. He let the others enter the divine kingdom, while he followed the faint killing intent and sprinted as fast as he could. His eyes and ears were alert in all directions, not daring to miss the slightest thing. He traversed hundreds of millions of mountains and rivers, searching the world, and finally came to a place he was familiar with. This was the divine Wushu Sage Empire, the weakest among the 10 great sacred dynasties. However, the divine Wushu Sage Empire had now been renamed the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty. Under the nurturing of the martial god tablet, the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty had developed by leaps and bounds, almost catching up to the other sacred dynasties. The dragons of the past, the ancient demon domain, the martial emperor city, everything that had happened here seemed to be vivid in his mind. Returning here, Long Chen had mixed feelings. He wanted nothing more than to travel in peace and see his former companions, but he actually didn't want to disturb their lives. City Lord of the Wronged. Long Chen could feel that he was nearby. This was the thing that troubled him the most. If he were to fight here, the consequences would definitely make Long Chen regret it no matter what. Even if one more person died, it would be his responsibility. This battle wasn't as easy as he had imagined. The city lord of the wronged only had 1 life left, and his arrogance was long gone. Given his character, he would definitely use the most despicable means to make Long Chen submit. On the other side of the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty, the city lord of the wronged's eyes were filled with excitement. He shouted at a city, "I know you're here. Don't run, I can already smell you. My life spirit, I didn't expect you to escape here. Give me back my heart and my life force. You are the true guarantee of my resurrection. With you, even if I only have 1 life left, who can do anything to me? I can't wait anymore, I want to devour you. Since you don't want to come out, I just have to devour everyone in this small city. By then you'll be in my stomach." At this moment, the blue-haired beauty rose into the sky. They had the same appearance, but there was a huge difference in their temperament. The city lord of the wronged would only make people think of him as ugly, but the blue-haired beauty was voluptuous and had a seductive temperament. Her eyes were calm as she said, "You're really lucky. I've already escaped here, but you still managed to find me. However, you seem to have been killed very badly." The city lord of the wronged laughed coldly, as if his sore spot had been poked. The blue-haired beauty seized the opportunity and suddenly shouted, "Long Chen, come and save me." Her voice instantly spread throughout the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty. Chapter 1691. When Long Chen heard this cry, he immediately used his fastest speed to rush towards the place where the voice came from. This voice, as well as the message asking for help, made Long Chen's heart sink into the abyss again. The city lord of the wronged only had 1 life left, but at this time, the spirit of life actually appeared here. Or rather, she had fled to this place in the first place. If the city lord of the wronged swallowed her, the consequences would be unimaginable. All of Long Chen's efforts and achievements would be in vain. He and Mo Xiaolang, as well as the entire 3 domains and 9 realms, would once again be shrouded in disaster. The furious city lord of the wronged would definitely give them an even more tragic ending. This was not a good thing for anyone. At that moment, Long Chen almost went crazy. He frantically increased his speed, and everywhere he went, the space shattered again and again. For Long Chen, the Divine Dragon Sacred Dynasty was only so big, and he would soon reach the city lord of the wronged. He suddenly remembered that when he had resurrected Lingxi, the reason why Wang Chao and the others could find him so quickly was because of the level of space. If an expert in the divine martial realm came here, he could become a godlike existence. It was just that there were not many people who knew the way to the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Moreover, staying in this place with such low-level spiritual energy of heaven and earth, people above the divine martial realm would probably never be able to make progress in their lifetime. This was the most important reason. After rushing here, Long Chen's eyes turned cold and he immediately stopped. In front of him, above the small city, there were two identical women. One of them was sexy and seductive, and the other was sinister and terrifying. At this moment, there were countless blood vessels on the city lord of the wrong's body like poisonous snakes, piercing into the blue-haired beauty's body. Blood was dripping, and it looked quite terrifying. The essence of the blue-haired woman was gathering towards the city lord of the wronged. After discovering Long Chen, the city lord of the wronged was not surprised. He smiled hideously and said, "Long Chen, you'd better not come up. Don't you call yourself the savior of the world? If you make a move now, I guarantee that I will completely destroy this lower realm. I will kill all the billions of people here." This sentence really frightened Long Chen. The city lord of the wronged was indeed cunning. He knew what kind of person Long Chen was, so he could grasp Long Chen's lifeline. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, he couldn't destroy the world like this, but in the Myriad Kingdom's domain he could. The city lord of the wronged was the most difficult enemy for Long Chen to kill so far. Perhaps he would meet stronger opponents in the future, but the terror of the opponent in front of him was something he would remember for life. At this time, Long Chen was once again faced with 2 difficult choices. If he chose to attack, then all lives would be lost. But if he chose to endure and allow the city lord of the tragic death city to swallow the life force and restore himself to his perfect state, then that would be the death of everyone here. This threat was full of power. Under his threat, Long Chen was confused for a moment. But at this time, the blue-haired woman winked at him. Long Chen instantly paid attention. After transmitting this message to Long Chen, the blue-haired woman suddenly attacked. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she instantly tore open the blood vessels that the city lord of the wronged had stabbed into her body. Gathering all the strength in her body, she pushed the city lord of the wronged away, and then rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen once again used Eternal Moment. Today's battle had consumed a great deal of his energy, and now he was almost at the end of his rope. Although the effects of Eternal Moment weren't that great, Long Chen still had to use it. Then, he smoothly enveloped the blue-haired woman in his divine kingdom, and at the same time had Mo Xiaolang rush out of the divine kingdom. The moment Mo Xiaolang rushed out of the divine kingdom, the Hades demon ancestral fire enveloped the city lord of the wronged. Long Chen roared. At this critical moment, he completely wrapped the 99 golden demon imprisonment columns around the city lord of the wronged and instantly transformed into a dragon. His 20,000-meter-long body and powerful dragon tail crashed into the encirclement of the golden demon imprisonment columns, whipping the city lord of the wronged up into the starry sky. When this mystical dragon appeared, almost everyone in the god-dragon sacred dynasty was dumbfounded. While they were still in a daze, the huge mystical dragon had already flung the city lord of the wronged into the sky. Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen rushed towards the sky together. They wanted to bring the city lord of the wronged out of the range of the Myriad Kingdom's domain before they dared to fight. The city lord of the wronged was trying his best to resist the triple power of the Eternal Instant, the Hades demon ancestral fire, and the golden demon imprisonment columns. In just a short moment, the 3 of them had already rushed into the starry sky, and the world below had already become incomparably small. Long Chen did not know how many people below were watching him. He only felt that even here, he could not guarantee the safety of the people below. Hence, he used the dragon horn to block the golden demon imprisonment columns and rose madly again. He had never been so high in the sky before. When the outline of the entire Myriad Kingdom's domain could be seen, they were already surrounded by countless stars. At this moment, the city lord of the wronged shook off all restraints and appeared in the starry sky. He had finally escaped that difficult moment. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fighting here would not easily affect the Myriad Kingdom's domain, but he still did not dare to relax. From the fact that the city lord of the wronged was able to shake off his golden demon imprisonment columns, the city lord of the wronged had become even stronger than before. Mo Xiaolang had transformed into the sun-devouring direwolf and was glaring at the city lord of the wronged from another direction. Without a word, the city lord of the wronged expanded his body again, becoming a 10,000-meter-tall giant. Black mist surrounded his body, and an even more terrifying power was released. The three of them faced each other like this. At first, there was no movement. The city lord of the wronged suddenly chuckled and said, "I did not expect you to catch up. But what's the use? You guys came at the right time. I can finish you all off in one go. I am immortal. This is the truth, an indelible truth. There's a saying that goes like this: those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. I've given you a chance, but you still chose to fight me to the death. Now, you've completely lost your chance." Long Chen knew that he had become stronger. Hence, he was even more careful. If he did not finish off the city lord of the wronged, Long Chen would not be at peace. Hence, he did not waste time with this fellow, giving him time to digest the power he had obtained from the soul of life. The dragon and the wolf attacked almost simultaneously in this endless starry sky. The city lord of the wronged sneered again and again. Although he only had one life left, he was still filled with confidence in himself. As expected, in a true battle with him, Long Chen discovered that the pressure on him had become extremely great. In every aspect, his opponent had made tremendous improvements. Even the heavenly slaughtering blood sword would not be easy to deal with. Long Chen's advantage was that he had an endless supply of nirvana power, which was why he had been able to last until now. Otherwise, how could he have killed this fellow so many times? 18 levels of hell. The city lord of the wronged was finally able to combine the 18 levels of hell into one, forming a perfect cycle. Compared to the power of the 15 levels of hell, the attack this time could be said to have been doubled. The city lord of the wronged rushed above them, and the 20,000-meter-wide black vortex, the world of death, pressed down on them. "Aren't you guys very capable? Weren't you able to easily break through my attack before? How about now? If you can't block it, then the tens of thousands of small countries below will suffer." With that, the city lord of the wronged laughed maniacally. Despicable! Whether it was Long Chen or Mo Xiaolang, they could not tolerate this fellow's shamelessness. This move gave them a lot of pressure. After all, if they could not block it, the people below would suffer, and the myriad kingdom's domain would be destroyed. But how could the city lord of the wronged, whose strength had increased, fused a move from the 18 levels of hell, be so easy to deal with? Above them, the entire sky turned into a vortex. Countless ghosts tumbled in the black fog, and a large number of spatial fragments were swept into the 18 levels of hell, becoming part of its attack. "Let's go all out, big brother. I'll go first." The sun-devouring demonic wolf was the first to bear the brunt. He abandoned Long Chen and rushed up, his entire body covered in the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire. His nearly 10,000-meter-long body turned into a huge fireball. The fireball spun and instantly expanded to 100,000 meters in size, several times larger than the black vortex. This huge 9 nether demonic ancestral fireball was like a black sun, shining brilliantly in the endless sky. Rumble! The tremor this time caused the sacrificial dragon continent below to tremble. Xiaolang! Long Chen caught him, but discovered that Mo Xiaolang was covered in black gas, and the aura within his body was chaotic. Clearly, he had suffered a certain amount of injury. He quickly woke up and checked his body, only to find that he had almost lost the ability to fight. Of course, the 18 levels of hell had also been destroyed by Mo Xiaolang. "I didn't expect this guy to become so strong. I might not be able to help in the short term, but..." Mo Xiaolang didn't want to let Long Chen fight alone. He was about to insist, but he was pulled into the God Nation by Long Chen. The 18 levels of hell exploded, and the huge tremor sent the city lord of the wronged flying into the sky again. Long Chen let out a roar, and his divine dragon body swept up into the starry sky. "You can't kill him like this. Only I have the true method to kill him." In the God Nation, the blue-haired woman suddenly giggled. Seeing her huge breasts, snow-white skin, and charming appearance, Lingxi and Li Xuanji didn't like her. Long Chen was attracted by her words and asked, "What do you mean?" You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.